Chapter 18 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 18. The Affair on the Embankment. Ever since the bungle and blunder at the fencing scene, Mr. Bostock had been prodigal in his civilities to Gerald Aspen. The fencing master seemed as if he could not do enough to efface from Gerald's mind the memory of that unhappy accident. Gerald, in his genial way, would have cared nothing at all about it. His absolutely unsuspicious nature would not have allowed or encouraged a sinister thought to enter it. He was greatly touched by the extreme and unnecessary amount of penitence that Bostock showed. As if he could have helped it, poor fellow, Gerald said to himself more than once. To him it was simply like the case of some accident at a shooting party, where the gun of a friend by mishap gives you a hurt, and you feel at once that the injured man suffers far less than the innocent injurer. The doubts and surmises of Rupert Granton were wholly thrown away on Gerald Aspen. Gerald began to take a liking to the professor of fencing, because the professor had inadvertently wounded him, and was so very sorry for it. So Gerald invited him to dine at the Voyagers' Club, and the professor came and was introduced to Captain Jackdaw, in whom he took an immense interest as a partner in the great diamond mine scheme of which so much had been heard. Then Captain Jackdaw, in his genial offhand sort of way, invited Gerald and Bostock to dine with him at the Voyagers' Club another night, and they went, and they dined, and had some pleasant talk. "It's very funny, you know," said Captain Raven on this second occasion, "our going to be rich in this sort of way. But I say, I wish, Aspen, don't you, they could make us rich, I mean, could give us our money, as I suppose it is ours, all at once. It's a beastly nuisance holding on until the 1st of January next. Suppose a fellow goes and dies in the meantime, then what good has he out of it, I want to know?" "Unless the comfort of leaving it to his widow," the serious professor solemnly remarked. "But I haven't any wife," Raven observed, "and consequently I can't have any widow. That seems good sense, eh, Mr. Bostock?" "I haven't any wife either," Gerald said. Mr. Bostock became silent at once. Naturally, the whole subject did not intimately concern him. Why should it? Here were two young men, one of them a tremendous swell, the other a young favourite of fortune, both of them to be rich men on the 1st of coming January, and what had he, Bostock, a poor fencing master at the College of Culture, to do with their concerns? So he remained silent, and the conversation changed. Possibly he may have noted the fact that neither of them seemed to have thought of making any provision for a transfer of their property, if such transfer were practicable in the event of either's sudden death. But after all, why should he notice a fact like that, and wherein could it concern him? The dinner was early, and Raven had to go off somewhere else. Gerald wished to leave a message, for Lady Scardale, no doubt, at the College of Culture. Bostock lived not very far from the college, on the Battersea side, in the shadow of the church where Bolingbroke lies buried. So Gerald proposed that they should have a hansom together to the College of Culture, which they had, and Gerald paid the fare. Then Gerald left his message, For Lady Scardale, no doubt, and the young men started to walk away together. It was a lovely starlit night, and the moon was shining on the river and making the Thames, with the low-lying Surrey shore and the small trees on the Surrey shore, look curiously like the stream of the Nile. Gerald felt all the influence of the night. Bostock had lately been very silent. "Come," Gerald said. "Bostock, I'll see you on your way as far as the other side of the bridge." So they crossed the bridge together, and then they recrossed it, taken, no doubt, by the beauty of the night, and perhaps taken, too, by the thought that each had something in his mind which was likely to be in the mind of the other. When they came again to the Middlesex side, Mr. Bostock abruptly turned the talk into quite a new direction. They had been talking commonplaces and the fine weather. Gerald had been seeing Fidelia in the light of every star and the moonlit ripple of every wave. "You have all the luck, Mr. Aspen," the professor of fencing said despondently. "Have I?" Gerald asked, and then he answered himself cheerily. "Well, I certainly have had a marvellous amount of luck lately, Professor Bostock. I am to be a rich man at the beginning of the year, but up to this time I have had to make a pretty hard fight for it, I may as well say." "Ah, but it isn't that only," Bostock slowly said. "Not that only? That is a good deal, is it not, for a man only starting in life?" "It's a good deal, but it is not all, or nearly all. You have won more than money. You have won love." Gerald started. "What do you mean? Why do you talk of that?" "Because I have been in love myself, because I have a heart to feel and eyes to see, and I know how you are favoured by destiny, and by her. Do not be angry, and do not think me wanting in delicacy, Mr. Aspen. We have been rowing in the same boat for a long time, although I must own, as the old jest has it, not with the same sculls. Not with the same gifts and graces and good fortune, certainly." "I say, Bostock," Gerald interposed, with abrupt and boyish good humour, "you haven't been keeping out the fog at all, have you?" "Keeping out the fog? What fog? I don't quite follow you, Mr. Aspen. There isn't any fog, it is all bright full moon. See! I'm not clever at all, except at fencing. Intellectually, you know, I am very dull. What do you mean by keeping out the fog?" "Well, to tell you the honest truth, I thought you might have been drinking a little too much at the Voyagers, perhaps." "Drinking? Oh no, Mr. Aspen, I drink very little. I haven't the means to afford much drinking, and what," he added, with a sickly smile, "would become of the wrist and the nerves of a professor of fencing who drank?" "You're right there," Aspen said, "and I ask your pardon, for I well know how you can fence. But I thought you were talking a little wildly all the same, and about things that did not quite concern you." "Yes, but they do concern me," Bostock said gravely. "At least, in a sense they do. I don't suppose things would ever have been different with me anyhow, if you had never come on the scene. She would never have cared for me, I suppose, and of all men I have ever seen, I would rather you won her, since it is sure as fate that I could never have a chance." "In the name of heaven, Mr. Bostock!" Aspen said, stopping suddenly and facing his extraordinary companion. "What are you talking about, and why do you talk to me at all?" "You know well enough what I am talking to you about, and why I am talking to you is because I do not wish you to think too badly of me, or to think I hate you because you have succeeded where I have utterly failed, and where I never had from the beginning the remotest chance of success. I am talking of Miss Fidelia Locke." "I'd rather we didn't talk of Miss Locke, Mr. Bostock, if you please. I don't see what you have to do with her." "Nothing," Bostock said, shrugging his shoulders and turning out his hands in meekest deprecation. "You are right. I have nothing to do with her. But I use the right of every man that lives, and I love a woman when she seems to me to be worth a man's love. So I have loved Miss Fidelia Locke ever so long. Am I a criminal for that? Can I help it? I have been seeing her, talking with her, fencing with her, every day. Am I to be blamed because I have a man's feelings and she is a glorious girl?" "Not blamed by me, certainly," Gerald said gently. This was all new and startling to him. He had never known anything about it, never thought of it before. The professor of fencing seemed to him to stand on much the same level as the hairdresser who came to look after the tresses of the young women at the Culture College. But there was an unmistakable note of sincerity, he thought, in the words of the poor professor, and Gerald, out of the lordliness of his own success and his own certainty, felt a generous sympathy for the man who had never even ventured to put his fate to the test. "I am glad to hear you say so," Bostock replied meekly. "I should like to keep your good opinion. I should like you to know how thoroughly I understand that I never had a chance from the very first, never could have had, and that I am only too glad she has given her love to you, and not to that man Granton." "Well, well, I think we had better not talk about these things. I don't know whether Granton ever had any thoughts that way. At all events, that is no affair of yours or mine. If you are at all a sufferer, Mr. Bostock, believe me, I am sorry for it, and I think all the better of you for it, and for the manly, courageous way in which you have spoken about it. But I am sure we ought not ever to speak of it any more." "No, no, certainly not," Bostock said eagerly. "My mind is quite relieved. I have said all I had to say. I wanted you to know that I understood how things had gone, and that I had no enmity, and that I bore no malice, and that I knew well you had not come between me and anything that could have been mine, because I know it never could have been mine. There, Mr. Aspen, that's all about it, and I congratulate you on your expected property, and your other and better good fortune as well. And now I drop the subject and become the stolid, self-contained professor of fencing again. Oh, just one word. Did she ever tell you anything of this?" "She?" "Miss Locke, of course." "She? Why, man, how should she know?" "Ah, to be sure," Bostock said meditatively. "How should she know it? To be sure, how should she know it?" There was something in the tone of Bostock's voice now that grated on Aspen's nerves. "I don't suppose you ever tried to tell her anything?" "I thought, perhaps, she might have guessed," Bostock said humbly. "Women are so quick and clever at guessing that sort of thing. And I thought, perhaps, she might have told you. Girls are fond of telling the men they love about the men who loved them." Something in all this irritated Aspen beyond endurance. although he believed it to be only Bostock's awkward way of expressing his meaning. Still, he could not bear to hear the name of Fidelia mixed up in any such talk. "To cut all this short, Bostock," he said, "I don't believe that Miss Locke ever mentioned your name to me." Was this what Bostock wanted to get at? Was it to this he had led up? Did he want to feel assured that his one effort at love-making had not come to the knowledge of Aspen, so as to make Aspen dislike and distrust him, and stand on his guard against him? Perhaps so. At any rate, he changed the conversation quickly. "I wonder," he said, "what has become of the man Rat Gundy?" "Ah, I wonder," was the only reply of Aspen. "Strange that he should have disappeared so soon, when the money has not yet been shared." "Well, I dare say he will turn up at the right time and claim his share. You see, he was always a wanderer and a globe-trotter, and then he is not the only one who is missing at the moment. Where, I wonder, is the young man, Japhet Bland?" "Ah, I wonder," was the echoing remark of the professor of fencing. "Don't you suppose he'll turn up at the right time?" Gerald asked contemptuously. "If he is at all like his father's son, he'll not lose the chance of the money, you may be sure." "Did you know his father?" Bostock grimly asked. "No, I never knew his father, but I have heard all about him from Seth Chickering and—" "And from Gundy?" "And from Gundy, yes." "These men have been his enemies." "Anyhow, it does not concern you or me," Gerald said abruptly, being a little weary of the talk. "You haven't any suspicions of Rat Gundy?" "Suspicions? About what?" "That murder of Seth Chickering." "Stuff and nonsense! Why should I have suspicions of him?" "Well, people had, you know. He was found on the spot." "Yes, he gave the alarm. He tried to stop the man who was running away. Why, confound it all, Bostock," Aspen said, with a rush of recollection coming back upon him, "you yourself swore that you saw the very man whom he described on that very same night." "So I did, and I saw him. But he may have been sent there. He may have been sent on and paid to do the trick, and another man may have planted him in the way to do it. Do you know that I fancied I saw that very same face close to us, to you and me, this very night?" "Close to us? My dear Mr. Bostock, you are dreaming. Close to us? When and where?" "Just after we came out from the college, in the dark street. I saw a face flash past me, just like this. I do not easily forget faces. Do you know where we passed the little sugar factory, sweetmeat factory, whatever it is? There was a crowd coming out of working lads and working girls." "Yes, yes, I saw." "Well, among that crowd I seemed to see that face." "Absurd," Gerald said. "Some mere chance likeness. Anyhow, I don't suppose he particularly wants to murder you or me, and I suppose, even if he had any such design, we could hold our own, so long as he did not attack us from behind. We are pretty good at defending ourselves, you and I." "Yes," Bostock answered lugubriously. "But such a man generally does attack one from behind." "But what on earth could be his motive for attacking you or me?" "No motive for attacking me, certainly. But suppose he were to get rid of you?" "Well, what good would that do him?" "There would be one more gone." "One more?" One more out of the claimants to the inheritance. One more besides Seth Chickering. When the stakes come to be divided in January, there would be so much the more to get. For the assassin, for our mysterious friend with the shock head and the red beard. Oh no, for the man who set him on, for Red Gundy perhaps, who knows? Gerald burst into a peal of laughter. Mr. Bostock, you ought to have belonged to my profession. You ought to have been a journalist. Or better still, you ought to have been a sensation novelist. Well, I must go home. Good night, and don't think any more about all this imaginary danger. It is danger for you, not for me. I know, and it's very kind of you, but there's no danger for nobody, and so good night. I wish you would let me go with you, said Bostock in a curious pleading tone of voice. Why on earth should you go with me? Because it is late and dark, and I am haunted by the face of that man, and he would never think of attacking two people, and I am tremendously strong in the arm. My good fellow, this is too ridiculous, but I am much obliged to you all the same, Bostock. He hastily corrected the tone of his voice, for he was really touched by Bostock's kind, albeit somewhat absurd anxiety on his account. And I know you are a good fellow, and I wish you good luck in everything, old man, except the one thing about which I can't afford to wish good luck to anyone but myself. He spoke sympathetically and kindly, for he began to think that in his heart he had been doing wrong to Bostock. But he would not hear of Bostock's accompanying him any farther, and so on the Chelsea side of the bridge they bade each other good night and parted. Gerald lit a cigar and sauntered slowly along the Thames embankment. He was not thinking much of what Bostock had been telling him. He was a little amused at Bostock's theory about Red Gundy. Knowing who Red Gundy was, he could well afford to be amused at that. The theory of a mysterious red-bearded assassin going about killing people systematically to carry out a tontine principle in the distribution of a great fortune seemed to him much too ridiculous even for the sensation novel. This night, as he walked home, his thoughts, to say the truth, ran mostly on his happy love-making and on Fidelia Locke. It is marvellous how to a young man the whole universe can become absorbed into the being of his sweetheart, until nothing else seems worthy of a moment's concern. Gerald passed little groups of people, young men and young women, walking 3 abreast, 4 abreast, 6 abreast, in loose marching order, or sometimes with ranks very much closed up, and with loving arms around freely consenting waists. Many wayfarers trod behind him, and soon passed him, or turned off in some other direction. He took no account of them. Presently the embankment grew more and more lonely. At one moment it was curiously borne in upon him that he had the walk almost all to himself. He could only hear one footfall behind him. But as he passed one of the benches, it seemed to him as if he saw a man lying upon it. Nothing out of the common, surely. In all weather, winter and summer, there are figures seen resting all night through on the benches of the Thames embankment. A sad study for statesmanship that, whenever statesmanship can find spare time to look after it, that all night long in summer and in winter there are men and women who make a bench on the Thames embankment their bedchamber. Of one thing we may be sure, They would not sleep there in the fogs of winter, or the blustering winds of spring, or the chill nights of late autumn, if they could possibly find a more warm and comfortable place to rest. A fact, perhaps, that statesmanship will have to take very carefully into account some day. A vague thought of this kind was passing through Gerald's brain as he saw, or thought he saw, the outcast on the bench. But another thought was mingled up with it, for he fancied that as the face of the sleeper was lighted by the moon he could see that it had shock red hair and a red beard. Then he smiled to himself at his own folly, and he stopped to light another cigar. The moment his fuse flashed out in the air, it seemed to him as if another flash came on him from behind. It might have been for all seeming the crash of a thunderbolt, the sharp, swift sabre-cut of a sunstroke. He was only suddenly conscious that something had happened to him. Something had struck him from behind. The cigar dropped from his lips, his fuse went sparkling and spluttering along the pavement. He faced around and certainly had a clear picture of a man with red hair and a red beard who was striking at him again and again, and he tried to grapple with his assailant, and he fell from sheer faintness on the ground. And then he distinctly heard the familiar voice of Professor Bostock call out, "You murderer! You scoundrel! I have got you! No, I'll never let you go unless you kill me as you have killed him!" And he seemed to understand it all, and how Bostock had followed him to watch over his safety. And then he made an effort to rise in defense of Bostock against the assassin, who would now have Bostock only to deal with. And then a peculiarly sweet and soothing sensation took possession of him, a sense of relief, and lassitude, and rest. And he thought for one exquisite second that he could see the face of Fidelia bending lovingly down to him out of the starry sky. And then his eyes closed languidly, and Bostock, and the murderer, and the struggle, and Bostock's present danger were all forgotten, and Gerald sank into a swoon. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 19. Gerald Raves. Poor Gerald was quite right when, in his fading senses as the blow told upon him, he thought he knew the voice of Bostock coming to his help. For now, standing over his fallen body is Bostock himself, and alone. The assassin must have escaped, and Bostock is examining into the nature of the hurt. "Confound it all," he muttered, "the fellow's not dead yet." And then he was making a sudden movement with his right hand, when he heard the hurried tramp of a policeman's feet and the shrill sound of a policeman's whistle, and he let Gerald's head fall, and he accompanied the fall with an execration below his breath. Then he called to the approaching policeman. "Look here, I say, why don't you watch this embankment? Here has been an attempt at murder, and if I hadn't happened to be near, it would have been murder all out. Whistle again for some of your men. This poor chap is in a bad way." "Who's done it?" the policeman asked. "How the devil should I know? A man with a red beard, a robber, I suppose. He ran up that street towards the Strand. He stabbed me in the arm, or I should have held him fast enough." "Was this poor chap a friend of yours?" the policeman asked. lifting Gerald's head tenderly and carefully. "Yes, he was. Where shall we take him to?" "Oh, Charing Cross Hospital, of course. I'll get a cab." By this time 2 or 3 other policemen had come up, and a little crowd of night birds had gathered on the scene. Men who had been sleeping on the embankment, women who had been sleeping on the embankment, children who had been sleeping on the embankment. A cab was got, a four-wheeler, and Gerald, still quite insensible, was put into it, and Bostock, with the policeman accompanying, carried him to the Charing Cross Hospital. There Gerald was taken in, and the house surgeon looked to him. He had had some heavy blows on the head, given apparently with some weapon like a short iron life-preserver. "Look here," Bostock said in a low voice, "when I came to close quarters with the red-haired man, I heard something fall on the pavement before he pulled out the knife and stabbed me. If we go back there at once, we are sure to find the thing, whatever it was, a life-preserver most likely." He spoke with all the eagerness of a man whose heart is set on bringing the assailant of his friend to justice. "All right, Mr. Bostock," the policeman said sympathetically. Bostock had at once given his name, occupation, and address. "We'll go there in a moment, but hadn't you better get this gentleman to look to the hurt in your arm?" "Oh, it's nothing at all," Bostock said hastily. The surgeon, however, examined the arm and found that there was a pretty deep flesh wound, nothing to cause any alarm, but something to need looking after. The surgeon was somewhat impressed by Bostock's total self-forgetfulness. He dressed the wound for the time, and then Bostock and the policeman went to the nearest police station. On their way, they searched the embankment at the place where the attempt was made, and there, to be sure, they found lying on the pavement a small steel life-preserver, apparently of American make, which could have easily been carried up the sleeve. The policeman impounced this piece of material evidence and took it to the station. There Bostock told all his story. It was even yet not long past midnight. Bostock thought the best thing he could do was to find out Rupert Granton and put on him the distressing duty of bearing this painful news to Lady Scardale and to Miss Locke. He knew that Granton frequented the Voyagers' Club, and had heard him say that he was one of its original members. He would try for him first there, he thought, and then at the worst he could ring at the door of Claridge's Hotel and insist on seeing Mr. Granton. He was clear in his mind that Granton was the right person to carry the news. Bostock could not carry it himself, as things had turned out. He was anxious to make some little capital out of the heroic part of rescuer which he had played, and if he could only impress Granton with a feeling of that part, then Granton might convey the same impression to Lady Scardale and to Fidelia. Granton, then, was the person to be first approached and first impressed. As good luck would have it, he found Granton still drinking midnight, and not much else, at the Voyagers' Club. Granton came out to him smoking a cigar. He was evidently surprised at seeing Bostock, but he soon repressed his surprise. "I hope I have not disturbed you, Mr. Granton," Bostock began. "Nothing ever disturbs me," Granton politely said. "Won't you come in and have a brandy and soda and smoke a cigar?" From the very first, Granton had a vague dislike and distrust of Bostock. Bostock's eyes had been a constant puzzle to him. Where had he seen those eyes, and why had they so flashed and sparkled then, and were so dull and expressionless now, and why did his memory always show them as in another sort of face? Why had Bostock, a master of cool fencing, made that awkward mistake about the foil the other day? All these questions put Granton upon his guard. Bostock might be as exemplary a citizen as he was a good fencer, but it was always well to be on one's guard. Granton had been in many places where one's life every other day depends on his capacity for being always on his guard and never being surprised at anything. Therefore he now took Bostock composedly, and waited to hear what Bostock had to tell. "Your friend Mr. Aspen," Bostock said, "has just been attacked by an assassin on the Embankment." Then, for half a moment, Granton's composure gave way, and he looked really astonished. "Attacked by an assassin on the Embankment? Do you mean a rough or a robber? Is he badly hurt?" "I saw him removed to the Charing Cross Hospital. He is badly hurt. He was quite unconscious when I left him." "All right," said Granton, composedly turning to the vestiary for his light overcoat. "I'll go and see him. I know the house surgeon at the Charing Cross Hospital. He'll let me in, I am sure." "Don't you want to hear what has happened?" Bostock asked quietly. "Well, I think you have told me all you know. You think he was attacked by an assassin. Anyhow, he was attacked by somebody. Did you see the affair?" Granton's perfect composure a little puzzled and vexed Professor Bostock. "Yes, I saw it," he said sullenly. "You don't seem to think much about it." "My good Mr. Bostock, what is the use of thinking much about anything in this sort of world? The thing is to try and do something. Now I am going at once to see my friend Aspen, and to see if I can do anything for him. Then I shall set about finding out this mysterious assassin. You really think an assassin?" Bostock told his story briefly and coldly, for he did not like Granton's manner, and did not see much chance of being greatly glorified in Granton's account of the event to Lady Scardale and to Fidelia. "Oh, this red-bearded man again. The same man you and I saw on the night when Seth Chickering was murdered." "The same man." "Your star seems to lead you to those odd scenes, Mr. Bostock. I am glad you came in good time this evening. We were both of us a little late on the other occasion." "We were," Bostock grimly observed. "If I had not been behind Mr. Aspen, he would not be alive just now." "Quite an interposition of Providence, Mr. Bostock," Granton said gravely. "But now look here, have you any theory about all this?" "I can't help having a theory. There is some conspiracy against the heirs of that diamond mine property—" "Oh, that is your theory?" "Certainly it is." "Well, that has been mine this long time. I wonder if we work it out in quite the same way." "Isn't it getting late?" Bostock asked. "Had you not better go and see after Mr. Aspen?" "Of course, I'll go and see after him, but you know I can't do him the least good just at present. I am neither nurse nor doctor, and he will be well cared for at Charing Cross Hospital. But I am anxious, before seeing him, to get at your theory of this case." They were now standing on the threshold of the club. Various cabmen on the rank in front of the club were signalling and soliciting them. "Well, you see," Bostock said slowly, "one man is missing, Red Gundy. Where is he, I want to know?" "Yes, exactly," Granton said, with perfectly unmoved countenance. "Where is he, I wonder, and where is that other fellow, what is his name? Japhet Bland. Where is he, I want to know?" And he did then, in the language of Hamlet, rivet his eyes on the face of Bostock. Bostock said, "I know so little about the whole affair, I only talk of what I hear." "But your theory is that Red Gundy is instigating these murders and these attempts at murder?" "If I can be said to have a theory, if I have any means to enable me to form any opinion at all, then I should say yes, that is my opinion." "Curious now," Granton said. "Here we are, two reasonably intelligent men, and both outside the circle of this controversy, and with, I suppose, about the same or quite the same means of information, and we have come to quite different theories. We are both agreed that these murders and attempts at murder are the scheme of one brain. We are agreed about that, are we not, Mr. Bostock?" "Yes," Bostock said, with hesitation. "I think we are agreed about that." "Oh, but come, we are positively agreed about that?" "Very well. Yes, I suppose we are." "Only you are of the opinion that the instigating brain is in the skull of the missing Red Gundy?" "Yes, that is my opinion," Bostock said. He was beginning to feel uneasy and uncomfortable. "Curious now, is it not?" Granton said meditatively. "According to all my theories, the instigating brain is in the skull of the missing Japhet Bland. Well, I shall go and see poor Aspen now. I dare say, if Japhet Bland were to know of my theory, he might be inclined to follow me, or have me followed, along the embankment some night. But it would not be of much use. I have been accustomed to take care of myself. I shall listen for suspicious footsteps behind me, and if anyone comes in front of me I fancy I can take good care of myself. So can you, of course, and if your theory is right, and it is made known that you hold it, you may be in just the same danger from Red Gundy that I should be from Japhet Bland. It will be curious to see which of us comes out right in the end, and which of us lives to tell the tale. Good night, Mr. Bostock. I am going to look after poor Aspen." "You will carry the news to Lady Scardale tomorrow morning?" Bostock asked. Bostock, somehow, he could not tell why, felt bewildered, and in the Elizabethan sense overcrowded. He had a vague, confusing impression that Granton knew more than he said, and had been too much for him. He felt as one groping in the dark, and vaguely conscious of some hostile force coming towards him. "I'll tell Lady Scardale first thing in the morning," Granton said. "Good night. Have a cigar? No?" "No, thanks," Bostock said. "Curious, too," Granton observed gravely. "Some men can live without cigars. I can't. I find the troubles of life too much. Other people naturally don't, of course. Their withers are unwrung." Then he called a hansom. Bostock walked away perplexed. He felt as if he had been fencing with an antagonist of untried power, and that although he had not been defeated, yet that he had felt opposed to him a wrist of steel which somehow foreboded coming defeat. Granton drove to Charing Cross Hospital, rang the night bell, and asked for the house surgeon, whom he had known in former days and who knew all about him and his family. He was admitted to see the patient. "He will recover?" Granton asked eagerly. "He will recover, I think," the surgeon said. "But he has had a bad knock or two on the head, and it's a queer case altogether." There was a nurse watching poor Gerald as he tossed his bandaged and blood-stained head feverishly and fretfully from one side to the other. "A little delirious," the surgeon said. "You must not try to talk to him." "I know," Granton answered. "I have been often in such a fix myself. There is nothing that I can do, I suppose?" "Oh, no, nothing whatever. We'll take all possible care of him." The surgeon presently left Granton to look after other duties. Granton and the nurse, a quiet, reserved, intelligent woman, whose face somehow won Granton's confidence and sympathy, stood by the bed. Gerald up to this time was lying almost unconscious and perfectly silent. Suddenly he started and tried to rise. The nurse held him down with a firm, albeit very gentle touch. "I want to tell you something," he said, in tones so natural that Granton fancied for the moment that he must have recognized him. Then there came a mere cry from the bed, a cry in one word. "Fidelia!" was the cry. Granton started. He drew nearer to the bed. "Fidelia!" he rambled on, in a low, unearthly kind of voice. "Your father was not murdered. I know all about it. I do indeed. But I can't tell you. I can't help you to find out anything about it. It is a secret, and the man is my friend and your friend, and I can't tell what he has told me, even for you, Fidelia. Oh, if you do love me, why should you wait? Why should you make me wait? Until you have found it out. Take my word, you had much better never find it out. Don't try to find it out, Fidelia, my love. Let it remain a secret. It would only shock you if you were to find it out, and what good? What good? What good? If we love each other, and we do. You told me yourself, Fidelia, that you loved me that day, that dear, divine day in Ranelagh Gardens. Where have those days gone? Why don't we walk in Ranelagh Gardens now? We never walk there now, and I don't seem able to walk. What is the matter with me? I think it is because I don't see you now, and you will insist that we must not marry until we find out about your father, and you must not find out anything about it. No, no, no! Let it rest, Fidelia. Let it rest, and whatever you do, don't tell Lady Scardale one single word. Don't ask her to find it out. Oh, if she found it out, it would kill her." "Has he raved like that before?" Granton asked, in a whispered tone, of the nurse, who had begun to smoothen the pillows and arrange the bedclothes with a gentle practised hand, in the evident hope of soothing the patient out of his wandering and distracted mood. "Only within the last hour, sir," she said, "and it is all the same thing over and over again." "You have no idea what he is talking about?" "No, sir," she said quietly. "We never concern ourselves with what our patients talk about." "I suppose it is a mere raving?" Granton asked tentatively. "I suppose so, sir. Patients constantly talk about things that never could have happened, and about persons that never could have lived." The sick man had now ceased to moan and talk, and was lying in a heavy sleep. Granton began to think he had better leave. "Look here, nurse," he said. "You are a sensible woman and a woman of the world, and you have the true feeling of your calling. What this poor fellow is saying now has a good deal of fact and truth and meaning in it." The nurse nodded her head, as if to say, "I thought as much." "Of course you thought as much," Granton said, quickly following or catching her unspoken meaning. "Well, do you know Lady Scardale?" "Yes, I have seen Lady Scardale often, and heard ever so much about her." "You heard him," glancing at Gerald, "mention her name?" "Yes, sir, many times." "Do you know a young lady named Fidelia Locke?" "The young lady who always goes about with Lady Scardale?" "Yes, that young lady." "I have seen her 2 or 3 times." "You heard him mention her name?" The nurse nodded. "Well, these ladies, or Lady Scardale at all events, will very likely come to see Mr. Aspen. It would be of the highest importance that they or either of them should not hear such words as those he has lately been speaking. Will you take care that Lady Scardale is not allowed to see him, with Miss Locke or without her, at any time when he is likely to rave?" "I shall take good care of that," the nurse said sympathetically. "I should have taken care of it even if you had not mentioned anything about it. Only the nurse and the doctor and the clergyman ought to hear what a man or a woman says in delirium. I am sorry, sir, that you should have heard it, although, of course, you are his friend, and you'll not mind." "I am very glad I have heard it," Granton said, "for because of my having heard it I may be able to save much trouble to him and to others too. Good night, nurse." Granton hesitated and took out his purse in a doubtful sort of way, looking at the nurse. "Would you be offended," he asked, "if I were to offer you some money? It would not be meant for offense, but perhaps you would not like to take it." "We are not allowed to take money," she quietly replied. "Well, look here," he said, "I must give you something. Take this for good luck." He had a number of glittering baubles hanging at his watch chain. He detached one. It was a tiny golden locket enclosing a symbol of a 4-leaved shamrock traced in the smallest of diamonds. "Wear that on your watch chain, nurse. I got it in a far-off country. The gold comes from there, and the diamonds come from there, and the thing was made there. It was given me for good luck, but it never brought me any good luck until now, this very moment, when I stood with you here and heard my poor friend moan out his troubles." The nurse hesitated. "Was that good luck, sir?" she asked. "It was, nurse, because I can set all the troubles right, and I am the only human being who can do it. So there, I pass on to you the luck found for the first time. You may take it, may you not? I shall be very sorry if you may not." "Thank you, sir. I shall tell the matron that you asked me to take it, and she will allow me. I shall wear it always and be grateful. Your name is Mr. Rupert Granton, I think?" "Yes, nurse. I am Lady Scardale's brother-in-law. Good night. I'll come again and see my friend." Something occurred to him and he stopped. "Do you find this a dull life, nurse?" "Oh no, sir. I am so concerned about my patients. If I can help to pull a patient through, I do not care for anything else." "That is right," Granton said. That is the true spirit of the soldier. I only wish we were all like that. Some of us are not, but we try to be sometimes." She thanked him for his present with a dignified kind of inborn modesty, making neither too much nor too little of the costly gift, and then Granton went on his way. It was a thoughtful way for him. He was thinking much. He had, indeed, a good deal to think about. He had found out Aspen's trouble and Fidelia's, and he was the one man who could put things right. But to put things right meant an absolute and a final banishment from civilization. He had never a thought of hesitating. "I came back to England," he thought, "only to try to do some good for this girl, at a time when I fancied somehow that she was a little thing in short frocks. I hadn't the remotest notion of how I could possibly be able to do any sort of good for her. She could not want any money, she would be rich enough, and there wouldn't be any likely way of my giving her any money and her taking it anyhow. Now here, all of a sudden, I find the way to be of service to her and to her lover. I can settle the whole question for her about her father's death, and I can come to the relief of poor Aspen. True and gallant chap, heart of oak. Fancy a London newspaper chap being like that. He would positively have remained without his sweetheart rather than betray his comrade. Good fellow. I can't imagine how they make that sort of fellow in London. I fancied that it took danger and hard life and struggle and all that sort of thing to make such plucky stuff. But it don't, clearly. I don't suppose Aspen, until his affair on the Embankment, was ever in the slightest danger of his life, except from a hansom cab at Hyde Park Corner, or something of that kind. Well, I have got to leave London and civilization once more. Nobody will miss me much, except my sister-in-law, and even she won't miss me long. Nobody will know where I have gone. Yes, Fidelia must know, but there are other things that she will not know. She won't exactly know how I feel towards her. I shouldn't like it if she did. I suppose it would only worry her and pain her. Life is a sad sort of thing. I suppose I should have done as well, after all, if I had stuck to society and conventionality, and followed the beaten ways, and married a nice little wife and settled down. But it's no use thinking of all that now. I had to drain my weird. I went my own way, and now I shall go my own way again. I stole like a shadow back into London civilization, and now I shall steal like a shadow out of it again. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 20. I am Red Gundy. The next morning, Lady Scardale and Fidelia were walking in the garden of the College of Culture before the exercises of the day had yet set in. Fidelia had been unburdening her soul to her friend. Lady Scardale had listened, with a shade of disappointment fairly perceptible on her face. She was glad in her heart that Fidelia should be happy, or going to be happy, only she wished that her happiness could have come to her in a different form. She kissed the girl kindly. "Dear Fidelia," she said, "you know that whatever makes you happy makes me just as well. Thy own wish, wish I thee in every place. Only I am a little disappointed too." "Disappointed?" Fidelia asked with opened eyes of wonder. "Disappointed? With what?" Well, not with you, child, certainly, but about you. I did so hope that you could have seen your way to fall in love with my Rupert. But Lady Scardale, he never saw his way to fall in love with me. Oh, I don't know. I have a strong belief that he was beginning to see his way fast enough, and then you would have made him so happy, and you could have held him to you, and made him so steady, and he would have quite redeemed all his past follies. But, Lady Scardale, I don't feel that I have any mission to take charge of him, even if I were able to do it. And you see, I am in love with Gerald, and he is in love with me, and we can't help ourselves, and that makes all the difference. And you mustn't be angry with me or with him, above all not with him. No, indeed I am not, and I shall love him for your sake, and he is ever so nice, and I am sure he will make you very happy. Oh yes, Fidelia murmured with a tranquil certainty which touched Lady Scardale. He has all the luck, Lady Scardale said with a smile of resignation. No, indeed, I have all the luck, Fidelia interposed. Are you to be long engaged? Lady Scardale suddenly asked. Yes, I think so. A long time, Fidelia replied with downcast eyes and overclouded brow. Why a long time, dearest? You are both going to be ever so rich with the beginning of next year. It isn't that, Lady Scardale. It is because of my poor father's death. She spoke firmly and without a note of a tear in her voice. Lady Scardale looked at her curiously. Your father's death happened a good long time ago, Fidelia, and a girl is not expected to put off her marriage for a very long time, even on account of the death of a parent. Of course, I did not suppose that you were going to be married the day after tomorrow, or next week, or anything of the kind. What I meant was that I think a very long engagement might be a great mistake. Why? Fidelia asked composedly. Because he might get tired of me, or I get tired of him? But if that could be so, would it not be better we found it out before than after? I was not thinking of that, Lady Scardale said somewhat hastily, for it came back to her memory that her own had been a very short engagement, and that not much good had come of its shortness, that if it had been much longer she might have known better, and things might have fared better with her. The truth is, dear, that is one of those wise sayings which we hear repeated so often that we begin to believe they are axioms of life, and repeat them like accepted gospel truth. But I do not see why yours should be a long engagement for all that, and if I were selfish, Fidelia, I should wish it to be ever so long in order that I might be the farther from losing you. This place will be changed for me when you are not here. Oh, Lady Scardale, dearest friend, Fidelia said, the tears which the allusion to her father's death had not brought into her eyes now starting swiftly there. I shall be with you still and always, always, always. Lady Scardale pressed the girl's loving hand and remained silent for a moment. But, Fidelia said abruptly, I didn't mean that it was because of my father's death in that sense that our engagement must be long, not in that sense. No? In what sense, dear? I am afraid I can hardly explain it to you, even to you. You won't understand, perhaps, but I feel it so. I can't marry, I can't be happy, I can't take happiness if it were offered to me until I find out the man who killed my father and bring him to justice. Lady Scardale drew away in surprise. She had not known that Fidelia's nature had that side to it. "My dear," she expostulated gently, "what good could it possibly do to your father or yourself to bring this man, whoever he is, to justice, if you could bring him to justice? Is it not likely that in that wild, unregulated community he was killed in an ordinary fight?" "Oh, you too, Lady Scardale. That is what everybody says. Gerald and your brother-in-law and everybody." "Well, dear child, and are not Gerald and my brother-in-law likely to be right? More likely, at all events, than you, who know nothing about such places and such lives." "But I do not believe it. I can't believe it. My father never quarrelled. He was too gentle, he was too kind, he was too manly. I know he was murdered. I had a dream last night, only last night, dear Lady Scardale, a horrid and a ghastly dream, about seeing a murder done, by one man creeping up behind another and striking him down with one heavy iron thing." "But was it your father you dreamed of?" "I don't know. I could not see the face. I only saw the blow struck from behind." "I don't see much guidance in that dream, Fidelia," Lady Scardale said with a compassionate smile. "I am always dreaming about my father," Fidelia piteously said. "But you must think of someone else. You must think of your lover. Why should you keep him waiting for a discovery that may be impossible, or that, when it does come, may prove you to be utterly wrong? Ah, dear Fidelia, life is so much too precarious for that kind of thing. If you love your lover, marry him as soon as ever you can, my dear. Tomorrow some calamity may come, the bearer of bad news, sad news, may be at the gate." As she spoke the words, Rupert Granton appeared in the garden. "Rupert, at this hour!" Lady Scardale said, and then added hurriedly, "I am sure my words are not ominous." But as Rupert came up, there was an evident shadow on his face, and the hearts of the two women sank within them. Rupert, however, tried to make as light of things as possible. "Now look here, girls," he said. It was a way of his lately to address the two friends as girls. "I want you to be very plucky just now, and to help to look after a poor fellow who is in some trouble, and not to make too much about it. It won't, I fancy, be a very bad business after all." Fidelia turned deadly pale. She knew that something had happened to Gerald. Lady Scardale quickly said, all her courage coming back at the needed moment, "Tell us the worst at once, Rupert dear. All my life long I have hated to be prepared for anything." "Tell us the worst," Fidelia echoed faintly. "Well, the worst is this. Gerald Aspen has been badly hurt, and the best is that I am sure he will recover." "Sure he will recover," Fidelia said, with a white, scared face. "Sure he will recover. Then he is in danger?" "Not now, I trust and firmly believe," Granton said cheerily. "He was attacked from behind on the embankment last night. He was struck down and got some ugly knocks on the head, but he is sure to come all right again, and very soon." "Where is he?" both women asked at once. "In the Charing Cross Hospital. I saw him there last night or this morning." "What did he tell you about it?" Lady Scardale asked. Granton hesitated. "Well," he said, The fact is, he did not tell me anything. It was just after he had been brought in, and he was a little delirious. That's all the better sign, they tell me." Nobody had told him any such thing. It was a pious fraud devised by him on the spur of the moment. "Come, Fidelia," Lady Scardale said. "We'll go and see him." "Who struck him?" Fidelia asked. "No one knows as yet. Very likely some Thames Embankment rough and rubber." "It was not," Fidelia exclaimed. "And you don't think anything of the kind. Oh, I can see it in your face. It was an attempt at murder, the same hand that struck down that man Seth Chickering." "Well, if you will have it so," Granton composedly answered, "I think so too. I firmly believe that a network of murder is woven around us. I am perfectly determined that I shall not stop until I found out the whole truth." "I'll help you," Fidelia cried, with awakened energy and flashing eyes. "I know that the same hand that killed Seth Chickering and killed my father is the hand that struck at Gerald Aspin." Granton smiled a melancholy and forlorn smile. "Do you not believe it?" she asked impetuously. "I believe," he answered gravely, "and I am convinced that the man who struck down Seth Chickering is the man who struck down poor Aspin. I shall find out that man." "Was it you, dear, who found Mr. Aspin on the Embankment?" Lady Scardale asked. "No, Aspin was found by your friend Bostock." Fidelia suddenly drew back and put her hand to her forehead as if she were half asleep and were trying to rub her eyes into complete wakefulness. No distinct suspicion crossed her mind, but still the vague threatening words of Bostock came back into her memory, the threat with which she had reproached him and for which she had scouted him at the time, that it would harm others as well as her if she were altogether to repel his advances. She remembered that, and she remembered also his melodramatic suggestions that he was not altogether what he seemed to be. These thoughts filled her with perplexity and anxiety. She must tell Lady Scardale all that had happened. She must tell her on the way, she thought. She became suddenly silent. "Will you take us to the hospital, Rupert?" Lady Scardale asked. "Yes, I'll take you there and introduce you to the house surgeon, a good friend of mine. If it isn't against the rules, I dare say he will let you in, but it very likely is against the rules, and anyhow, you couldn't do anything for poor Aspin. He will be well looked after, you may be quite sure." "Oh, we'll go," Lady Scardale said. Then a message was brought to Lady Scardale. The work of the day was setting in, and she had to go into the house. "I shall be ready, Fidelia," she said, "in half an hour." "I shall be ready too," Fidelia calmly said. The stress of the sudden news and the sudden thoughts coming on her was forcing her into a kind of marble calmness. Then Lady Scardale hastened along the garden paths and into the house, and Fidelia and Granton were left alone. "I am glad my sister is gone," Granton said. "I want to talk to you about some serious things, Miss Locke." "No more bad news?" she asked with a tremor in her voice. "Well, bad or good, it must be told. I know that these murders and attempts at murder are done with a purpose, and I am drawing a theory, slowly but surely, about them. Professor Bostock, who found poor Aspin last night, has a theory too." He saw that Fidelia started. "What is his theory?" she faintly asked. "His theory is that the murder of Seth Chickering and the attack on Aspen were set on, if not committed, by the man called Rat Gundy. Now, that is not my theory. I know a little too much for that." "You have a theory?" she asked. She almost shrank from hearing the answer. Strange and horrible ideas had been creeping up in her own mind and bewildering her with a terrible sense of uncertainty. Uncertainty seemed, indeed, to have now taken her life under its control. "I have formed a theory," he said, "and I propose to work it out, but I don't want to talk much about that just now. We have not time, and it can wait. What I particularly want to tell you cannot wait. I want to tell you of something I heard last night from poor Aspen while he was delirious. He talked about you, he raved about you, he thought he was talking to you. You know how he loves you." "Oh, yes," she said passionately, "and he knows how I love him. Everyone may know it who will." "I know it," Granton said calmly. "Well, what I want to tell you is that whoever made the attempt on Aspen's life last night, it certainly was not Rat Gundy." "Oh, but surely," she said impatiently, "you need not tell me that." "It will be told to you that it was Rat Gundy, and some attempt might be made to get you to believe it." "How on earth could I believe it?" she asked impatiently. It almost seemed as if Granton were trifling with her feelings. "How could I believe that when I know that the man with that name is dead?" she said. "You told me yourself that Rat Gundy was dead." "Yes, I did, and I was speaking the truth then, and almost literally. I had made up my mind that Rat Gundy should be buried forever, never to appear again. I did not see any further use of him to me, or to you, or to anybody, and I thought the sooner the world was rid of him the better." "Then is he living?" "Yes, I have brought him to life on your account." "Oh, on my account!" There was something wild about Granton's manner which almost frightened her, although she was not a girl whom it was easy to frighten. "Yes, on your account. Do you know that I verily believe if Rat Gundy were really lying in the cold grave, he could be almost brought out of it to come and lend a helping hand to you?" "Do I need a helping hand, Mr. Granton? And how? And if I do, how is this man to help me?" "You need a helping hand very badly, very sorely, and he is the one man who can give it to you. See here, Miss Locke, you are going to allow the happiness of 2 lives to be thrown away, and I am not going to stand it if I can, and neither is Rat Gundy if he can." "Oh, this man, Rat Gundy, what has he to do with me? I almost hate to hear the mention of his name. I don't know why. You told me yourself that Rat Gundy was not the name of the man who... Oh, how terrible to have to speak of such things! Who murdered my father." "Fidelia, your father was not murdered. He was killed in what we rowdies of that day called a fair fight. The fight was forced on him and on the other man by a black-hearted scoundrel who has since suffered part, and only a very small part, of the punishment he ought to have. I swear to you that there was no murder, unless to get up a deadly fight between 2 men who were not natural enemies be a murder, and then the murderer was Noah Bland, and he was lynched not long after. That murderer is out of your reach or mine." There was a curious exaltation of manner about Granton which held Fidelia impressed, for all her impatience and all her suffering. There was an absolute truth in his flashing eyes, in the sound of his voice, which carried with it to the listener an entire conviction. She listened awe-stricken to what was yet to come, for she knew that something decisive and final would have to be told and listened to. "You believe me, Fidelia?" he said. "Yes, I believe you." She hardly noticed in her absorption that he had taken to calling her by her Christian name. "I told you that the name of the man who killed your father was not Rat Gundy." "You did." "I spoke the literal truth. The name, the real name of that man, the most unfortunate and deeply repentant man who killed your father, was not Rat Gundy, but Rupert Granton." "Merciful heavens!" she exclaimed, and the first thought that rushed into her mind was, "Lady Scardale's brother! The brother of my dearest friend and benefactress, Rupert Granton, killed my father." Yes, you may well exclaim, you may well cover your face with your hands to shut out all sight of me. I wish to heaven it had been my good luck to be killed by him, or better still, by someone else, years and years ago. I have been lamenting that terrible day ever since. I have that dead face before me. Yes, I see you shudder at the thought. I came back to England for nothing but to find you out and try to do some good for you, unknown to you. I never would have allowed myself to return to civilization but for that. I would have allowed my wretched memory to fade from my poor sister's mind. Yes, I may call her my sister. She is the sister of my heart and of my soul. I would rather never let her touch my blood-stained hand, only for you, you, you. "Let me go now," Fidelia said. "Let there be peace between us, and let me go. I can bear no more." "Yet a little more," he said eagerly. "You must not refuse to hear me tell my tale, and then you are released and shall not see me ever again." "Oh!" she exclaimed, "let me not see you ever again. I will go away, I don't know or care where. I cannot live with Lady Scardale any more after this. I have lost her too, lost everything." "You shall not go, Fidelia. There shall be no need. I am disappearing again out of civilization forever. No power on earth shall drag me back to England. My sister-in-law need never know of this. She will only believe that her absurd brother-in-law has gone back to his rowdy life, and she will be sorry, but she will not be much surprised. And she will have enough to occupy her in doing good, and she will not have time to think too much about him. Fidelia, there is no reason why my poor sister-in-law should ever know this tale." "Why did you tell it to me?" "Because I saw you wasting your life and the life of my friend for nothing, and I could not bear it. Since I came to know you, I have come to know, too, that there might have been better things in life for me than knocking about the world with gamblers and cowboys and the scum of European armies. You made me feel this, although you never knew it nor thought about it, I dare say. I have thought better of life since I came to know you, and that is why I have told you my tale." "Let me go now," was all that she could say. "Just another moment. I am Red Gundy." "You, Red Gundy?" "That was the name I gave myself out there." He jerked his head impatiently. "Out in that confounded place. I have given myself several names in life, and left a queer reputation for some of them. If anything of all this must reach my poor sister-in-law's ears, remember it was Red Gundy who did the deed. She must not know the truth. And now— Yes, I think that's all. I have one job of work to do before I leave England, and then I am off, and I shan't come back. I mean to track out the man who planned and carried out these attempts at murder, and I fancy I am on his traces already. I am one of the heirs, Fidelia, just as you are. Remember, I am the Red Gundy of the story, and think if I am the man who was likely to make a murderous attack on your lover." "I can't believe that you are Red Gundy," she exclaimed. "I am Red Gundy as sure as you are Fidelia Locke, and it was Red Gundy who killed your father, and I came back to England under the name of Red Gundy to try to make some amends to you for my fault and my crime, although God knows I was driven on to it, and it was not thought much of a crime out there." "Oh, don't talk like that," she implored. "All right, I'll not defend myself. Think the worst of me that you can. Only remember, Fidelia, that my sister-in-law must know nothing of all this, that you and she and I shall have to go together to the Charing Cross Hospital in a few minutes, and that if you were to show the slightest doubt or ill feeling to me, it might bring thoughts into her mind that you and I must keep forever out of it. You will think of her, Fidelia, will you not? And you will save her brother-in-law for her." "Oh yes," Fidelia said, "I will do that with all my heart and all my soul." "I will not ask you to forgive me," he said. "That would be too much. I only ask you to go on in my sister's presence as if nothing had happened. I would not ask you to take my blood-stained hand now, here, we two alone. I do ask you to take it formally, when we are with my sister." There was a moment of silence and repression. Then Fidelia spoke out firmly. "I will take your hand now, this moment, now and at all times. I do not blame you, or I forgive you, I don't know which, but I will take your hand." A tear started into the bold, bright eyes of Rupert Granton as he stretched out his hand and took hers in it. Then Lady Scardale returned. "Now, Fidelia," she said, "go and get ready." Chapter 20 Chapter 21 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 21. The Man with the Red Beard. London was thrilled with a new sensation. The attempt on the Embankment came a little too late to get much chance of display in the morning papers of next day, but it floated the second editions and positively flooded the evening journals. Another murder had been at least attempted in connection with the great diamond mine property. Another of the heirs had been found stricken down in his blood. Gerald had been carried to the Charing Cross Hospital, where he lay for long in uttermost peril of his life. Meanwhile, the evidence about the attempt was singularly clear and simple. Mr. Bostock, Professor Bostock, of Lady Scardale's Culture College at Chelsea, was happily able to tell a good deal about it. Mr. Bostock's story was that on the evening of the night when the attempt was made, he had walked with Mr. Aspin, talking over various things, that they had crossed and recrossed Battersea Bridge, the professor living on the southern side of that new structure, and that Mr. Bostock warned him to be on his guard, for he told him that he had seen a red-haired and red-bearded man, very like the man he, Bostock, saw on the night of the murder of Seth Chickering, hanging about the gate of the Culture College. That Mr. Aspin, being a plucky and high-spirited young fellow, had only laughed at the threatened danger, that Bostock had asked to be allowed to see him home, and that Aspin would not hear of it. That he, Bostock, nevertheless did follow Aspin a long way on the embankment, keeping at some distance behind him, so as not to be noticed. That just as they got to a lonely part of the embankment, he fancied he saw a solitary figure lying on a bench, but did not take much account of that, having his eyes and his mind fixed on the safe progress of Mr. Aspin. That Mr. Aspin stopped to light a cigar, and that then Bostock saw the man on the bench leap up and rush at him and strike him from behind, but could not see what he struck him with. That he, Bostock, ran at the man and shouted out to him that he had got him and would never let him go. That it was the same red-bearded man he had seen on the night of Chickering's murder. That Aspin fainted and fell on the ground. That he, Bostock, and the murderer had a struggle. That the assassin stabbed him with a knife in the right forearm and forced him to let go his hold, and that he then ran up one of the streets leading to the Strand and disappeared. "I am a pretty strong man," Mr. Bostock said, "but he was stronger than I, and after the wound I got I could not hold him." Mr. Bostock expressed his regret that he had not had any weapon with him, but he explained quite naturally that, although he made his living by the sword, it was not his way to carry weapons when walking the peaceful London streets, and that on this night in particular he had not seen or fancied he saw the red-bearded man until after he started from the Culture College in Chelsea for a quiet walk with Gerald Aspin. "If I had carried a weapon of any kind," he added, with the solemn and grave assurance of a master of arms who knows himself, "this calamity could not possibly have occurred." The professor himself had received a somewhat serious wound from a knife in the arm, but from the first it was seen that the wound was not one to bring death with it. The flying assassin evidently had not time to make more than a hasty and inconsiderate use of his weapon. Meanwhile he had gone, and no trace of him seemed likely to be discovered. Then it became borne in upon all the public mind that there must be some binding thread of connecting purpose running through the terrible catalogue of deaths and attempts to bring about death which belonged to this story of the diamond mine. The sharers in that great success had bound themselves to have the money divided, within a given time, between the surviving owners of the property and the persons whom any deceased owners of the property might have nominated as their heirs. But they had further bound themselves to the condition that, if any of the company should die without heirs, his property was to be divided among the other partners. Seth Chickering was killed the very first night of his arrival in London. He had no heirs. His money would on the 1st of the coming January be divided among the others, that is, the surviving heirs. It was not clear by the terms of the document whether any one of the heirs might himself appoint an heir to receive his share in the case of his sudden death. At all events, it was highly unlikely that a young man like Gerald Aspin would have thought of nominating an heir in the case of his death, to share a property to which he had not yet himself succeeded. The inference from all this was that someone who understood the whole business, and who was utterly unscrupulous as to means, had possessed himself with the horrible idea of increasing the share of the survivors by diminishing their number. Leading articles were written in every paper every day to argue the question out, to start new theories, and to discredit older ones. Professor Bostock was interviewed by various journalists. He gave his idea with the utmost frankness. He had no suspicion of anyone, he said, but he could not think the red-haired man was anything more than an instrument in whatever nefarious conspiracy might be going on. He pointed out, as one who had read the whole story and knew many of those connected with it, that there was at least one conspicuous claimant now absent, and who had suddenly disappeared from London, Mr. Rat Gundy. He had heard that Mr. Gundy had gone back to South America, but in these days of steam and ocean racing South America was not very far off. Anyhow, the news of this last attempt would soon get to South America, and Mr. Gundy would learn about the desperate attack made upon his friend, Mr. Aspin, and then no doubt Mr. Gundy would have something to say. The Catapult, in especial, shone in the fullness, the perspicuity, and what we may call the earnestness of its reported interviews. Was there not, the young man of the Catapult asked, another of the claimants who had never been heard of, one Mr. Japhet Bland? Did no suspicion rest on him? None whatever so far as he had heard, Mr. Bostock was free to say. Had he formed a theory on that subject? Well, he was, except so far as fencing was concerned, a somewhat dull and slow man, whose intellect and whose conjectures were not of great account. But if he were pressed, he must say that he had formed a theory, perfectly worthless, no doubt. Being pressed, the professor, after much depreciation of his own intelligence, yielded so far as to ask whether it was not possible that the missing Japhet Bland, whose father was one of the original owners, and who had been put to death by some of the rest, might have been made aware of some nefarious plot going on, and might have kept himself in obscurity and in darkness for the purpose of watching the development of the plot and exposing its machinations at the right time. The irrepressible interviewer asked whether the right time might not have come a little earlier, say just before the murder of Seth Chickering. Mr. Bostock said yes, very likely. Of course he did not profess to have studied the question closely, he had so many other things to do, but still it was quite possible the watching man, if any such man there were, might not have got hold of the plot in time to prevent the murder of Seth Chickering. All this mystery tended to make Mr. Bostock the hero of the hour. He had done the deed of a faithful friend in following Mr. Aspin home that night, and if Mr. Aspin were to live, his life would undoubtedly be owing to the daring intervention of Professor Bostock. Bostock's photograph at once became popular, and the renown of his skill as a fencer went over the land. The Culture College became through him far more famous than ever. Then his theory about the murders was eagerly taken up by all the papers, and certainly made good preparations for the emerging out of darkness and on to the light and scene at an appropriate time of Japhet Bland. The public opinion of the hour was strongly inclined to make in advance a hero of Japhet Bland, and to look with keen suspicion on the vanished Red Gundy. The man who had voluntarily disappeared stood at a great present disadvantage when compared with the man who had voluntarily declined thus far to put in an appearance. What about the red-haired and red-bearded man? The police made endless perquisition for any man of that description who could fairly come within the reach of suspicion. Red-haired and red-bearded men are common objects on every shore, but even in all the excitement the police could not venture to arrest in turn every red-haired and red-bearded man, and to try to make him amenable to the criminal laws of England. Some riverside folk did call attention to the fact that a man with unkempt red hair and a red beard used sometimes to show himself in a strange, amphibious sort of life above bridge at Battersea, but if any such man had ever been there, he was nowhere now to be seen. The earth and water have bubbles, and apparently he was one of them. After a while Gerald began to get better, and he too was interviewed, and he certainly corroborated, as far as was within the power of his observation and his memory, the story told by Professor Bostock. Gerald was quite clear in his mind that the man he turned around to grapple with had a red beard. He could not tell much more, but that much at least he could tell. He did not know the face, he was not even certain that he could identify the man if he were to see him again, but he was quite clear about the man having a red beard. Also, he was quite clear about having heard Professor Bostock's voice crying out to the assassin that he should not escape this time, and he was equally positive as to the fact that Bostock's intervention had saved his life. He had not the least idea, he said, that Bostock was following him. He did not believe at the time he was threatened by the slightest danger, but in the very instant of his hearing Bostock's voice, his failing mind grasped a perception of Bostock's futile warning, and he knew that his brave friend had followed him and had saved him. Gerald was a little profuse in his expressions of admiration for Professor Bostock. In truth, he was thinking nearly all the time that Bostock had saved him for Fidelia, that only for Bostock he would have been killed, and Fidelia would be sorry, and he looked upon Bostock as having saved Fidelia and himself. A man to whom illness of any kind is new gets easily into an odd, contemplative, aloof sort of way of looking at events and scenes and possibilities. Gerald could now contemplate the possibility of his having been actually killed on the embankment, and into what did the whole possibility resolve itself? Into nothing that directly concerned him. He did not form any picture of his own early grave in some suburban burial place, of his own career suddenly and cruelly cut short, of his sudden fall from realized love and promised wealth down into dusty death. All this never presented itself to his mind. He only thought of Fidelia mourning for her murdered lover, and tears came into his own eyes at the thought of tears in hers. Veil not the heaven of those bright eyes in tears. sings the sad lover in Don Quixote. Poor Gerald could not bear the very thought of Fidelia's veiling the heaven of her bright eyes in tears, even though the tears were to be shed for him. Of course, Gerald was asked if he had a theory about the attempt on the embankment. Did he think it had any connection with the successful attempt on the life of Seth Chickering? Well, yes, a theory of the kind had certainly been forcing itself upon him. At first he was not inclined to believe that there could be much in it, although of course he had often put himself the question, who was the man interested in getting rid of Seth Chickering? And the fact that Seth was one of the few owners of the mine who had no heir did suggest a remote possibility of some selfish reason for the murder. But when it became clear that the man with the red beard, who had undoubtedly been an instrument in the murder of Seth Chickering, had been seen by Professor Bostock outside the gate of the Culture College, had been seen by himself, Gerald, in his struggle for life on the embankment, and had been positively identified by Professor Bostock as the assailant in that struggle, then it became impossible to doubt the existence of a murderous plot in which the man with the red beard was probably only an instrument. Had Mr. Aspen ever heard of any of the claimants to the property having a red beard? No, he had never heard anything of the kind, but then he had never heard much about the personal appearance of any of the claimants, living or dead, whom he did not himself personally know. Did he know anything about the man called Red Gundy? Oh yes, and here Gerald became a little impatient. He knew Red Gundy, and the people were simply bewildering themselves who let it get into their heads that Red Gundy had anything to do with these crimes. But where was Red Gundy now? On that point Gerald could give no information. The whole question narrowed itself down to the fact that the man with the red beard who had been found near the body of Seth Chickering had made a murderous attack on Gerald Aspen, and that Gerald Aspen and Seth Chickering were alike heirs to the property in the diamond mine. Certainly it was not unnatural that popular suspicion should turn upon the missing Red Gundy. Everyone remembered how, after all, it was he who was found by the police close to Seth Chickering's dead body. On the other hand, it was certain that the man with the red beard was not Red Gundy himself. According to Professor Bostock's evidence at the inquest, he had himself encountered the man with the red beard at a moment when Red Gundy must necessarily have been talking with the police in the court running out of St. James's Street. The one final question then was, who is the man with the red beard? We have been saying that Professor Bostock became the hero of the hour. So he was in a certain sense, but only in the sense of the hero whose heroism one admires, not at all in the sense of the hero who exacts and absorbs our interest. In that sense, the hero of the hour was undoubtedly the man with the red beard. The newspapers were full of leading articles and correspondence about him. An immense variety of theories were set afloat like balloons across the sky of public controversy. One hasty suggestion was that he was nothing but a madman with a passion for murder. But this idea was soon knocked to pieces by the obvious comment that there was a little too much method in that sort of madness, and that a lunatic who never wreaked his fury on anyone except the claimants of a vast property might just as well be sane and do his murders with the purpose of other murderers. It was taken for granted, too, that the murderer was not himself any one of the co-heirs. He certainly was not Captain Raven, he certainly was not Gerald Aspen, he certainly was not Red Gundy, whom so many people had seen at the time of the inquest. To be sure, there remained the other co-heir, Japhet Bland, who had not yet appeared to claim his share of the inheritance. But nothing could be more utterly preposterous than to suppose that a man who doubtless intended to present himself and make a claim to his share in that vast fortune would, in the meantime, go about murdering all his co-heirs and allowing himself to be seen and identified by two such totally different observers as Red Gundy and Professor Bostock. The interest of expectancy was added to the interest of conjecture. Who is the man who has done all this? Is undoubtedly a very interesting question, but it is not, after all, quite so interesting as the question, what will he do next? Will he stop short at his last abortive attempt? Surely not. That would be too illogical and imperfect. He would make the whole business seem unmeaning and unreal. A man might as well never have done a murder at all who could break off from his purpose in that incomplete fashion. Therefore, the question for the public became, whom will he attack next? So the one terrible figure of the hour, the one object of morbid curiosity and affrighted interest, was the man with the red beard. Disobedient children were frightened into quiescence and order by being threatened with the man with the red beard. There were topical songs about him at the music halls. There were encore verses introduced about him in the theatrical burlesques. There was a flesh-scraping domestic melodrama made about him and played in one of the theaters at the East End. Huge lines on the bills of the evening papers announced the reported or rumored, certainly the word reported or rumored being generally in small letters, capture of the man with the red beard. Vulgar and brutal perpetrators of practical jokes tried to scare women and children in by-streets of evenings by announcing themselves in loud voices as the man with the red beard. Every man whom nature had lavishly adorned with a red beard, and who did not feel inclined to sacrifice that ornament to what might be called a popular panic, was liable to find himself regarded very often as an unwelcome intruder into omnibus or underground railway. Such an afflicted mortal getting into any public conveyance was very likely to hear a young fellow whisper facetiously to his sweetheart, "The man with the red beard." Some timorous creatures, under the impelling influence of their wives, who said they really could not otherwise go about with them any more, went so far as to have the red beard greatly docked and reduced to comparatively insignificant proportions. But even this timid policy, this policy of compromise and of time-serving, was not always rewarded by success. Sometimes the half-shorn man getting into an omnibus or an underground train heard a droll person whisper to someone near him, a girl most likely, "Look here, he has shaved his beard." Yes, the man with the red beard was for the time the man about whom everyone talked, about whom everyone in the paragraphing line wrote paragraphs, and everyone in the topical song line composed and sang songs. Some skeptics, it should be mentioned, still refused to believe that there was any such person in existence. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 22. A Man from the Sea. The days went on and healed Gerald's hurt and abated public interest in the event. On one of these days Mr. Bostock, passing along the Queen's Road, paused for a moment hesitatingly at Mrs. Boringer's shop. Then he opened the door and went in. Inside the shop he stood and looked curiously about him. His lustreless black eyes ranged rapidly over the long rows of shelves laden with brown paper packages, over the innumerable little drawers in which strange seeds and wholesome roots lay hidden. A faintly pungent, aromatic odour hung over the place, and his nostrils dilated under the balsamic influences. Lisbeth, Mrs. Boringer's ancient maid, sat behind the counter, solemnly knitting. As Bostock came in, she glanced up at him keenly through her spectacles. She knew him quite well by sight. "What might you be pleased to want, Mr. Bostock?" she asked with old-fashioned gravity and with a strong Surrey accent. Bostock, still taking in every detail of the place, asked if Mrs. Boringer was in. If she was, he wanted to see her, to speak with her for a few minutes if she could spare the time. Lisbeth arose, sheathing her needles in the knitting, and moved to the back of the shop, where the door was which led to the dwelling part of the house. She pushed it open just enough to make room for her, and passing through closed it behind her. Bostock was left alone. As soon as the door closed behind Lisbeth, Bostock began to move cautiously about the little shop, opening this drawer and that drawer, and peering curiously into them, lifting up bundle after bundle from the shelves, and scrutinizing the neatly written labels, penned in Mrs. Boringer's fine sloping hand, which informed him of the names of their contents. In a large box divided into many compartments that occupied a part of the long counter, there were a great quantity of packages of seeds. He lifted out package after package and read their names, for they, too, were neatly labelled. As he read, it did not seem from the expression of his face as if the reading afforded him any special degree of information. There was a book on the counter also, a thick, ancient volume, a curious old herbal of the 17th century, with a number of quaint plates of plants quaintly described. Bostock took up the book and opened it. He was turning over its leaves and pausing to look at each plate in its turn when Mrs. Boringer came into the shop. Mrs. Boringer's face was not a smiling face just then. Mrs. Boringer did not much like Mr. Bostock. She could not tell exactly why she did not like him. She had heard nothing against him. She knew nothing against him. He came very little into her life. There certainly was no valid reason for her dislike of him. But the fact of her dislike was a perfectly clear fact to her, and she did not try to argue herself out of it just because it might seem to be a little unreasonable. "It is an instinct," she said to herself, "and instincts of that sort are as often right as wrong, and even more often. If you don't like a person, you don't like that person, and there is no use in arguing about it." So Mrs. Boringer, being a practical woman, made no particular effort to combat her dislike for Mr. Bostock, though the dislike was not keen enough to cause her any appreciable worry even when Mr. Bostock was present, and was not felt at all in his absence. Bostock put the book down on the counter and saluted Mrs. Boringer. Mrs. Boringer nodded grimly and took Lisbeth's seat behind the counter. Bostock apologized for looking at the book, but excused himself on the ground that he found it so interesting. "You must know a great many very interesting things," Bostock said, looking steadily at Mrs. Boringer, with the same curious absence of expression which his mask-like face habitually wore. "It must be a great privilege to you to feel that you have the power to do so much good in the world." "Everybody ought to do some good in the world," said Mrs. Boringer sententiously. "That's what we are sent here for, I suppose." No doubt, no doubt," Bostock assented, waving his arm as if he were about to salute in fencing. "I thoroughly agree with you, Mrs. Boringer, thoroughly. It is often a cause of great regret to me that in my younger days I did not devote myself to the study of medicine. I think now that I should have found it more useful than fencing, more useful to myself and to others." "Well, if you will excuse my saying so," said Mrs. Boringer, "I really don't quite see what use in particular fencing is to anyone." "Oh, don't you?" Bostock began with a tone of pained surprise in his voice, but Mrs. Boringer waved him down and went on. "I know, of course, that Lady Scardale thinks a lot of it, and it may be a fine exercise, I dare say, but it's no finer exercise than making hay, which I did when I was a girl, and I'm a stronger woman now for all my 50 years than that girl of mine whom you teach fencing to, Mr. Bostock." "And very well she fences, too, very well indeed," Bostock interpolated. "That's neither here nor there," said Mrs. Boringer. "What I want to know is, what's the good of teaching a parcel of girls, or a parcel of men either for that matter, how to handle a bit of a sword that nobody ever uses?" "On the Continent, my dear Mrs. Boringer," Bostock suggested. "Oh, on the Continent," answered Mrs. Boringer with deep disdain. "On the Continent men may make monkeys of themselves with skewers if they like, but here in England we don't hold with such notions, and if we don't hold with them, what's the good of playing at holding with them? That's what I ask." And Mrs. Boringer glared at Mr. Bostock with an air of good-humoured defiance, as if she felt convinced that she had completely annihilated him. Bostock smiled a deprecatory smile and waved his hand again as if he were physically parrying Mrs. Boringer's attack. "Well, well," he said, "I frankly admit that you are of more use to the world than I am. Here you sit surrounded by herbs that are only harmless and healing." Mrs. Boringer interrupted him. "That depends, Mr. Bostock, that depends. Some of these herbs of mine are the deadliest things under heaven, if they be rashly or wrongfully used." "Is that so?" Mr. Bostock asked with much surprise. "How very curious, how very interesting. Surely there's nothing in all this array of innocent packages which could possibly do any harm to anything." Mrs. Boringer smiled grimly at the fencing-master's ignorance. "Why, there's enough in this shop to kill an army of elephants if you wanted to." She nodded at Mr. Bostock as she spoke, emphatically. Mr. Bostock listened with quiet attention, and he smiled slightly as he said, "Luckily nobody does want to kill off an army of elephants or even a single elephant. But surely, Mrs. Boringer, an elephant would come to no harm if he swallowed the whole contents of your shop. They might do him good. I don't deny that. But harm? Ah, surely no, not harm." Mrs. Boringer began to feel irritated by his urbane incredulity. It seemed to cast a slight upon the potency of the herbs she loved so well and believed in so profoundly. "I should be sorry for any elephant who ate the contents of this drawer," she said, turning slightly round and touching one of the little row of drawers that ran along the wall behind her. Bostock leaned forward and read the inscription on the drawer, Verat Alb. "What does that mean, Mrs. Boringer?" "That's short for Veratrum album, which is the Latin name of the white hellebore," Mrs. Boringer answered. "Those are dried roots of it in there. Either infusion or powder from those dried roots would kill an elephant if you gave him enough of it." "Well," said Mr. Bostock good-humouredly, "live and learn indeed. What a pleasure it must be to you to know so many things, Mrs. Boringer. I wish I had more general knowledge than I have. Outside fencing I don't know much. Of course I pick up a little knowledge here and there knocking about the world, but not much." Mrs. Boringer did not like Mr. Bostock, but she was flattered none the less by his tribute to her learning. After all, she really was very well read in the law of herbs, and would have thought Friar Lawrence in Romeo and Juliet the most agreeable companion in the world. So she smiled, and was about to say something when the street door behind Bostock opened, and Captain Raven entered the shop. He shook hands warmly with Mrs. Boringer, who at once rose to welcome him. Glancing around the shop, Raven recognized Bostock and nodded affably to him. Raven was always affable with everyone on principle. He said that it made the machinery of life move much more smoothly. "Good day, Mrs. Boringer," he said. "I have come over especially to see you, so I hope you will give me some tea." "Delighted, Captain," said Mrs. Boringer. "Will you go upstairs? I shall be with you in a few minutes." Captain Raven nodded. Bostock watched him with something like interest in his eyes. Everyone who knew anything of Chelsea, or at least of the little circle in Chelsea which was associated with the Culture College, knew that Captain Raven had a very great admiration for Miss Lydia Boringer. People who did not know Captain Raven, people who did not know Mrs. Boringer, wondered at the intimacy between Lord Wallington's son and the herbalist's daughter. Not that there was anything really surprising in it. The stout yeoman stock of which Mrs. Boringer came had always been more or less intimately associated with the house of Raven. The farmers of Gamelgarth and the lords of Wallington had been friends for generations. Lord Wallington, the captain's father, as we have seen, gave away Susan Gamel upon the occasion of her marriage with Andrew Boringer, his lordship being then himself but newly married for the second time. In their boyhood the young Ravens were always in and out of the Garth, and John Raven, the scapegrace, had always been very fond of baby Lydia. He was very fond of Lydia now that Lydia was no longer a baby, and Mrs. Boringer knew that that was the best thing about him. She knew what nobody else knew, that Raven had begged the girl to marry him. In all his queer, drifting, rather disreputable life, Raven had never met anyone whom he cared for as he cared for Lydia. Bostock knew something of all this from popular report, from things that were said at the Culture College, from the bearing of Lydia, from the bearing of Captain Raven. He knew also that while Lord Wallington would hardly be likely to approve of the match, Lord Wallington's approval or disapproval was a matter of the most serene indifference to Captain Jackdaw. The Wallingtons had never loved each other much, and the fact that Lord Wallington disliked any particular course of action was generally sufficient reason for John Raven to take just that course. Bostock knew, too, through the papers, that the position of Captain Raven had greatly altered. He had been but a penniless younger son, living as best he could by his wits, glad enough to be the secretary of the Voyagers' Club. Now, through the news made public by the murder of Seth Chickering, his position was entirely altered. By the beginning of next year he would be a rich man, an exceedingly rich man. The detrimental of yesterday was the desirable match of tomorrow. Bostock knew that pressure would be brought to bear upon Captain Raven. Perhaps it was a wonder whether Raven's fidelity would stand the test of his sudden wealth, which made Bostock eye him with such a patient curiosity. But Raven did not notice that Bostock was watching him. He had no idea of any thoughts that might be passing through Bostock's mind. It would not have occurred to Raven that any thoughts of Bostock's could possibly affect him in any way. "All right," said Raven. "I'll go up. Shall you be coming up presently?" "Certainly," said Mrs. Boringer. "I shall be coming up directly." This was a decided hint to Bostock, but it had no perceptible effect upon him, for he still sat there motionless, looking at Raven. Raven opened the door leading into the private rooms of the house, but as he turned the handle he looked back. "I've been having one of those headaches again," he said, with a laugh that was partly apologetic. Mrs. Boringer looked disapproval and spoke it. "You young men," she said, "you young men, you are all alike." "No, indeed," Raven protested eagerly, and he glanced civilly at Bostock, as if willing to include him in the conversation as he was present. "We are not all alike, are we, Mr. Bostock?" "I really don't know," Bostock answered gravely. "I know so little of young men about town." "No, really, Mrs. Boringer," Raven went on, "but I was a bit late the other night. A sort of supper I had to give to fellows who heard the news, about the money, you know, and who were pleased about it, or who said they were pleased about it, which comes to much the same thing in London life, and we did keep it up a little. Oh, the mildest of rackets, but still a bit of a beastly headache the next morning." "Well," said Mrs. Boringer, "what do you want me to do?" Raven laughed. "You know. Can't you fix me up something as you did before, you know? I don't believe in doctors, not a cent, but you know all about these sort of things, and might give me a powder or a draught or something that would fix me up to rights?" Mrs. Boringer's stern expression relaxed, as it always did after John Raven had talked to her. "Very well," she said. "I'll see what can be done. Run upstairs and I'll find something for you." Raven laughed again, nodded good-humouredly to Bostock, and passed out of the shop into the family mansion, as he called the rest of the building. When the door closed upon him, Mrs. Boringer again turned to Bostock. "By the way, Mr. Bostock," she said, You haven't yet told me what you want of me." "I beg your pardon," Bostock replied. "I was so interested in your conversation that I let my purpose slip for the moment. Well, I came on something of the same errand as Captain Raven." Mrs. Boringer glanced up at him in some surprise. "Do you suffer from headaches much? Do you keep it up, as he calls it?" Bostock shook his head. "No, indeed, that is not at all my line. Where would my wrist and eye be for fencing in the morning if I kept it up at night? No, no, Mrs. Boringer, it's not that." He paused again, paused for such a decided interval that Mrs. Boringer found herself compelled to jog his memory by inquiring somewhat sharply, "What is it, then?" "Well, the fact is," said Bostock, "that of late I have been suffering a great deal from sleeplessness. It's not pleasant, Mrs. Boringer, to lie awake at night, hour after hour, hearing the clock strike again and again." "No, it's not at all pleasant," Mrs. Boringer agreed. "I've been like that lately," Bostock continued, "unable to sleep, lying away all night or nearly all night, and seeing things, faces, and shapes coming out of the darkness." "Dear me, that's very unpleasant," Mrs. Boringer said. While she had been listening to Bostock, she had been mixing one or two powders together from different receptacles, powders which she carefully weighed and proportioned before she mixed them. She put them into a little square of white paper, folded the square of white paper up, put it into an envelope, and took up a pen. "That is very unpleasant indeed," she went on as she began to write. "How long has this been going on?" Bostock, watching her, could easily read what she was writing. She wrote the name of Captain Raven and after it the words, "To be taken in a wineglass of wine or water during dinner." "For some little time," Bostock answered. "I suppose I am out of sorts, nerves a little upset or something. I am like Captain Raven, I am not a doctor's man. But Lady Scardale spoke so warmly about your skill that I thought perhaps you might be able to do something for me." Mrs. Boringer did not like Mr. Bostock, but she had a professional sympathy for all persons requiring medical aid, and a natural sympathy for all persons in trouble. Moreover, for human nature at its best is weak, she was always flattered at being appealed to for the aid of those healing herbs in which she so devoutly believed. "Well," she said, "I dare say I could mix you something that would certainly soothe you and certainly do you no harm." "It would be very kind of you," Bostock murmured. "Not at all, not at all," said Mrs. Boringer. "If you'll wait a moment I'll just go upstairs and refer to my big book." This big book was a huge manuscript volume in which Mrs. Boringer entered methodically the sum of all her knowledge. It was really a very remarkable storehouse of information. "I am in no hurry," said Bostock politely. "I will wait if you will allow." "I shan't be 5 minutes," Mrs. Boringer answered, and she hurried out of the room and up the stairs. She was gone more than 5 minutes, however, but when she came back, Bostock was still sitting there, slowly turning over the leaves of the old herbal and studying the pictures with the greatest care. Mrs. Boringer handed Bostock a small package. "If you take one of those powders in water just before going to bed, I think you will find that it has a soothing effect," she said. Bostock thanked her. He got up,
put the package into the breast pocket of his frock coat, shook hands with Mrs. Borgia, and passed out of the shop. He must have been very anxious for a sleeping draught, for there was an unwonted look of pleasure in his face as he stepped into the street. He turned to his left and walked a little way, thoughtfully. At the corner of the street there was a public house, and against the door of the public house a man was leaning. The man was dressed in a seafaring fashion, and looked like a sailor. The skin of his hands was very brown, and so was the skin of his face, though that was cast into deep shadow by the hat which was tilted forward over his eyes. Bostock did not notice the man. He was too much occupied with his own thoughts, which appeared to be agreeable. But the man noticed Bostock carefully. Under the brim of the tilted hat a pair of keen brown eyes scrutinized his face, his figure, his bearing. The keen brown eyes followed him as he walked slowly down along by the pleasant hospital gardens, filled just then with young men playing cricket. So long as Bostock was in sight, the keen brown eyes followed him. When he was out of sight, the seafaring man shook himself free from the door-post against which he was resting, and turning walked back in the direction from which Bostock had just come. He walked very slowly, so that it took him some seconds to reach the door of the herbalist's shop. During those few seconds, and while making those few paces, he was evidently thinking profoundly over some problem which puzzled him considerably. His hat, which was tilted back, now revealed a face browned and bronzed to a deep rich copper colour by long exposure to wild winds, by long soaking in tropic suns. He was a man of middle height, sparely but very strongly made, a man evidently of great strength, a man who could use every ounce of strength to its best possible advantage. It was not a handsome face, but it was a very manly face, and its 50 years were not inscribed in deep furrows on its surface. At the door of the herbalist's shop he paused and looked in. The door was a half-glass door, and the sailor could see inside. Mrs. Borgia was still in the shop. She was moving about, putting one thing or another into order. The sailor turned the handle, pushed the door open, and entered the shop. At the sound of the opening door, Mrs. Borgia turned around sharply, but the moment that she saw who the intruder was, her features relaxed into a delighted smile. She came forward with both hands extended, took both the brown hands of the man in hers, and said, "Welcome, Hiram, welcome. When did you come back?" End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 23. Hiram. Captain Raven had been going through a somewhat curious experience. He had been urging a girl who had cared for him when he was poor that it was still her duty to go on caring for him now that he was rich, or to speak more literally, now that he had every prospect of being rich. Lydia Boringer was very much in love with Captain Raven. The baby girl had regarded the handsome, dashing stripling as a sort of demi-god, and when after an interval of years the handsome stripling again came in her way,
this time as a retired officer who had seen many things and lived many lives, the woman gave the man the admiration which the girl had given to the boy. But Lydia's love for Jack Raven was neither unreasonable nor unreasoning. She was naturally a very clever girl. Thanks to her mother's care and Lady Scardale's college, she was a very well-educated girl, and in everything but birth, in beauty and in breeding, she was more than worthy of an alliance with the noble house of Wallington. Raven had promptly fallen in love with her, fallen really, seriously, and sincerely in love with her. He told her so after a while, told her what manner of man he had been, what manner of man he hoped to be, and would try to be if she would only help him by becoming his wife. He suggested going to America and starting fair there. Lydia did not decide as to the American scheme, but she decided that she loved Jack Raven and that she would be his wife. Mrs. Boringer, on being told of this scheme, approved, upon due reflection, of the marriage. She knew that in the eyes of the world her daughter was not a match for John Raven, but she knew also that Raven and his family had little to say to each other, and she knew that Jack Raven had a good heart for all his waywardness. She had no great objection even to the American scheme, if it were at all advisable. One part of the world was much the same as another, she said, a saying she had learned from Hiram. And so, in a tacit manner, Raven's engagement to Lydia was agreed upon. Nothing was said publicly. Mrs. Boringer insisted that nothing must be regarded as settled until Lydia was 18 years old, which she would be in the end of the year. But Raven was allowed to come and see Lydia occasionally, and he was very happy. Lydia, too, was happy. She had all the calm and the strength of her mother's character, with a beauty of face and form such as Susan Gamel had never boasted. It was a beauty of the dark type, of that almost Spanish strain which is sometimes found in parts of England. It was said that a Boringer long back had married a gypsy woman, and it seemed as if some of the characteristics of the gypsy had come out in Lydia. Her deep dark eyes had read her lover's character to the core, and had assured her that, however wild and wayward he might have been, he was to be relied upon when he told her that he loved her. She was conscious dimly that she was in many ways superior as a woman to what he was as a man. She was educated where he was dreadfully ill-educated. She had powers of reasoning, powers of thought, which destiny had wholly denied to Captain Jackdaw. But she loved him, and she loved that she could trust him, and that was enough for her. When the news of the murder of Seth Chickering came, and all the revelations that lay in the pocket-book, Lydia felt a pang. When Raven came over, wild with delight to tell her the good news, he found that the news did not by any means exhilarate her. She pointed out to him in their first interview after the event, with the sweet gravity which was one of her greatest charms, that this unexpected fortune had altogether altered the position of things. It was all very well for Raven to marry Lydia Boringer when Raven was a hard-up man working for his living, and Lydia was a girl with a little money of her own, who would make an excellent wife. She admitted so much, for a working man, but it was very different now that her lover was about to become a very wealthy man, able to return to the great world which he had so cheerfully discarded, able to play his part in the great game of the world with more opportunities than a Wallington ever had before. Raven thanked her for her thoughtfulness, but absolutely declined to entertain her suggestion. "My dear girl," he said, "I was in love with you when I hadn't a penny, and you were good enough to say that you cared for me. It wouldn't be at all the square game to go back upon me now, just because I happen to have come in for a small slice of luck." And when Lydia still persisted, he said at last, "Look here, do you mean that you don't love me after all? If you really mean that, and will say it honestly, why, of course I shan't worry you any more. But if it's simply this blessed oof that lies between us, I solemnly swear that if you mean that, I shall chuck the whole lot away, give it to some blessed society or other." And as Lydia could not honestly say that she did not love John Raven, and as John Raven obviously meant what he said, she gave way very gladly, and things went on as they had been going on before. On this particular day, Raven was feeling especially happy. While Mrs. Borringer had been occupied below stairs with Bostock, he had been talking eagerly to Lydia of all the wonderful things that they were to do when they were married. Lydia had never travelled, and John Raven, as became the secretary and organizer of the Voyagers' Club, had travelled a good deal, and he liked immensely to describe famous foreign places to Lydia, and to picture to himself the pleasure he would have in showing them to the girl. She listened to him with the attention that Desdemona accorded to Othello, and between them they enjoyed their visionary wanderings immensely. "By Jove, Lydia," Raven was saying, at the close of some glowing description of the beauty of Cairo, "I didn't think there was much chance of you and me seeing Cairo together. But now, thank goodness, we can see it and any other place we like on the surface of the little old world, and see it in style, too. Good business." Raven leaned back and smiled at Lydia, who smiled back at him. Suddenly Raven's face grew grave. He leaned forward again and said slowly, "By Jove, I'm a tremendously lucky fellow. I wonder if anyone is envying me my luck very badly." At that moment the door opened and Mrs. Borringer came in. She was followed by a bright-eyed, brown-skinned man in a seafaring garb, at the sight of whom Lydia jumped up from her chair and flung her arms around the newcomer's neck, crying, "Oh, Uncle Hiram!" Raven had never seen Hiram Borringer before, though he had heard a great deal about him from mother and daughter. He had been very young when Hiram went to sea, and had not come across him during his last return to England, after the Arctic exploration. He was now introduced to the famous wanderer, who shook his hand very warmly. "You are a fortunate man, sir," said Hiram. "I am indeed," Captain Raven replied. "There is no one in the world like Lydia." "You are right there," said Hiram. It was characteristic of the two men that, different as they were in so many respects, they agreed at least in this, that they both thought Lydia's choice of Raven the fortunate thing, and the mighty inheritance merely came in by the way. Hiram had just come back quite unexpectedly from a voyage of fantasy along the south and west coasts of Africa. Letters had come from him from time to time, dated from wonderful places with wonderful names. Grand Canary, Crewe Coasts, Bonny, Old Calabar, Cameroons, Ellaby, Gaboon, Black Point, Half Jack, Grand Bassam. From such strangely named places his letters came, places suggestive of palms and spices, and mighty forests where the gaudy parrots screamed like mad, and huge man-monkeys swung gibbering from boughs, of the rank luxuriance of jungle vegetation, of glowing fruit and gorgeous flowers, of macaws and alligators and elephants and all manner of barbaric marvels. They were all as familiar to Hiram as the Surrey roads were to Mrs. Boringer, and from his letters they seemed almost as familiar to Lydia as if she had looked upon them herself. As for Raven, though he was secretary of the Voyagers' Club, he was not, as he put it himself graphically, a whale on geography. He knew the places he had been to himself, but travels had not taken him to the west and southwest coasts of Africa. So he had listened to the reading of Hiram's letters as they came with much profit. Now Raven had met Hiram, and looking at Hiram, Raven liked him. There was about him that curious air of self-reliance which only men get who have beaten about the world by themselves for great gaps of time. He at once invited confidence and trust from men whose trust and whose confidence were worth having. They all talked together for a little while, then Raven rose to go. He had to be getting back to the club, to whose well-being and efficiency he was, creditably for him, as much devoted now, when he was the prospective heir to thousands, as he had been before when he depended upon the salary the club paid him for his means of existence. Mrs. Boringer handed Raven a small envelope neatly folded and neatly addressed to himself. "That ought to do those headaches good," she said, with a smile that was half reproving. "But the best plan is to avoid all occasion for such headaches." Raven laughed apologetically again, and put the envelope into his pocket with many expressions of gratitude. To his surprise, Hiram Boringer, who had risen when he rose, now announced his intention of coming out with him. "I want a blow in the open," the hardy mariner expressed himself, "and I shall be glad to have a stroll with you, seeing that you may be looked upon as one of the family." Naturally, Raven expressed himself as delighted at the opportunity of making Hiram's closer acquaintance. But he wondered mentally if the skimmer of the seas was about to administer any kind of moral lecture to him, or to advise him generally on his future conduct. They said good-bye. Hiram promised to be back very soon, for as Mrs. Boringer observed, the worst of Hiram was that if you once lost sight of him, there was no knowing when you might catch sight of him again. One might hear of him next from Peking or Peru, or some such outlandish place. When they got outside, Hiram suggested that they should get into the vicinity of the river. Raven naturally agreeing, the pair went their way through Tite Street, and crossing the embankment, leaned upon the wall and looked down upon the glancing river. Hiram had talked pleasantly upon the way, the talk of a man who is a citizen of the world, a man to whom Tite Street or Hermes Street or Canal Street, New Orleans, is all one. But of the lecture that Raven vaguely dreaded, of the counsel that Raven vaguely resented, not a syllable. It was very pretty on the Embankment that Raven was not in such a hurry to get back to the Voyagers' Club that he could not enjoy the tranquil charm of the scene. Boats with big red sails, sails as red as blood, floated slowly with the slight wind. Huge barges, worked by one single strenuous figure playing with a mighty oar, like some realization of Charon, drifted sluggishly with the stream. Now and then a crowded steamboat scurried by, and now a shrieking steam launch, and occasionally a pleasure skiff swept past, impelled by steady oars and ready arms. Raven had accepted a cigar from Hiram, a cigar which he found excellent and liked, and he was content enough to lean for a little upon the parapet and talk to Hiram and think of Lydia. Suddenly Hiram spoke. "Are those headaches of yours mighty troublesome?" he inquired, fixing his bright brown eyes upon Raven's face. Raven was a man of the world, but he felt, with irritation, that he was colouring under Hiram's gaze. "There is this confounded lecture at last," he said to himself. Then, returning Hiram's gaze, he answered, "Well, no, not very troublesome. I don't get them very often. I don't give them the chance, if that's what you mean." "No," said Hiram slowly. "No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is this. When you have a headache, do you always take some of that stuff which Susan gave you just now?" Raven laughed a little consciously and shook his head. "To tell the truth," he said, "I'm sorry to say that I don't. I don't think I believe much in that sort of thing. It is only doctors in another form, and I think the more a fellow keeps himself clear of doctors, the better for him." Hiram nodded. The sentiment was one which met with his entire approval. Captain Raven went on, encouraged. "The fact is, it pleases Mrs. Borgia to have an interest shown in her studies and herbs and all that, and one day, when I had a headache, she gave me something which she said would settle it all right. Well, I didn't take it. I never do take things. But when she asked me how it had worked, I hadn't the courage to tell her I had forgotten it, so I said, 'Capitally.' And today I asked her again for some of the stuff, because I thought it would please her. Very wrong of me, no doubt," Raven added penitently, "but I like to please Mrs. Borgia." Hiram nodded again, approvingly. Then he spoke. "That being so, I suppose you won't mind doing me a favor?" "Surely not," Raven answered, wondering a little at the inappropriateness of the remark. "I shall be more than delighted if I can in any way oblige you." "You can oblige me very much," said Hiram, "by giving me that powder or whatever it was which Susan gave you just now." Raven stared at him in blank surprise. Was the excellent Hiram going off his head? But the excellent Hiram seemed as grave and sane as a man could be. "Oh, of course, with pleasure," Raven said, and he took the envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Hiram. "Now, look here," said Hiram, "I mean to keep this, if it's all the same to you." Raven was utterly mystified. He could not imagine why Hiram wanted to annex the powder after this fashion, but he muttered, "Oh, certainly." "Good," said Hiram. "And furthermore, if it's all the same to you, I should feel very much obliged if you didn't say anything about the matter to Susan, to Mrs. Borgia. If she asks you, you can say you are better. Anything you like, but don't tell her about my asking for it. I may have good reasons, and I may not have good reasons, but I have reasons such as they are, and I should consider it as a personal favor if you were to humor me." "May I ask—" Raven began, but Hiram promptly interrupted him. "No," he said, "that is exactly what you may not do. You may not ask. You must take me and my request on trust, as it were. Come, is it agreed?" Raven, reflecting in his mind that Hiram Boringer was one of the most extraordinary human beings it had ever been his lot to meet, but reflecting also that as he had not proposed seriously to experiment upon himself with Mrs. Boringer's remedies, nodded acquiescence. "By all means, if you wish it," he said. "Come," said Hiram, "that's good. We shall be friends, you and I. And now, if you don't mind, I will wish you good evening. They see you pretty often up at the shop, I expect?" "Yes," Raven answered, "I go there pretty often. But I trust we shall meet often at the club?" "The club?" Hiram seemed puzzled for a moment, but when Raven prompted with the words, "The Voyagers' Club," his countenance cleared again. "I am not much of a club man," Hiram explained, "but I will turn in there one night. You are there most nights, I expect?" "Yes, almost always," Raven answered. Then Hiram extended his hand as if to signify that it was necessary that the interview should close. Raven took it, received a tremendous grip, and Hiram Boringer, leaving him, proceeded slowly back along Tite Street. Raven looked after him for a moment. "Very remarkable man, our seafaring friend," he said to himself. "Very remarkable indeed. I wonder why he wanted that powder so particularly. Well, he seems a good sort, and he seems to approve of me on the whole, so that's all right." After this philosophical reflection, Captain Raven looked about him, and espying a passing hansom hailed it, and was soon whirling along towards the Voyagers' Club, with his head full of love and Lydia. Meanwhile, Hiram Boringer walked slowly along Tite Street, immersed in thought. His thoughts took the form of wandering in a great variety of cities and scanning a great variety of faces that his memory was busy in calling up from the past. In the course of his adventurous life he had been in far more cities and known far more men than ever heroic Odysseus had done. It was his boast, too, and a true one, that he never forgot a face, but on this occasion, though he was certain about a face, he could not positively place it, could not call up the companion faces that would enable him to localize it. His mind was literally taking a tour of the round world at this moment. San Francisco, Port Said, Brisbane, Nagasaki, New Orleans, Fez, Gibraltar, Chantnagore, Dublin, Zanzibar, Leith, rose up in turn before him, only to be dismissed as they rose. As he reached the top of the street, an Italian blind in a window brought Italy into his mind, and with it the very place that he wanted. "Naples," he said, and he repeated it aloud. "Naples, that's the very place, and that's the very man." And he slapped his hands together in satisfaction. There was a hansom cab standing at the corner of Tite Street. Hiram hailed it, and getting in told the man to drive to Bond Street, to the address of a certain noted chemist. All the way along he kept thinking of Naples and of certain events there. When he got to his destination he got out and entered the shop. Taking the envelope which Raven had given him out of his pocket, he handed it to the man who came forward to attend to him. "I want you to tell me what this is," he said. End of chapter 23. End of the second volume. Chapter 24 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 24. An Interview. Mr. Hiram Boringer was perplexed. It was not often that the weather-worn mariner found himself at fault, but just now he confessed to himself that he was puzzled. He thought that he had seen a certain thing done, he thought that he recognized a certain face, but he could not be absolutely sure of the one, and he could not put a name to the other. When he returned to the herb shop on the evening of his meeting with Raven, he was still meditative. He sat by Mrs. Boringer's fireplace, smoking, a privilege always accorded to Hiram, and as he smoked he thought and thought deeply. Presently, after what he would have called a long trick of silence, he turned his mahogany-hued face towards Mrs. Boringer and put some of his thoughts into words. "Susan," he asked, "who was the man who left your shop this afternoon just before I came to it?" Mrs. Boringer paused in her occupation of sticking specimens of plants into an elaborate hortus siccus and reflected. For the moment she could not recollect that anyone in particular had come in. Hiram jogged her memory. "A tall, dark man, with dead-looking eyes," he suggested. The words brought up the man to Mrs. Boringer's mind. "Why, that was Mr. Bostock," she said. "Mr. Bostock," Hiram repeated after her thoughtfully. The name brought no familiar suggestion to his mind. Mr. Bostock, and who may Mr. Bostock be? Lydia now saw her opportunity and stepped into the conversation. "Mr. Bostock, uncle, is the fencing master at Lady Scardale's college. He teaches me fencing." "Does he, though?" said Hiram, looking at his pretty niece admiringly. "I should like to see you at it, my dear." "Why, so you can, uncle, any day you please. If you only let me know, I'll tell Lady Scardale. There is a fencing lesson every day." "And of course you'll go and see Lady Scardale anyhow, Hiram," said Mrs. Boringer. "So you can do the two things at once if you like." She knew that Hiram was not a man who was readily induced to pay visits even to such friends as Lady Scardale. "Quite so," said Hiram, "quite so." Then his mind went back to the original problem. He blew a great cloud of smoke out in front of him, watched it vanish in feathery films up the wall, and then, looking at Lydia this time, he asked, "What sort of man may this Bostock happen to be?" It was Lydia whom he addressed, but it was Mrs. Boringer who answered. "For my part," she said, "I don't like him at all." Hiram smiled slightly. He knew Mrs. Boringer's decided opinions. But he still looked at Lydia, and still interrogated her. "What do you think of Mr. Bostock, Lydia, my dear?" Lydia hesitated. "I think he is a very good fencer," she said after a pause. Yes, persisted Hiram, But apart from his fencing, which is his business in life, and that he does that business well is, so far, a good mark for him, what sort of man is he?" "Really, uncle," said Lydia, "I hardly know. I think I am inclined to agree with mother." "He's not sweet on you, I hope?" Hiram asked. Lydia laughed. "No, indeed. I think Mr. Bostock has given what he is pleased to call his heart elsewhere." "Where, child?" Mrs. Boringer asked. "Well," said Lydia, "of course I don't know, but I think, from the way in which he sometimes looks at Fidelia—" "Who is Fidelia?" interrupted Hiram. "Fidelia is Fidelia Locke, a great friend of Lady Scardail's, and one of our principals," Lydia answered. Hiram mused for a while. "Does this Mr. Bostock," he asked at last, "does he live at the college?" Lydia shook her head. "Oh no, uncle, of course not. He lives in Bolingbroke Gardens, Battersea." 13Q Bolingbroke Gardens, added Mrs. Boringer, who loved accuracy even in small details. "Oh, indeed," said Hiram. Then he relapsed into silence again, after which he began to talk of other things, of some recent experiences in his travels, of a wonderful talking parrot he had seen in a saloon at Lago. He chatted away for half an hour. Then he shook out his pipe and said he thought he'd be going home. "So early," said Mrs. Boringer in surprise, but Hiram answered that he was sleepy, that he was tired, that he had had a long day, and was curious to feel himself aped on dry land again. "Where are you staying?" Mrs. Boringer asked, a question she had quite forgotten to put before. Hiram's comings and goings were always so sudden and unexpected that they knocked her sober workaday habits of thought to pieces. "I'm quite handy, Susan," Hiram answered. "I've put up at the Cadogan Hotel in Sloane Street. You could almost call me if you wanted me, and like as not I'll come around in the morning for breakfast." He kissed the two women and went downstairs. Lydia followed him and let him out. As he stood in the doorway he patted her on the cheek. "I like your young man," he said cordially, "and as far as I can see everything promises a favorable voyage. Susan tells me he's going to be very rich." "Yes, uncle, dreadfully rich. I'm so sorry." "Don't say that, lass," Hiram urged. "Money has its uses as well as its abuses, and if it comes to that, you shouldn't have wanted for a little yourself if your young man hadn't a penny. Good night, my dear." Hiram stepped out into the darkness, waved his hand to Lydia, and sheered briskly off. Lydia looked after him for a moment, and then closed the door and went upstairs to her mother. "I think your uncle has something on his mind," Mrs. Boringer said to Lydia as the girl came back into the room. Mrs. Boringer was quite right. Hiram had something on his mind, and if she could have seen him now, his conduct would have much bewildered her, for instead of steering direct for Sloane Street and the Cadogan Hotel, he went straight forward till he came to the first turning on the right, which led him to Bolingbroke Gardens. Bolingbroke Gardens is a big barrack-like sort of place, let out into innumerable little flats, some of which are very comfortable, all of which are more or less cheap. There were a great many doors leading to different sets of flats. After a little hunting, Hiram discovered the particular door which opened on the common stair conducting to flat 13Q. Hiram ascended the stairs steadily, like a man who is resolved upon his course. He had a good many stairs to ascend, for number 13Q was at the very top of the house. But he found it at last, a small, narrow door, with a small, narrow knocker, and 13Q painted upon it in small, narrow letters. Hiram lifted the small knocker and knocked sharply. Immediately he heard sounds of feet inside, and the door was opened by Bostock himself. Bostock looked with some surprise at the unfamiliar face, dimly revealed to him by the small point of light in the lamp that served for illumination to the small hall or landing. Hiram peered with much curiosity into Bostock's face. "Mr. Bostock, I believe," he said. "That is my name," Bostock answered, still standing in the doorway and bearing ingress with his body. "Oh, no, it isn't," Hiram said to himself. What he said aloud for Bostock to hear was, "Can you spare me a few minutes' private conversation? I have something important to say to you." Did the wretched lamp flicker, or did Bostock's face change a little? Hiram could not be sure. The voice was certainly unchanged from its habitual composure, as Bostock said, "By all means, come in." As he spoke, he drew the door back and motioned to his visitor to enter. Hiram passed by him into a little room, poorly furnished, which served for Bostock's sitting-room. The fencing-master lived here quite by himself in a small flat of 3 rooms. He did any cooking he needed for himself, and the place was kept clean by an attendant harpy in the form of an elderly charwoman who filled the same kind offices for other persons whose way of life was as simple or as limited as that of Bostock. Bostock motioned Hiram to a chair. He did not seem to be in the least surprised by the unexpected visit or the lateness of the hour. If Hiram had been a looked-for and welcome guest, Bostock could not have seemed less surprised at his presence. Hiram, sitting down, glanced around the room quickly, noted its meagre furniture, noted a few fencing plates upon the wall, noted a few books in the hanging bookcase, noted the complete absence of any attempt at decoration, at ornament of any kind. Bostock, standing, rested his hand on the table and looked at him. Hiram was used to the scrutiny of human eyes, but the impassive composure of that gaze puzzled and slightly irritated him. Bostock spoke first. "To what," he asked with grave formality, "do I owe the honor of this visit?" Hiram rested the palms of both hands on his knees, and leaning forward, looked Bostock full in the face. "Haven't we met before, messmate?" he asked. "It is quite possible," Bostock answered coldly. "I do not recollect. I have met many people." "I never forget faces," said Hiram, "though I sometimes forget names. Didn't I come across you once in Naples?" "I have been in Naples, certainly," said Bostock, still without the least trace of interest in his voice. "I was at Naples some years ago in the pursuit of my profession. There is good fencing to be found in Naples." "There are many things to be found in Naples," said Hiram. Then he paused as if reflecting what he should say next. Bostock took advantage of the pause and said, "Very likely, but I do not see what this has got to do with me." "Softly, messmate, softly," said Hiram, waving a lean, strong mahogany hand at him, a hand whose wrist was adorned with a kind of chain of shaped curves tattooed in blue. "I am coming to that all in good time." "Pray do not hurry yourself," Bostock said politely, but with just a suggestion of increased animation in his dark eyes. He shifted his attitude so as to lean on a little table which stood against the wall, and with his left hand he very quietly drew the drawer slightly open. "Do you remember a sort of dancing shop and drinking shop at Naples, down by the bay in the worst part of the town? A place with a coarse sign of a wine bottle and some lingo in praise of wine and women scrawled under it?" "No," said Bostock, "I do not remember any such place. My business in Naples took me into no such haunts." His hand had now slipped into the drawer, and the fingers were closing over something inside the drawer. "Didn't they, indeed?" said Hiram. "Perhaps not, perhaps not. Did you ever happen to have a brother with another name than Bostock? No, don't move or I'll shoot you where you stand." And Hiram, lifting his hand from his pocket, levelled a revolver at Bostock. Bostock remained motionless. He spoke without a trace of excitement. "My good sir," he said, "if you are not a madman, I cannot conceive what you mean by asking me these extraordinary questions and making these extraordinary threats. Do you want to rob me? You can see that I am not worth robbing. Do you want to blackmail me? You will not succeed. I have nothing that I want to conceal." Hiram whistled. "You are a cool hand," he said, "but I thought perhaps you were feeling in that drawer for the knife you used so well that night." Bostock shrugged his shoulders. "What night?" he asked. "I don't know what you are talking about." "I mean," said Hiram, "a night some 5 or 6 years ago. I was in the drinking shop, so were you or your own brother for likeness. There was a row because one of the girls there liked a Swedish sailor better than you, and drank out of his glass and wouldn't drink out of yours. There was a row between some sailors, and there was a shindy, and the lights were put out, and when the lights were lit again the Scandinavian sailor had a knife in his neck and you had vanished. And I'll swear you flung that knife from the corner where you stood, for I struck a match in the darkness and saw your face and your hand lifted and heard the man groan." Bostock laughed slightly. "This is almost too ridiculous," he said. "Who and what are you, to come here and talk this nonsense? What have your drunken escapades to do with me?" "Just this," said Hiram coolly, "that we know a man by his manners, and yours were very disagreeable manners then, and I don't believe they've mended much since. What were you doing in Mrs. Bornge's shop this afternoon?" "I don't admit your right to question me," Bostock answered, "but the answer is so easy it is not worth while not to give it. I was in Mrs. Bornge's shop this afternoon asking from her skill for some kind of sleeping draught." "Quite so," said Hiram. He now withdrew his left hand from the pocket where it lay, and drew out a small white package with some writing on it. "Is that the sleeping draught?" He held the package out across the table. Bostock leaned quietly forward and looked at it. "I do not see how that could possibly be anything intended for me," he said. "I perceive that it is addressed to Captain Raven." "So it is, right again." Hiram drew back his hand and dropped the package into his pocket again. "That is addressed to Captain Raven, and was intended to reach its address." Bostock shrugged his shoulders. "I presume so. What has this to do with me?" He was leaning back against the table again, but now both his hands hung freely at his sides. "I suppose you don't know what is in that packet?" Hiram asked, watching Bostock's face closely as he spoke. But watch as closely as he might, he could detect no shade of change in Bostock's face. "How should I know what is in that packet?" Bostock asked, with the least suggestion of irritation in his voice. "I am not endowed with the gift of second sight." "First sight is good enough for me," Hiram answered sharply. "When you were in Mrs. Borringer's shop this afternoon, I came up and saw you through the window, handling that packet. I thought I knew your face, and I guessed you were up to no good. Now I find that this packet, which was intended to convey a harmless medicament, does in reality contain a very violent poison." "What is the meaning of all this?" Bostock asked, when Hiram stopped speaking. "Do you mean to suggest that I put the violent poison into that packet?" "That is exactly what I do mean to suggest," Hiram said. Bostock burst out laughing, a harsh, cheerless, disagreeable laugh. "You are absurd, quite absurd. Why on earth should I want to send poison to Captain Raven?" "That is just what I don't know, and just what I mean to find out," said Hiram. "Don't you think," said Bostock, "that you are making rather a fool of yourself? That is to say, if all this is not a deliberate plant, which is very possible. If there is poison in that packet, that is Mrs. Borringer's blunder. It is just the sort of mistake a woman would make if she dabbled in medicine, and if I were you I should keep this matter to myself. The law does not look with very favorable eye upon amateur practitioners, especially when they make such a blunder as to substitute a deadly poison for a harmless powder." Hiram's face glowed with anger. "Do you mean to suggest that Mrs. Borringer could make such a mistake as that?" he asked. "I mean to suggest nothing at all," Bostock replied. "You come to me with a packet which you say contains poison. I know that Mrs. Borringer was making up some packet for Captain Raven. I think, too, though I know nothing of herbs and their properties, that I could tell the very drawer from which she took the powder that she used. If she made such an unfortunate blunder as to substitute poison for something really harmless, I am sorry for her, and I should suggest that the sooner she suspended her illegal traffic, the better for her, and certainly the better for fools who trust to her. But I can, at least, congratulate Captain Raven on his escape." Hiram was nonplussed. He had certainly seen Bostock, as he thought, handling the packet. But Bostock's answer was very ingenious, and Hiram knew well how readily people would accept the suggestion of a herbalist's blunder. He glanced down on the ground for a moment in perplexity. In that moment Bostock had slipped his hand into the open drawer and taken out a revolver, which he pointed at Hiram. "Now," he said, "it is my turn to dictate." Hiram looked at the levelled weapon and made no effort to move or to raise his hand. "I have not the least desire to shoot you," said Bostock, "but I have every desire to defend my life, and every desire to be quit of your company. so you will oblige me very much by taking yourself off, and also by not honoring me with any further visits." Hiram got up and slipped his own pistol into his pocket. "You are a smart man, Mr. Bostock," he said. "Maybe a trifle too smart. We shall see." Bostock yawned. "I wish you would go away," he said wearily. "Your little plot has failed, and you naturally feel annoyed. Good evening." Hiram went to the door and opened it. Then he turned around and faced Bostock. "You shall hear from me again." "I hope not," Bostock answered. "Good night." He turned away indifferently, and Hiram, passing out, opened the flat door and, drawing it angrily after him, descended the stairs. He could not help feeling that he had made rather a muddle of the business, and feeling so he felt angry with himself. Bostock's absolute composure bewildered him. He had certainly seen the man, as he thought, holding the packet in his hands, refolding it, as it seemed to him. That in itself would not have surprised him if he had not, in the one swift glance he gave into the shop, which he had approached softly, and stooping in the hope of seeing Mrs. Boringer inside and surprising her, felt convinced that he recognized the man's face as one familiar to him in some former villainy. His suspicions had led him to test the contents of the packet, and had shown that they were poisonous, but was it possible, after all, that Mrs. Boringer could have blundered? Susan, of all women in the world! No, it was not possible, but at the same time it was practically impossible to bring the business home to Bostock, and he felt that in acting as he had done he had gone too far, and had put a wary and dangerous antagonist on his guard. It was in no very contented frame of mind, therefore, that Hiram emerged from the main door of the buildings in which Bostock's flat was situated. It was in no very contented frame of mind that he proceeded to walk slowly in the direction of Sloane Street. The question was what he ought to do next. He would keep his eye on Bostock, he promised himself, as far as lay in his power, but he could not make up his mind whether he ought to warn people against him or not. Probably the warning would be believed, but at the same time Bostock's answer was a ready and possible explanation, and one which, if anybody accepted it, would certainly cause Susan Boringer much pain. So Hiram drifted along the street with his hands in his pockets, woefully puzzled. But Bostock, left alone in his little meagre room, stood still after Hiram had left him, counting Hiram's footsteps going down the stairs. The look of indifference which his face had worn during that interview fell away from him like a mask, and now he was all eagerness, all intensity, all alertness. All sorts of schemes flashed through his mind, to be dismissed as quickly as they arose. Suddenly he seemed to decide upon something, and turned to go into his bedroom. As he did so, he noticed that he was still holding the revolver in his hand. He laughed again, the same cheerless laugh that had grated upon Hiram's ears. "Confound those things!" he muttered, as he put it back into the drawer from which he had taken it. "If they were only noiseless!" Then he went into his bedroom and took from the wardrobe a dingy grey overcoat. He put the coat on and a soft felt hat. Then he went to his front door, opened it cautiously, and looked out. All was quiet. He slipped out onto the landing and drew his door softly behind him. Then he went very quietly down the stairs. At the last landing but one, he paused for a moment in the darkness. A clock began to strike loudly. At the last stroke, the figure of Bostock slipped out of the main doorway of the building and moved swiftly in the direction that Hiram Boringer had taken. Hiram was about to enter his hotel when he felt himself touched on the shoulder. Looking around, he saw to his surprise that Bostock was standing by his side. "I beg your pardon," Bostock said, "but there was one thing I forgot to say to you just now." "Well," said Hiram, "what is it?" "Just this. You have made to my face a very grave charge against me. That charge I have answered. If you intend to repeat that charge to other persons, I think it is only right that you should give me warning, that I may at least say to them what I have said to you, and leave them to judge between us." Hiram looked steadily at Bostock, and Bostock looked steadily back at him. "Well," Hiram said, "that seems fair enough. I suspect you, of course." "Because of an imaginary resemblance," Bostock interrupted. "Nothing imaginary about it," Hiram said gravely. "It's just barely possible you may not be the man I saw at Naples, but you are confoundedly like him." "That proves nothing," said Bostock, almost angrily. "I think it is most unfair to bring such a charge against me on such flimsy fantastic grounds. But if you do bring the charge against me, bring it openly as a man should, that I may meet it openly as a man should." He spoke eagerly with a voice full of indignation. Hiram was a little impressed. "Well," he said, "I can say this much. If I want to speak of this to anyone else, I will give you fair warning that I am going to do so." Bostock caught his hand and pressed it warmly. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you. That is all I ask. That you should suspect me grieves me and indeed surprises me, but that I cannot help. Bring your charge against me when you please. I shall not be afraid to meet it. I am quite willing to let Captain Raven judge for himself." "Well," said Hiram, "I have said what I have said. I do suspect you, rightly or wrongly. I shall keep my eye on you, and if I find that my suspicions are justified, look out for yourself. But if I speak to anyone about this, I shall let you know that I am going to do so." "I ask no more," said Bostock, "and I expect no less." He spoke now with a voice that seemed to tremble with pain and indignation. "I do not envy you your suspicious nature and your promptness to form false impressions. You should be a better judge of character than that. Good night." Bostock turned on his heel and walked slowly away in the direction by which he had come. Hiram stood looking after him for a few minutes and whistled softly to himself. "I wonder if I have made a big mistake. I have half a mind to run over to Naples and see if I could find out anything there." Hiram left London that evening, after taking a farewell of Lydia and Susan Boringer. They were so used to his appearances and disappearances that they were not in the least surprised. They took it as a matter of course, and said good-bye to him on his journey to Naples with as much composure as if he had announced his intention of taking an omnibus to Putney. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 25. Fencing Again. Yet a few days and Gerald Aspen was out of danger. Yet a few days more and he would be well enough to see his friends. Fidelia's mind, which at first had centred all its attention on him, had now some freedom to think over her own perplexed condition. At the first news of the attempt made on his life, she had the addition to her own miseries of thinking that the calamity was a judgment upon her because she had persisted in putting off his love merely in the vain purpose of finding out all about her father's death, which now she bitterly regretted having troubled herself to find out. The whole framework of existence seemed out of gear for her. Nothing was certain but uncertainty itself. She was forced to lead a life of deception with the man she loved most on earth, with the woman she loved most on earth. She could not betray Rupert Granton's secret to Gerald Aspen. She little knew that Gerald felt he could not betray it to her. And of course that secret must be for ever locked away from Lady Scardale. She had to put on an appearance of unconcerned and familiar friendliness with Granton, lest Lady Scardale should suspect that anything was wrong. She knew Granton's sole purpose in remaining yet in London, and she dreaded every day some new discovery, some new catastrophe. She dreaded, too, the day when Granton, having made his discovery, would go his outer way and leave Lady Scardale forever. She felt strange uneasy doubts about Bostock. She dreaded to think of him and Gerald Aspen being together and being friends. Yet she did not know how she could put Gerald on his guard against him without suggesting suspicions which she had apparently no right to feel. She felt very much like one who has suddenly come into a world of magic, where strange transformations are often taking place, and where the laws of cause and effect are different altogether from those understood in our planet, and where, reasoning merely from our sort of knowledge, you can never tell what may happen. She sometimes began to think that, unless she found someone to whom she could unburthen her whole mind, the burthen would begin to be too great for the mind and would overwhelm it. It is bad to have to feel like that. That way, she sometimes thought to herself, madness lies. If there was anyone who knew all that she knew, anyone whatever, it would not be so hard with her. The other day Fidelia was forced to be reticent with Lady Scardale because she was timid about the telling of her love for Gerald and Gerald's love for her and their curiously qualified engagement. Now that was all confessed and known, and yet the reticence, the suppression, had to be exercised still. Lady Scardale must never know what she knew. In other words, she must always keep at least one secret from her patroness and her friend. "It is hard on us," Fidelia said. "We want to be honest and frank, and to have no secrets from those we love, and things will not let us be what we want to be." Again there was growing up in her mind this strange feeling about Bostock, this curious suspicion founded on she knew not what. Could she give any hint of that to Lady Scardale? Surely not. Surely she had no right, and could have no right, to interfere with the future of a hard-working young man on a vague, unmeaning suspicion. What in fact was the suspicion? She could not tell, she could not put it into definite words. There was his sudden avowal of love to her. There were his threats, and she had not forgotten the fencing scene and the surprise and distrust expressed by Rupert Granton. Ought she to talk to Granton and tell him of her grave suspectings? Oh no, she could make no confidant of the man who had killed her father. Let there be peace between them. She now knew well enough that her father had not been murdered, but between her father's daughter and the man who even in fair fight had killed her father there must forever be a wall of brass. When Gerald was quite well, when he was quite well, she would tell him, of course, and if he should think her alarms absurd, well, then, of course, she might take it that they were absurd. But in the meantime, as Hamlet says, break my heart, for I must hold my tongue. She was glad one afternoon, when sitting with Lady Scardale in the fencing saloon before the lesson began, she heard the announcement of a visit from Captain Raven. Dearly as Fidelia loved Lady Scardale, she was glad now to have a chance of not being left too much alone with her. Captain Raven entered, superb in a summery suit of grey, with buttoned boots, whereof the upper part was grey and the tops were shiny kid. Captain Raven was a man made to wear good clothes, they became him, and he set them off to advantage. He always amused Lady Scardale. She would not have liked a son or a brother to be just such a man, but she made allowance for Raven, as she knew him to be a gentleman at heart and by nature, and she put up with his emptiness and what she considered his frivolity. "Just been to see Aspen, poor chap," Raven said. "He's getting along all right. Soon will be out, they tell me." "Yes, I am delighted," Lady Scardale said. "You are delighted, Miss Locke, ain't you?" "Oh, yes, Captain Raven, I am delighted." Raven had not the faintest notion of any engagement between Aspen and Fidelia. He only put the question because he liked talking and loved to talk to everyone all around, and would really almost as soon talk to elderly women as to pretty girls. "Hullo, Bostock," he said. "How are you?" For the professor had now entered the hall, apparently about to begin practising with some of his pupils. He had to join the group and take Raven's outstretched hand. Bostock seemed always as eager to abstain from talking as Raven was to talk. "You did that pluckily the other night, Bostock, that little job, eh? Didn't he, Lady Scardale? Didn't he, Miss Locke?" "What little job, Captain Raven?" Bostock asked, with solemn voice and with all unconscious eyes. "Why, of course, that little bit of business on the Embankment. Good man! Capital thing it was for Aspen that you happened to be there just in the nick of time." "I didn't happen to be there. I followed Aspen on purpose because I thought he was in danger." "Right you are." "We all owe Mr. Bostock such a debt of gratitude," Lady Scardale said warmly. She was glad that the poor drudge of the college fencing school should turn out a hero and have praise. "But I say, Bostock," the irrepressible Raven continued, "I should have thought you would hold on to that red-bearded chap. Gad, I think if I were you I should have stuck to him like grim death to an expiring nigger, as they used to say in America long ago." "He stabbed me in the arm, or I should have tried to hold on," Bostock said. "And he was a stronger man than I am." "Well, with such biceps! Anyhow, he has got off, and there's no use in talking about it." "But he will be taken, of course," Lady Scardale said with confidence. "The police will find him." "Oh, the police!" Raven said in unutterable scorn. "Why don't they get Jack the Ripper? Why don't they get anyone?" "I gave them all the help I could," Bostock said. "So you did. Good man again. But say, wasn't it funny your turning up with him each time? Third time you'll get him, see if you don't. Lady Scardale, I bet anything our friend Bostock grabs that red-bearded chap the very next attempt." "What next attempt?" Fidelia asked in some trepidation. "There's sure to be a next attempt, you know. This is some fellow who has an eye to killing off all the heirs he can before the 1st of January. Dare say I shall be next," and Raven laughed a jolly laugh, as if nothing could be more amusing and delightful than the prospect of soon having a murderer attempting one's life. "Oh, Captain Raven!" Fidelia said in alarmed remonstrance. "Yes, but you see, it would all be in due course. First there's—" And then he stopped a little confused, for he remembered about Fidelia's father. "First there's old Seth Chickering, and then there's Gerald Aspin, and I should fancy I ought to be the next man, for I don't suppose the fellow will be ungentlemanly enough to go for you, Miss Locke." "Oh, I don't believe all that theory," Lady Scardale interposed. "I can't believe in such a scheme, in such unspeakable wickedness." "What is your theory, Lady Scardale? What is your theory?" "I haven't any theory, but I don't believe it was the same man, and I don't believe in any plot." "Well, but look here. Here's our friend Bostock who saw the same man each time. You did, Bostock, eh?" "I saw the same man each time," Bostock said slowly. "But you did not see him engaged in any murderous work the first time?" Lady Scardale asked. "No, but he was on the ground not far from the scene of the murder, and he was trying to escape." "At least he was running somewhere," Lady Scardale observed. Lady Scardale had no particular mission to defend the red-bearded man. She was only concerned to make out that there was no deliberate plot to commit a series of murders. For that, she thought, would be crime too bad for even poor fallen humanity to descend to. "Oh, by Jove, I fancy we may take it he was trying to escape. Red Gundy saw him too, and told much the same story as our friend Bostock." "Who really is Red Gundy?" Lady Scardale asked. Fidelia felt the colour rising to her cheeks, and she had an uneasy consciousness that Bostock was watching her closely. "Oh, well, Red Gundy," Raven said, "was one of the chaps who were out in the mines, you know. He was a great pal of my poor brother's." "Indeed," Lady Scardale said with kindling curiosity. "You know something about him, then?" "Very little, Lady Scardale, except that he was a chum of my brother's. Saw him here, time of the murder and the inquest. Nice sort of fellow, I thought. Plenty of talk, plenty of pluck." "Wasn't he suspected at the time of having some share in the murder?" Lady Scardale asked. "He was indeed," Bostock said earnestly. "Very much suspected." "Oh, but come, that's all nonsense, you know," Raven said. "My brother wasn't a very clever fellow, but you may bet anything you like that he never took up with any chap who was capable of committing or planning a murder. No, I'll answer for poor old Percy, and for his sake I'll answer for Red Gundy too. We don't chum on with cut-throats as a rule, we Ravens." "Where is Red Gundy now?" Bostock asked. "Murdered, as like as not," Raven answered coolly. "By your red-headed friend. Dropped into a river somewhere, into the Thames very likely. I hope he isn't, for if he is disposed of I shall be the next one to go for. I think it's too bad, Lady Scardale, to be so desperately hard up for years, and then to come on the very brink of a fortune, and suddenly to be knocked on the head before one has the chance of enjoying it. Hang it all! If the red-headed bogey-man would only give me a year's fling with the money, I should not mind so much." You don't really believe in all that, Captain Raven? Lady Scardale asked. Fidelia was listening with the most intense interest. She felt, she could not tell why, as if the most careless words spoken in that talk might light her soul along the way to some explanation of the terrible mystery that seemed to be darkening around her and some of those whom she loved. "Well, it all looks very like it," Raven replied. "Just let's see if there won't be another attempt on poor Aspin, soon as he gets well, poor chap." Fidelia almost betrayed herself by her start, had very nearly betrayed herself by a scream. "Please, Captain Raven, don't talk like that," Lady Scardale pleaded. "Very well, Lady Scardale. Then perhaps the next attack will be on me. Well, it won't be quite an easy job. I shall be on the lookout, and if I only get that red-haired man within my grip, hanged if I don't see whether the red beard won't come off." Fidelia glanced at Bostock. Was it her fancy, or did the eyes, usually so unexpressive, suddenly emit one gleam of what Thomas Carlyle had called hell-fire? "You think the red beard is a disguise, then?" Lady Scardale asked. "I don't know. That occurred to me among other things. What I should like to know is, where is the chap called Japhet Bland, the one heir who hasn't turned up at all?" Again Fidelia turned her eyes quietly and cautiously on Professor Bostock. He was just then trying the balance of a foil with the manner of one who has withdrawn from the conversation. She determined, on the spur of the moment, to drag him into the conversation again. "Professor Bostock," she said, "you know more about all this than any of us." "Pardon me," he answered. "I have never been in South Africa." "No, I meant about these murders and attempts at murder here in London. You have a theory about this missing Japhet Bland. I read something in the papers about it." "I have a theory," he said composedly. "I have formed it probably with very little to go on, almost nothing, I may say, but still I have a theory." "Do you think this man, Red Gundy, is dead?" Again she studied his face. "No, I don't believe he is dead." "And Mr. Bland? What about him? Do you think he is dead?" "No, I think not. I fancy he will appear in good time." "But why should he have kept in the background so long? It seems unmeaning." "How can one tell, Miss Locke? He may have some good motive." "Yes, I have read in the papers that you have a theory about his acting the part of a kind of watching providence or guardian angel. But if so, has he not been a little late in his guardian angelship?" "Who can tell?" Bostock gloomily answered. "Perhaps he believes that the worst attempt is yet to be made, and that he sees the way to foil it." "How very romantic! Have you any reason for forming this odd theory, Mr. Bostock?" "None. No, none whatever, except the facts and conditions we all know. The man must have some motive for not coming forward to claim his just rights. It would seem only probable that he has a good motive." "Perhaps the chap is away in South Africa," Raven suggested. "No," Bostock answered. "At least, Seth Chickering and the man who called himself Red Gundy did not seem to think so." "Man who called himself Red Gundy? Have you any reason to think that his name was not Red Gundy?" Then, indeed, Fidelia's eyes rested eagerly for a moment on the face of Bostock, and for a moment after on the face of Lady Scardale. "I have no reason," Bostock said slowly, "but it's an odd sort of name, and men in those places don't always, or often, call themselves by their own name. "In those places, Mr. Bostock?" Fidelia asked. "What places?" "Those far-off places." "Do people always call themselves by their own names in places nearer home?" Her eyes met his, and bore in perfect composure his look of doubt, distrust, and wonder. "No, I suppose not," he answered deliberately. "I presume false or feigned names are common everywhere." "Where people have something to conceal?" "Naturally, I suppose so. Where people have something to conceal." "Something bad?" "Not necessarily bad, surely. A man might want to conceal some great and good purpose until the right time came. Until the right time came." Bostock repeated the words as he looked fixedly, inquiringly, into the girl's eyes. "And tell no one of it?" "Yes, and tell no one of it, for the time." Fidelia and Professor Bostock had had many a bout of fencing together openly and before the public. Now they were having a bout of fencing concerning which the lookers-on knew nothing. But each of the fencers understood the game; at least, each quite understood that there was a trial of skill going on. Bostock did not know what it might be of which Fidelia suspected him, but he knew beyond doubt that she suspected him of something, and he knew that a single wrong movement on his part might convert her suspicion into conviction. Fidelia did not really know what solid grounds she had for her suspicions, but it was more and more borne in upon her that the suspicions were a guiding light to a momentous discovery. She therefore watched every glimpse of Bostock's eye, as she would have done if she were engaged in an ordinary fencing match with him. Meanwhile, Lady Scardale and Captain Raven sat and listened, utterly unconscious that anything in particular was going on. Fidelia was gratified by their evident unconsciousness. "I want to fight out this wager of battle for myself," she thought. "I have gone into it uncounselled and unaided. I mean to go through with it uncounselled and unaided too." For a moment, however, she thought there had been fencing enough. It would never do to call the attention of the outer world to the game which had yet to be played out between these two. Suppose she should be quite wrong? Suppose Bostock should be simply what he professed to be, a clever teacher of fencing at a girls' school? Yes, but he had told her that he was not that. He had made love to her and asked her to marry him, and implied, to say the least of it, that he was not seeking her because she was to have money, that he could bring her more money than she could bring to him. Now, on the assumption he was not an actual madman, and she could see no reason for thinking him mad, these assertions warranted her in looking out for some explanation which should give the reason why Professor Bostock kept quiet and lay low. She also wanted to know why Professor Bostock, who was in all the intercourse of daily life a very pattern of propriety, should have threatened her, or those she cared for, with disastrous consequences if she were to refuse to listen to his appeal. Out of all this Fidelia could form but one theory, and that was that Professor Bostock was Japhet Bland. That theory was much enforced by the fact that Bostock himself had announced his belief that Japhet Bland was keeping in the background in order to carry out some benevolent purpose. Now, by her skill of fence, she had just induced him to develop this idea still further, and to explain that he thought Japhet Bland was keeping back in order to be able to counteract at the right moment some scheme more terrible than any that had yet been attempted. Just so, she thought contemptuously, some scheme against me, the only woman in the business, some scheme to carry her off, to kill her perhaps, which he, Bland, was to prevent at the nick of time, and so earn her gratitude. Beyond that degree of suspicion Fidelia did not get. No darker thoughts in connection with the possible Japhet Bland had yet arisen in her mind. "Yes," she said dreamily, "one can understand this man having a beneficent purpose in keeping back. But of course I don't know anything about him, nor do you either, Mr. Bostock." "We have all read that his father was murdered," Bostock said gloomily. "He might want to convict the murderers." "Ah, but that was not the kind of purpose you were supposing." "It might be one purpose, a lesser purpose." "But about the other purpose, would he not tell the object of that purpose what he really meant to do?" She gave an encouraging look to Professor Bostock. "I should think he would like to tell her," Bostock said after a moment's silence. Fidelia's eyes flashed with triumph. Her! To tell her! Who had spoken of a woman? "I don't quite know what you are talking about," Lady Scardale said. "Nor I, by Jove," Raven added. "You have gone clean ahead of me. You are inventing all sorts of theories and explanations about a man whom neither of you ever saw in all your lives." "Professor Bostock and I have the rare gift of imagination," Fidelia said. "By Jove, and so you have," was Raven's comment. "Why, you have been talking on as if this confounded Japhet Bland, or whatever his beastly name is, was the earlier friend of both of you." "Is there really such a man at all?" Lady Scardale asked incredulously. "Oh yes," Fidelia answered with confidence, and she allowed her eyes again to rest upon Bostock. "But Fidelia, my dear, how do you know?" "One gets to know things," Fidelia answered composedly. "And then you remember Mr. Aspen told us that Seth Chickering believed in the existence of this Japhet Bland, and that Mr. Red Gundy believed in it." "I don't think I feel much interest in Mr. Japhet Bland," said Raven with a laugh. "He can't cut down our share of the money very much, Miss Locke, even if he should turn up at the right time. There's enough for him and for us too. But I am a good deal interested in the man with the red beard. I may perhaps have a tussle with him one of these dark nights." "Do you believe in the red-bearded man, Mr. Bostock?" Fidelia said. "Why, surely," he said. "I have seen the man more than once." "No, I did not mean that. Do you believe he is really what he appears to be, or that, as Captain Raven suggests, the beard would come off if a strong man took hold of it?" "I cannot tell," Bostock said sullenly. "I have had no means of knowing. The man always seemed most anxious to disappear." "Well," Fidelia said resignedly, "I suppose we shall know all about it some time. We must wait." "We can wait," Bostock said. "By Jove, we've got to," was the comment of Captain Raven. Then Fidelia said suddenly, "Mr. Bostock, are you inclined to try about with the foils? I don't suppose we can do much good by speculating on Mr. Japhet Bland and the man with the red beard just now." "I shall be only too delighted," Bostock said, and a light gleamed in his eyes as he prepared for the encounter. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 26. Which wins? Raven sat with Lady Scardale and watched the fencing for a few minutes. Fidelia, as we know, was a brilliant fencer, and Raven liked Fidelia, and liked to see her distinguish herself. But he did not stop long. He knew that the moment was fast approaching when Lydia would be leaving the college and going back to Mrs. Boringer's, and that was the moment for which he had been waiting all day. So he presently rose and said he must be off. Fidelia saluted Bostock with her foil and came to say good-bye to Raven. She liked Raven, for she liked Lydia, and she knew well enough that Lydia liked Raven. Reading character quickly, she felt sure from the first that Raven was honestly and sincerely in love with Lydia, and she liked him for it, and in her heart forgave him for the hinted follies of his younger days. He had not changed in the least with the prospect of riches, and for that too she liked him. So she shook him warmly by the hand. After he had gone, Lady Scardale stayed a little while in the room, but she was presently called away to attend to some college business. Then Fidelia, who up to that time had been carrying on her fencing lesson with more of patient determination than of actual interest, gave a sigh of relief and said that she would stop. "You do not seem to give your mind to your fencing to-day," said Bostock gravely. "I was not thinking about fencing, Mr. Bostock," she said. "I knew well you were not." "No, my mind was on something quite different." "May I ask what it was?" He had lowered his foil and was waiting in a respectful, listening attitude. "We have had a little fencing bout to-day already, have we not?" "I suppose so," he said grimly. "Do you not know it? Could you have the least doubt about it?" "No, not the least. You think, Miss Locke, that you have made some great discovery about me?" "Think? No, I don't think. I know it." "Your discovery is—" "As if you didn't know. My discovery is that you are not Professor Bostock." "I told you outright the other day that I was not what I was giving myself out to be," he said. "Yes, but you did not tell me who you were. For all your declarations of love you did not trust me so far as that. You left that to me to find out for myself. Very well, I have found it out, and I owe you no gratitude for confidence. You had better have trusted me in all or not at all, Mr. Bostock. You only aroused my curiosity instead of appealing to my confidence. You don't know much about women, I fancy." "I do not," he answered sullenly. "I have never cared about women. I have only cared for one woman in my life." "Oh, yes, I know. For me, of course," with a contempt which was quite purposely put on. "Yes, you, of course," he answered with suppressed passion. "You, of course. From the first day when I saw you I loved you." "But you could not trust me, Mr. Japhet Bland?" His dark face flushed for a moment as he heard the name. She fixed him with her glittering eyes. Her whole soul was set on bringing him down to her feet, on taming him and mastering him, and making herself possessor of his secret, whatever it might be. "How did you get to think that I am Japhet Bland?" "How? How does one get any right inspiration? Because I suppose it is given to one by some higher power acting for good. I know that you are Japhet Bland. Tell me that you are not, if I dare you."
I am Japhet Bland. I meant to have told you all sooner or later." "If you knew anything at all about women, you would have told me sooner and not later. You have told me nothing. I have guessed it all and dragged it all from you. I have beaten you in this fencing match, Professor Bostock." "You have," he said. "You could beat me at anything. I love you too much. I am your slave. What do you propose to do with me?" "I propose, first of all, to find out all about you." "All about me?" "Yes, what you are playing this part for, why you have taken a wrong name, why you did not come forward and claim your right in this miserable money, what you mean by all this ridiculous masquerade." "First of all, because I love you." "You told me that before. What has your professed love," she got the words out with an extreme effort, "love for me, my professed love? You do believe, you do know it is a real love, and not a professed love." She made another great effort and overmastered herself. "Well, let that be. But supposing that you do, really, love me, what good can you do me by keeping up this stage play business? You will have to come out as Japhet Bland in the end." "Most certainly. I shall come out as Japhet Bland when I am in a position to show that Japhet Bland was justified in all the course he took. I have had a purpose in everything I have done, and one day you will say with all the world that I was right." "Can you tell me the purpose?" she asked composedly. "Oh yes. I can trust you with anything. I started with one great ambition. Fidelia, this at least will appeal to you." "Please don't call me Fidelia," she said with a kind of shudder, which, however, she soon conquered, wanting him to accept her words as words of coquetry rather than of utter aversion. "I will do whatever you tell me to do, Miss Locke," he said humbly, "but it gives me pleasure to speak your name." "Speak it to yourself, then, in private," she answered. "I can't interfere with that. But now tell me what is this ambition which you say will appeal to me?" "Yes, it will appeal to you. It is the ambition for revenge on the murderers of my father." Fidelia started, and a sickly sensation went through her, and she felt for a moment as if she was about to faint, as if the very action of her heart were like to be suspended. Here was her own inspiration given back to her. She had set out to sacrifice everything, her love and her lover and everything else, to this pitiful passion of revenge upon the murderer of her father, and now here is this man whom she is trying to beguile, and whom she believes or at least suspects to be guilty of the darkest crimes, facing her with the declaration that his first impelling motive was to secure revenge upon the murderers of his father. She felt softened for the moment towards him, and hardened, perhaps, towards herself. "Yes," she said, "we have been sailing for some time in the same boat, I see. You were trying to find the murderers of your father. I have been trying to find the murderer of mine." "I know who is the murderer of your father." "You know it? Tell me." "You do not know?" "I may suspect. Tell me quickly." "Red Gundy is the man who killed your father." "I thought so. But who is Red Gundy, and where is he?" This was for Fidelia a most portentous question. If this Japhet Bland really knew who Red Gundy was, then the whole condition of the fencing game would be changed.
If this man knew that Rat Gundy was Lady Scardale's much-loved brother-in-law, then it would be hard indeed to say what misery it might not be in his power to inflict. The answer came after a moment of silence and a deep breath. "I do not know," he said. "That is the one thread in the scheme I have failed to get into my hands, but I shall get it yet." Fidelia now drew a deep breath, a breath of relief. She did not fear him in the least if he did not know that. "Then do you believe," she asked, "that this man, this Rat Gundy, is the murderer of Seth Chickering and the author of the attack on Mr. Aspen?" "I believe Rat Gundy is the author and the instigator of the whole work. I believe he went to South America purposely to be out of the arrangement of this diamond mine affair, having himself in the first instant suggested the arrangement." "How do you know that?" "My father told me. My father wrote to me," he answered, speaking in a low, deep tone, as if he had a reverence for the name and the memory of his father. Fidelia was touched by the sound of his voice. There was a certain tone of sincerity in it. After all, might it not be that this man had a sincere reverence for his father? Everyone had told Fidelia of the father's avarice and unscrupulousness and villainy, but after all, might he not have seemed quite otherwise to his son? Might not the son have idealized the father, whom for so many years he had not seen? Fidelia's heart became somewhat softened to bland. "Well," she spoke gently, "your father told you that this man, this Rat Gundy, was the man who suggested the peculiar division of this wretched money. What inference do you draw from that?" "Just this. Everyone who was put out of the way, or who died, not leaving an heir, left his money to the common fund." Yes, I know. I have heard all about it. I am sick of it. Well, go on." "But it would be no use my going on," he pleaded, "unless I was certain that you knew all about that." "Oh, but of course I knew all about that. How do you think I could possibly have escaped hearing it over and over again?" "Well, you know that. We have the fact that Gundy suggested this arrangement and then bolted off to South America. When he suggested that plan, he must have had some motive for it." "Yes, and you think that motive was?" "Why, of course, to get rid of some of the heirs, and so have the larger amount of money divided among the survivors." "Oh, you think that was it?" "Can anything be more likely?" "So much depends on the man," Fidelia said. She did not wish him to believe her too incredulous. That would not have suited her game of fence. "This man I believe to be an utter rowdy and blackguard." "Of course, if that is so, it makes your theory more probable. Well, go on." "Having suggested the arrangement, he bolted off to South America to be out of the way. Then he suddenly turned up in London the very night Seth Chickering was found murdered. He was standing by the side of the dead man. He himself gave the alarm to the police." "Would a murderer be likely to do that?" "Why, of course he would. Such a murderer who had set out to carry through a deliberate scheme. It is the very thing he would do, the best course possible to take suspicion off his own head." "But he was suspected, this Rat Gundy, was he not?" Fidelia asked. "He was suspected, but the suspicion came to nothing, and all because it was he who gave the alarm to the police. He would have been kept in custody but for that. He would have been sent for trial but for that. He would have been convicted and hanged but for that." Bland's eyes were now getting wildly excited. Fidelia noticed them, and she remembered how often she had thought in a vague sort of way that the expressionless look of Professor Bostock's eyes was the result of an enforced and purposed repression of the fire that otherwise must have lighted there. "This is terrible," she said, and indeed she began more and more to feel its terror. "Go on, Mr. Bland." Then there came the attack on Mr. Aspen, done as I saw myself by the very same man who killed Seth Chickering. Is it not plain that there is a deliberate plan to get rid of a number of the heirs to the property in order to enrich the others? "But, Mr. Bland, that would apply to me and to you." His face darkened, and he asked, "How to you and to me?" "Because it will increase our share if there are fewer claimants." "Ah," he said, with a dismal sort of smile, "but we are not mixed up in any charges of murder, and this man, Red Gundy, is. I have told you that he is the murderer of your father. I know that he laid the way for the murder of mine." "Tell me more," she said quietly. "There is no more to tell, as yet. There will be, I dare say, before long. The murderer's hand will not rest there." "Now I feel sure of that," she said firmly, "but there is more to be told, more that you can tell. I don't know still why you changed your name and converted yourself into a professor of fencing at the College of Culture, the girls' school as you yourself called it the other day, when you first talked to me about all this." "Can't you guess? Don't you know?" he asked excitedly. "It was for the love of you. My father wrote to me, time after time, and told me all about his suspicions. He told me that he had bitter enemies out there. He wrote to me just before his murder, when he knew he was going to be murdered. He told me about your father and how Red Gundy killed him." "Don't talk of that, please." "Well, he told me about you, the daughter and heiress of the murdered man. He himself just waiting to be murdered, and he asked me to look out for you, and find you, and see that you came to no harm. I made my inquiries, and I easily found out all about you, and I got to see you, and I fell in love with you, and there is the whole story. I found that Lady Scardale wanted a professor of fencing, and the one thing in the world I can best do is to fence. I offered myself, and I settled here, and the more I came to know of you, the more deeply did I love you. Why am I here? To watch over you, to see that you came to no harm. The hand that struck down Seth Chickering and strove to strike down Gerald Aspen, and will strike him down yet," he added wildly, "that hand will not spare you. Between you and that hand I stand. My life guards yours. When the plot is all discovered and the murderer is brought to justice, then I stand aside. I ask no reward from you. I love you. I shall be glad to die for you. So much more glad to save you, but my life is yours. Now you know all my story. It began in the resolve to have revenge on the murderers of my father. It ends in the resolve to save you from danger, and to justify my love, yes, even if it can't win yours." There was an eloquence about the man which could not fail to impress Fidelia. She felt vaguely terrified as he spoke. Was he sincere? Was he insane? Was he really in love with her? If he was, how was she to get rid of him? She had drawn him on for her own purpose. How now was she to shake him off? Most sincerely did she wish now that she had never engaged in this grim fencing. "Come," he said, "you are a girl of courage and spirit, and you hate and despise the commonplace just as I do. Look here, From my very boyhood I have despised and hated the commonplace in men and women and life. That is one reason why I loved to play this part of fencing master to the girls' school, and all the time I knew I was coming in for a big fortune, and all the time I knew that I was in love with you. Good heavens, how did I enjoy it! I played the part, didn't I play it well, of a decorous and humble teacher to those girls, and my heart all the time burning with revenge and love, 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 and the consciousness of a coming fortune. Oh, it was all a delight to me. Fidelia began to grow a good deal afraid of the spirit she had conjured up. She was beginning to have doubts about his sanity. She even began to wonder whether he was Japhet Bland at all. She knew that whenever a particularly foul murder is done, some man perfectly innocent of everything but a little drink and a morbid temperament goes to a near police station and gives himself up as the doer of the deed. Was it not possible that Fidelia's own words, her own proclamation that she had discovered this man to be Japhet Bland, might have put it into his disordered brain to believe that he was Japhet Bland? She resolved to put that to the test at once. She was keeping her head marvellously cool, although the strain on her nerves and her mind was something terrible. "I suppose you have your father's letters?" she quietly asked. "Yes, every one. I carry one of them always about me. I loved my father, we loved each other. He may have been bad to other people. What do I know? What do I care? He was always good to me." Fidelia was again a little touched. Had not she too always thus thought of her father? When anyone even hinted that her father might have been partly at least to blame for his own fate, had she not flashed out in anger and scorn? "Might I see one of his letters?" she asked gently. "Might you see one of his letters? Yes, indeed, you shall see anything you want to see. Here," he searched rapidly in his breast pocket, "here is a letter I always carry about with me. This is my Bible. I never part with it. It keeps me up to my purpose. It whets the edge of my revenge. I'll have it put in my coffin when I die, if I ever am buried," he said with a wild laugh. "That man went out into the wilds to make a fortune for me, and I am not going to forget that, you may believe." Fidelia's thought again was given back to her. How often she had told Lady Scardale that Captain Locke went out into the wilds only to make a fortune for her. "Here's the letter," Bland said. "Read it. I'll give you a copy of it if you like." It was not the letter we have already heard of and studied. It was a letter of an earlier date, promising Japhet Bland to make him rich, despite of all difficulties and all enemies. Fidelia read it with an almost despairing effort to seem perfectly collected. It made a terrible impression on her. Implacable hate and, it must be owned, inextinguishable love, a wild, selfish love, the love of the animal for its offspring, remorseless purpose of revenge, utter unscrupulousness as to means, such were the characteristics of the nature revealed by that grim letter. One question was settled for ever. Professor Bostock was the son of Noah Bland, was Japhet Bland. But the letter, with its love and its hate, made another thought flash upon her mind. How would it be if this Japhet Bland, the man now making love to her, was, whether mad or sane, the instigator of the murders that had been or were to be committed? Fidelia could have no doubt that other attempts were yet to be made. How was she to prevent them? That was the question which, even while she was trying to get clearly into her mind the contents of Noah Bland's letter, was continually shooting through her brain. She gave back the letter to Noah Bland's son without a word. "Come," he said, "you and I have much in common." Fidelia started visibly. "Yes, we have," he continued. "You began with revenge, I began with revenge. You despise the commonplace and the ordinary man and woman, and so do I. Let us band ourselves together for the purpose of revenge first, and triumph afterwards. We shall be rich, you and I. You are a woman of ambition and talent, and well, I have ambition enough, and I hope some little talent too. I have always set my heart on making a figure in the world. I have always determined to make my enemies my footstool. I have always made up my mind that I must be rich. Well, I shall be rich. Come you and help me to revenge and to make a figure in the world." "I have no ambition," Fidelia gravely said. "I want to be happy and do some good. That is all." "No, no!" he exclaimed. "You have ambition. Do you think I am blind? Do you think I cannot see it in those eyes? And you have a longing for revenge, I know you have. Come, cast in your lot with mine, and we will trample on the world together." "You have told me," Fidelia bravely said, "that that you love me." He made an impatient gesture. "You have never asked me all the time whether I could care about you." "You don't love me now, I know," he said hurriedly. "How could you? I have always seen you as your real self. You have only seen me in the disguise of a miserable teacher of fencing in a girls' school. But you might come to care about me. I have some brains and some skill, and I never was afraid of anything, and I never shrank from anything. I haven't known much about women myself, but I have heard and I have read that is the sort of a man a plucky woman could like. If you will have me, I will take my chance, and I should stick to you forever, and never think of any other woman but you. Yes, I know I should, that's my way. Come, will you at least promise to think it over?" "It never could be, Mr. Bland. I must care for a man before I could think over anything about him." "You can't care for this man Granton?" he asked fiercely. "This mere outcast of aristocracy, this degraded swell, this cosmopolitan scamp and blackguard?" "Mr. Bland, you must remember that Mr. Granton is the brother-in-law and the very dear brother-in-law of my best friend and benefactress. I'll not listen to one word said against him." "All right," he answered sullenly. "I don't want to say anything against him, and so long as he doesn't come in my way, he is safe enough. Then there's the other young fellow, Aspen. I dare say he is in love with you." "I shall not listen to any more of this," Fidelia said coldly. "I have been too patient with you, but I like my friends and I always stand by them, and I will not listen to anyone who tries to insult them. Our talk is over, Mr. Bland." "It is not over," he said fiercely. "You begin to know what sort of man I am. You see how I can play a part. You see how for all this time I could pass off as the meek and docile teacher, with such a heart and such a purpose as I have. Well, then, you must see that I am not easily foiled. Look out for your favorites if you allow them to thwart me." There was no lack of expression now in the blazing eyes. "You have threatened me before," she said, "and it was that very threat which first helped me to find out who you were. Do you think I have not my own way of protecting myself and my friends? Suppose I go to Lady Scardale now and tell her that you are not a professor of fencing, and that your name is not Bostock, and that you are Japhet Bland disguised. Suppose I were to go and tell her that?" She purposely refrained from other and darker suspicions about him. The girl, in all her excitement and commotion, saw her way clearly before her. She knew she must not at present allow him to suspect that her mind connected him in any way with the murder of Seth Chickering and the attempt on Gerald Aspen. He smiled a quiet smile. "You can't do that," he said. "Why not? Why can't I?" "Because I have trusted myself to you, because I have shown what might be called a blind confidence in you." "Very blind!" she exclaimed contemptuously. "No, not so blind. I knew the woman I was trusting to. Why, although I know so little of women, as you told me yourself more than once, I do know the woman to whom one can trust his secret. I have trusted in you. You will not betray me." "Why should I be bound to keep a secret which I discovered for myself? I told you before this that if you wanted to trust me, you ought to have begun by trusting me. I found out who you were. What compels me to keep my own discovery a secret?" "What compels you? This compels you, that you are yourself. You never could have made good your guess if I had refused to admit that there was anything in it. I told you freely all about myself, and at your own request I showed you my father's letter. No, you can't betray me now. The time will soon come when I shall tell the whole world my story, but until that time comes I know you will not betray me, and I shall sleep in quiet. And you will think over what I have been telling you, and you will ask yourself whether you can do anything better in life than to throw in your lot with mine." Fidelia started and shuddered. "Yes, you will think it over. Do you know, Fidelia, Miss Locke, I mean, I should not wonder if I were ordained to be what they call in the novels your fate." "I shall make my fate for myself," Fidelia said proudly. "Well, meanwhile I know you will keep my secret, and I can tell you one thing more. You will not forget me. Night or day you will not quite forget me. You will think of me, and you will dream of me, and that is something for me." The fencing lesson was over, and Fidelia was not quite certain now that she had won. At first all went well with her, but was it quite sure that all was going well with her to the last? "Sit for a few moments," he said, "and let me tell you of my life and my hopes and my dreams." She sat down, he sat down. They often sat thus between fencing bouts. No one looking in or passing through would notice anything in particular. He sat opposite to her with a bearing that was apparently quite listless. As he talked with a fluency that never for a moment failed him, without hurry as without pause, he might have been some tranquil professor haranguing on some recognized creed. His face was made quite emotionless, his body rested quietly, almost limply in the seat. Only his eyes betrayed any signs of special animation, as they watched the girl's face with that lustreless intensity which troubled her against her desire, against her will not to be troubled. As she listened to him, she seemed to be quite in a dream. What he told her of his life, his purpose, and his love shaped itself as in a series of pictures before her, and the green and gold autumnal garden beyond, proud with the last pride of the dying warmth and fading colours of the year's prime, seemed only as the tapestried background upon which fantastic figures were woven. She had not ever liked the man, she had grown of late into dislike and dread and horror of him, and yet, as she listened, she felt drawn by a sort of shuddering attraction towards him, such an unwilling, repugnant attraction as that which forms the craftiest weapon of the hooded snake. He himself seemed to be quite unconscious of the effect he produced upon her. If he was at all conscious of it, he kept his knowledge to himself, and showed in what he said no deliberate effort to move her imagination or appeal to her fancy. Had he been giving her an outline of the history of that art which he professed, he would probably have put more animation into his narrative, have sought more ingenuously and less successfully to enchain her attention. But Fidelia had more purpose in her patient listening than Japhet Bland knew. She wanted to get at all the secrets of that strange, furtive, passionate, egoistic nature. She was willing even to play with him for the time, to put up with his admiration for that one great purpose. She believed that his ambition and his love and all the rest of his feelings alike meant danger to Gerald, and her whole heart was filled with a desire and a determination to protect the man she loved. The more she could get to know of Bland's real nature, the better she should be able to judge of his real purpose, and therefore the better to guard against it. So she listened and let him talk his fill. He was already fancying in his self-conceit that he was gaining her over, that he was winning her over towards him and his views, that he had made a great advance, that he had at last secured her ear, and he knew enough of women to know that through the ears of most of them is the surest way to the heart. The evening began to gather around them, and the perfume from the gardens through the windows grew at once sweeter and fainter. Girls passed in and out at the further end of the room. Fidelia's eyes fell upon a foil that was lying on the floor. "I must go, Professor Bostock," she said formally. "We have had a long fencing bout this time." He looked up suddenly, and then a pleased expression stole over his face. She had called him Professor Bostock and had talked of a fencing lesson. What did that mean? It meant, of course, that there was a secret understanding established between them, that she admitted the necessity for concealing his mystery, that in that common understanding he and she stood alone and apart from all the rest of the world. The thought gave him a grim satisfaction. If he could only have known what was in Fidelia's mind at the time, he would have been less satisfied. So they parted for the evening. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 27. Lovers. Fidelia woke next morning with a sweet, strong sense of happiness. Her first sensation was all of happiness, exquisite happiness. Why was she happy even for that first delightful moment? Surely she had much to trouble her and make her anxious and afraid. The very relationship into which she had allowed herself to be drawn with Japhet Bland was enough to embarrass her and to make her alarmed. The fearful suspicions she had formed about him, and the reckless resolve she had made to discover his secret by her own unaided skill, must have filled her with a sense of tremendous and almost intolerable responsibility. All this came back upon her only too soon, and drenched as with a cold shower her bright warm sense of happiness. But the cause of that first and most grateful feeling was clear. That day Gerald was to see her for the first time since the night on the Embankment. She had not accompanied Lady Scardill on any of her visits to the hospital to see him. Lady Scardale would not hear of such a thing, and Fidelia, impatient as she was, consented to repress her impatience and to honor conventionality that her days might be long in the land. This morning, then, he was to come. They were to be together for the first time after that long and anxious separation. She was to see him again. She had so many things to say to him. Her heart beat quickly, and her eyes lighted with joy. Ah, but then came the thought, there were things about which she must not talk to him. That brought a chilling sensation upon her, the knowledge that there was something which was weighing on her mind, and which she must not tell to Gerald. For a while she was inclined to blame herself keenly, to reproach herself bitterly, because she had allowed Bland to enter into any intimacy of talk with her, because she had allowed herself to be the sharer of his secret, because she had even for a moment listened to his love-making. Then again the poor perplexed girl tried to justify herself to herself. How could she help her suspicions? And was she not justified in trying to find out whether they had reason behind them or not? Already she knew for a certainty that she was right when she suspected or guessed that Professor Bostock was really Japhet Bland, and was she not justified in thinking that that piece of mystery might mean other mysteries in which there might be danger to the life of her lover? Surely a girl was bound to risk something, to risk even misinterpretation, to defend the life of her lover. It might be that Japhet Bland had put on his masquerading disguise because he was in love with her, and that he kept it on now, as he said, to guard her against danger and to discover and punish crime. Such things she had read of in romance, and it might be so. But even if Bland were acting from the highest motives, still his whole theory was wrong, for he put the murder plot upon Red Gundy, and did not know that Red Gundy was Rupert Granton. But she could not believe in any good purpose on Bland's part. At last she settled down to the melancholy conviction that she had got for the moment into a predicament from which she must not even attempt to extricate herself by any bold and decisive stroke. In a vague sort of way she had come to think that Bland was the great danger threatening Gerald Aspen, and that she was putting herself between the danger and her lover. All this, however, cast its shadow over her mind and over her face. She met her lover in the garden where they had met and walked so often. She almost wished that they could have met for the first time in Ranelagh Gardens, but that would not do. They must meet for the first time openly and conventionally in the Culture College. They met at last, and what did they say? "Oh, Gerald," and "Oh, Fidelia," these and nothing more were their first words. Then there was silence, an almost embarrassed silence, the silence of too much emotion, the silence of love that often finds it hopeless to put its feelings into words. But that silence happily does not last long. Speech is soon found, and is usually found to be very eloquent by the ears to which it is addressed, and to which it appeals with a power and a music all its own. The moment Gerald looked into her eyes, he saw that some deep tormenting trouble was in them. Deep down beneath the sparkling surface of her delight at seeing him, he could discover something sad and darkling, as low down among the sands of an eastern stream beneath the sunny ripples one may sometimes see a devouring monster of the water. "Gerald," she said, "you remember what I told you when we last spoke about our love and about our marrying?" "I remember it only too well, dearest," he murmured, still trying to read the mystery in her eyes. "I was wrong then," she said gently, "and I feel as if I had been punished for it since. Oh, I thought of that so often when you were still lying uncertain of life. I have thought so often if you were to die, and to die in the belief that there was any purpose in life so dear to me as to have and hold your love. I know now that my feeling was a wrong one, and that to make you happy, if I could, dear, if I could, was the work and joy of my life, and not the attempt to bring any miserable sinner to justice. Oh, I have cried and prayed over it so often. Now you are back to me again, and you are well, and I think only of pleasing you." He kissed her tenderly. "Dearest Fidelia, your wish and your desire were natural, but I knew even then that they were mistaken, not because of any delay they put on me, but because I knew you had better not find out the truth." "Yes, and I know it now," she said in a low tone. He looked again into her eyes. She nodded with a quiet expression which said as plainly as words could speak, "Oh yes, I know it all." "Do you really know, Fidelia?" "I know how my father was killed." She put an emphasis on the word killed, which Gerald could not fail to understand. She had never before spoken of her father as killed. She had always spoken of him as murdered. "Do you know by whom he was killed?" "I do." "Fidelia, who told you this?" "The man who killed him." Gerald did not dare to ask another question, lest he might reveal the real truth to her, who perhaps, he even yet thought, was under some mistake or delusion. She understood easily the reason of his sudden silence. "I know it all, Gerald. Mr. Granton told me the tale with his own lips. It was a duel, it was not a murder. They were driven on to it by another man, and it was Mr. Granton who killed my father." "I knew it," Gerald said sadly. "But why did he tell you this? I hoped to have had it kept a secret from you forever." "Can you not guess why he told me?" "I cannot guess." "Because he heard you in the hospital, in your sleep, in your delirium, talking about me and saying that I would not marry you until you had helped me to find out all about my father's death, and then he came to me and told me all." "Dear old chap, true and generous comrade!" Gerald exclaimed in a burst of emotion, which he did not even try to repress. "Yes, it was generous, but it was terrible. I want not to see him again, ever, ever. I forgive him, yes, from the bottom of my heart and my soul I forgive him, and I pray that he may be forgiven, but I want never to see him any more. I dread even to see dear, dear Lady Scardale." Then a sudden thought flashed through her. "Gerald, I want you to do something for me, to promise me something." She was abandoning some of her former plans and yielding to her sudden impulse. He smiled a genial smile. "I wonder what it could be," he asked, "that you could ask me and I could refuse to do." "I want you to marry me and take me away from this place, and I want you to let us change our names." "You shall change your name." No, no, don't talk lightly about this. I am terribly in earnest, Gerald." "Dearest, I see that you are." "I want you to take me away to some quiet, far-off place where no one knows us, and to change our names and call ourselves something very commonplace, Smith or Jones or something, and live a happy, quiet life, all safe and sheltered from danger." "Danger, dearest Fidelia, danger? What danger?" "What danger? Such danger as you were in the other night on the Embankment. Was not that danger?" "But you see I have escaped." "For once, yes, but the next time, the third time, any number of times, can you always escape? Danger is in the very air around us, in this very place where we are now standing." "Fidelia," he said earnestly, and drawing her face towards him while he gazed into her eyes, "you have some meaning in all this. You are not a girl to talk vaguely and wildly. Besides, I saw it in your eyes the first moment I looked at you, that you had something on your mind. Tell me what it is, dearest. Tell me why you talk of danger being in this very place where we are standing now." "I cannot tell. I dare not tell," she exclaimed piteously. "Cannot tell? Not even to me?" "Oh, no, no, you must trust me in this, Gerald, for a little while. I will tell you all when we are away and safe. But not now, dearest, not now. You must trust me." She looked imploringly into his eyes. "Trust you?" he answered. "Why, of course I will trust you. If you want me to ask you no questions, of course I will ask you none. You shall tell me whatever you have to tell me when you can." "Dearest Gerald, how generous you are! A moment ago I was almost miserable, and now you have made me happy." "If trusting you can make you happy, Fidelia, you shall never have an unhappy hour with me." "Then you will come away?" she asked impatiently. "Come away? Where?" "Anywhere out of this, out of London. Let us be married, in private somewhere, in secret anyhow, and then go quietly away and hide ourselves until all this is over." "But, Fidelia, do you want to go away and leave Lady Scardale in utter ignorance of where we have gone or why?" "Couldn't we write her a letter and tell her to trust us? Tell her that we had a motive in everything we did, and that perhaps sometime we shall tell her all? No, no, we could never tell her all. We could never tell her that her brother-in-law killed my father, but we could tell her all that concerns ourselves. After a while, after a long time, she will trust in us. I know her," poor Fidelia said proudly. "She knows me, and now she knows you, Gerald." "Still, all that mystery and all that sudden secret stampede into the wild regions of the unknown would give her immense pain, and I don't think I am wrong when I say that to lose your companionship would be a cruel blow to her. Do you know that I think at first she did not very much like me, because she saw that I was coming here in the hope of marrying you?" Fidelia looked up with a start and a sort of shudder. She was wondering whether he knew what Lady Scardale's desire had been for her, that she should be married to Rupert Granton. She would not have minded in the least his knowing it, but what she dreaded was lest, not knowing it or knowing it, he should say anything about it, and so bring her name even for a moment into companionship with that of the man who had killed her father. Gerald easily saw into the depth of her feelings this time. He had known well enough of Lady Scardale's intentions, but then he also knew the true story of the duel. Now he was thinking more of something else. He really was greatly perplexed and bewildered by Fidelia's unexpected, unexplained terror, and by her passionate thirst for a flight into a safe obscurity. "Come," she said impatiently, "you must promise me this. You must let me have my way for this once. Don't be afraid, Gerald. I shall be a most obedient and unexacting wife. But now you must let me have my way in this. You will you not?" "But Fidelia, dearest, you must be reasonable." "When we are married, yes," she answered with a faint smile. "If you will only let me unreasonable now." "But tell me, why should we be married secretly and then change our names and hide ourselves in obscurity? What have we done, dearest, that we should conceal ourselves like that?" Many a good girl who was not Fidelia, and who had the same purpose in her mind, would have turned upon her lover and declared that he did not really love her, since he would not grant her first request, and would have burst into tears, and so tried to carry him by storm. Fidelia, to do her justice, was above that device in all her agitation. She knew that to a man she must seem unreasonable, and she would rather have won by reason. "Because of the danger," she said. "There is a danger. There will be another attempt made on you, and what if it should succeed? The other day Captain Raven was here, and he said he expects to be the object of the next attack. Yes, he did, and he is a man who has plenty of courage, but he said it was all a plot to get rid of some of the heirs of this wretched money." "And he is going to change his name and bury himself in some obscure hole?" "Well, he didn't say so, I admit. In fact, he talked quite carelessly about it." "Then, Fidelia, why should I go away? Do you want me to show that I have less courage than Captain Raven?" "No," she answered slowly, "but perhaps he too may be persuaded to be unreasonable. Captain Raven will be guided perhaps by Lydia, and you have me." She looked so charmingly childlike, innocent and loving, with her lips quivering and her eyes moist, that Gerald felt touched to the very heart, with pathos, with pain, with passionate love. Still he strove to be reasonable. "Come now," he argued, "suppose there is this murder plot going on, would it be right for me of all men to run away from it and save myself from personal danger, and take no further part in trying to find out all about it? It is different with Raven, supposing he runs away, which I don't think one bit likely. I, who was almost the first witness of its existence on the night when poor Seth Chickering trusted me with his pocket-book and his diamonds, would you like me to run away in such a manner, and leave poor Raven perhaps to be murdered? And what would be the good of our going away just now? We should have to come back in January and claim our share of the money, and in the meantime—" "But I wouldn't claim it. What do we care about it? We can be happy without it. You have talents and you can write, and a man who can write can make a living anywhere." Gerald could hardly help smiling. What he had ever known or heard or read concerning the literary market did not seem to him quite to fall in with his roseate assumption of the facilities it puts within the reach of every man who can write. Still, he did not particularly care to argue that point at such a moment. Fidelia went on. "I shan't be a very expensive wife to you, Gerald, you know. I can do without new gowns, and I have a lot of things already, things that will last for years, for years. And what does all that matter as long as people are happy?" Gerald was inspired by a happy device. "But you know," he said, "that if we announced ourselves in January, and got our share of the money, there would be no further motive in murdering us." Fidelia caught triumphantly at the idea. "Very well, let it be so. Let us be married publicly, if you like, and announce that we have gone upon the continent, anywhere, and let us go to some unknown place and live under different names until the 1st of January. Come, that isn't much to ask of one's future husband, is it?" But, my sweet Fidelia, do you think that an organized band of murderers would have the slightest difficulty in tracking out our whereabouts under our assumed name? Why, the more quiet and obscure our hiding place, the more easy it would be for them to find us if they wanted to do so. And look here, Fidelia, do you honestly mean to tell me that you really believe you are a girl of such commonplace appearance that nobody would ever notice you anywhere, and that you might pass for anybody else? Poor Fidelia, in all her alarm and unhappiness, showed by a slight flush on her cheeks that she was not insensible to this little compliment on the part of her lover. "Oh, but I could do something, cut off my hair and put on blue spectacles, anything." "And what am I to do? Get a wig, put on green spectacles? Good heavens, what a pair of spectacles we should be!" Fidelia could not help giving way to a little spurt of laughter. Then at once she became serious again, feeling as if she were deserting her cause when she yielded for one moment to an impulse of levity. "You will not take this seriously, Gerald?" "Dearest, you can hardly take it seriously yourself." "Not take it seriously? Your life, Gerald! Do you not know that it is still in danger?" "Listen, Fidelia, I don't want to make too little of all this, if I don't want to make too much of it. There was evidently a great danger, and I have no doubt that there was a murder plot, but you see how it has been blown upon, and the police must by this time have the threads of the whole conspiracy in their hands. For myself, I am satisfied that, if there is any such plot, the man with the red beard, whoever he is only the mere instrument in the working of it, and that the master criminal is this fellow, Japhet Bland, who has never put in any appearance at all. If once we could get hold of that man, we should have the key of the whole business, and depend upon it he will be got hold of. Either he will have to drop his plans altogether, or he will be got hold of. I wonder if he is in London." Fidelia started and flushed so obviously that Gerald could not fail to see her embarrassment and alarm. "Then he is in London, Fidelia, and you know it?" "Gerald, you told me just a moment ago that you would not ask me any questions. You told me you would trust me, that you would believe in me. Are you going to break your promise?" "You know I am not," he answered gravely. "But you seem distressed, you seem disturbed, you seem distrustful. Is it in this sort of way we are to meet for the first time since your life was in danger? Oh, if you knew how I lay awake of nights, and thought of you, and prayed for you, and longed to see you, and how I looked out for this day to be one of the very happiest days of all my life, a day to be remembered forever, and now see—" "Fidelia," Gerald said, "I dare say I should be blamed by many a wise person for yielding to you in this, but I trust you absolutely, and I know you deserve the trust. It is a little of a shock at first to find that you know something which you have kept from me." "For the present, only for the present," she interrupted imploringly. "For the present, yes, even for the present. I wish it were not so. I wish you had no secret from me even for a moment." "Oh, and so do I!" the girl exclaimed passionately. "I wish now I had never been drawn into any sort of secrecy, but I could not help it, and I did it for the best, for I know there is danger to you, and I believe—yes, I do—that I can still save you from it. Gerald, for this time, this first time, this last time, let me have my way." Gerald was deeply perturbed and distressed, but he could not doubt her love, and he knew well how keen and quick was her intelligence, and he knew as well that she had, for all her womanly emotions and impulses and effusiveness, an almost masculine faculty of reason. He felt that he could not but trust her. So he kissed her tenderly. "Do as you will, my Fidelia," he said. "You shall have my full trust and confidence to the end. I shall ask you nothing now or after, until the time comes when you feel that you ought to tell me. I can wait." She began to reassume her courage again. She smiled a sort of wintry smile, and pressed his hand, and said, "When I was a little girl, Gerald, I read a story which at that time used to chill my blood. It was a story about a young wife. She was lying away one night while her husband was sleeping. Suddenly, a man with a mask on came into her room. A faint light was burning. He had a pistol in his hand, and the moment he opened the door his eyes caught hers, and they understood each other. Then he said, in the quietest little whisper, that he had other men outside, that he meant to have her jewels and everything of value he could, that if she lay perfectly quiet no harm should happen to anyone, but if she roused her husband he would kill him that moment. So she made up her mind at once. She said nothing, she lay absolutely still, she even assumed the deep, quiet breathing of sleep." Fidelia paused. "Go on, dearest. This interests me because it interested you when you were a child." "Interested? Oh, it used to thrill me with a fearful fascination, and to horrify me all the time. Well, but think of her feelings, trying to keep everything quiet, trying to keep her husband from being disturbed, while the robber was ransacking the room. At last the work was done, and the robber silently went away with his spoil. She did not awaken her husband even then, but let him sleep for hours, until the robbers should be quite safe out of reach. Then she roused him and told him." "And he scolded her, I dare say," Gerald said, smiling. "I don't know. I shouldn't have cared much if I were she. I should know that I had saved him, and that would be enough for me." "Yes," Gerald said, "and you feel that you are like her now." "I feel that I am like her now," Fidelia said tenderly. "Yes, I used to talk over the story to girls in those days, and some of them said she was wrong, and that she was a coward, and that she ought to have wakened up her husband and let him fight the robber. But I only thought that she had saved her husband, saved him and kept him for her and her love, and I could no more care what became of the robber than I could have cared what became of the diamonds. There, Gerald, you have my story. Don't ask me for anything more now." "I understand something of the meaning of your parable in a vague sort of way, Fidelia. I shan't ask you for anything more." "Thank you, dearest Gerald. I knew how you would act. I knew it well because you trust me as I trust you. Now let us talk of other things." So they talked of other things, of many other things. They rambled all over the garden, and they planned for a next meeting the following day, and it was as good as settled that they were to be married publicly very soon. Publicly, that is to say, in the sense that there was to be no secrecy or mystery about it, but in every other sense privately and quietly, and that the rest was to take care of itself. Fidelia did not for the moment press any further the idea of the escape into anonymous obscurity. She thought she would let things develop a little before she finally made up her mind to insist upon that. If it were needed as a last resource, she would not hesitate to urge it upon Gerald, and she had good hope now that she could prevail with him. She intended that everything about the marriage should be kept very private until the day came. Was she afraid of some desperate deed of violence by Japhet Bland on the very day of the marriage, if he came to know of it in time? Perhaps there was a risk. No doubt there was a risk. But something must be risked, and she was not without a hope that in the meantime she might be able to work on the fears or the selfishness or the cautious craft of Japhet Bland. All this was coursing through her mind even while she was talking with her lover. "Now, Gerald, dearest," she suddenly said, "we must go and see Lady Scardale. We must indeed. We shall seem so horribly egoistic and thinking about our own selves and our own happiness and nothing else. And we are not that, dearest. No, we are not that." So they went and saw Lady Scardale and told her about their plans, as far as they could tell them, and Lady Scardale approved cordially, setting down all the privacy to her account of Fidelia's tender memory of her father, and her natural unwillingness to have any sort of showy wedding ceremonial. And Professor Bostock, practising with his foils in the saloon, saw the three passing the window, and noted how their faces were bowed together in hushed talk, and how Fidelia's eyes drooped, and how proud was the look on Gerald's face. And Bostock read the whole story as plainly as if it had been put into print for his understanding. And he thought within himself that perhaps he could spoil some of their plans even yet. Gerald went away happy, proud, yet perplexed. He had the utmost confidence in Fidelia, and was sure that whatever she did was done for the best. He had full confidence even in her judgment, but still the air was too thick with the mystery for him, and he hated to be in darkness, and yet to know that danger was coming. It was like being in some narrow tunnel with hardly a gleam of light, and with the knowledge that a train must soon rush along on this side or that. Let us do him justice, however. Uppermost in his mind was the happiness he felt in the knowledge that Fidelia and he were soon to be married. Perhaps this great objection to the idea of the danger was that he was not allowed to take his part in it. Must I only be a special correspondent even in the affairs of my own life? He asked of himself, half in jest, half in earnest, as he left the College of Culture. And only report what has happened when the struggle is over, and never be allowed to go to the front and take a hand in the battle? He went on to the Voyagers' Club and smoked and thought. He avoided talking to men, and always kept a foreign newspaper open in his hand, on which he affected to be deeply intent. "Copy, old man," said a friendly brother journalist who passed him. Copy, meaning the written matter which is supplied to the press for printing, the implication to the brother journalist in this case being that Gerald was looking through the foreign paper to find materials to write about, and would therefore rather not be disturbed. "Copy? Oh yes," Gerald answered. "Always copy, copy, shower of frogs, enormous gooseberry, you know." These, too, are ancient jokes among the craft of journalism, the assumption that men still concoct for the papers in the silly season the story of a shower of frogs descending somewhere, or of a gooseberry which might be called the Leviathan of fruit. Thus Gerald got free of his friend, and went back to his thoughts, his perplexities, his vague fears, his happiness, and his strong love. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 28. A Night Attack. Rupert Granton came to the Culture College that same evening, after Gerald Aspen had left. He had not particularly desired to see Fidelia, but he found her with Lady Scardale in one of Lady Scardale's rooms, and the man would have been dull indeed who did not know by the looks of the two women, by their affectionate clinging to each other, that something had happened which filled their minds. When he entered, Lady Scardale was seated with her arm around Fidelia's waist, holding the girl tenderly to her. The coming of Rupert disturbed this little arrangement, and Fidelia drew away and blushed a good deal. Instinct told Rupert what it was all about. "You must congratulate her, Rupert dear," Lady Scardale said. "I am so glad you have come in good time to do it. Why don't you shake hands, you two, I want to know?" she asked, in the sweetest tone of remonstrance. She knew full well what Rupert felt towards Fidelia, and she wished to break things gently to him, and to show him that he must take things lightly, at least in appearance, and assume to Fidelia the manner of a friend to his friend. Fidelia hung back a little confused. She somehow wished that she had not been present when the news was told to Rupert. And then she never could take his hand without a hesitancy and a cold tremor. She had forced herself to do it, but it was always a pain and grief, and a renewal of old grief to her. For that hand had killed her father. Rupert hung back too, well knowing what must be in the girl's mind. Each, however, well knew the severe necessity there was for keeping Lady Scardale ignorant of that which was within their knowledge. Lady Scardale misinterpreted the feelings of both. "She's going to be married, Rupert," she said, "to Mr. Aspen," and she looked into his face sympathetically. "Take her hand and wish her joy." Rupert moved towards Fidelia. She advanced to him. He kept his eyes averted. The window was open. It was a soft evening of early autumn, and the exquisite breath of the flowers was borne into the room. At that moment Rupert saw Professor Bostock standing on the path outside the window, and looking keenly into the room. Neither Lady Scardale nor Fidelia could have seen him from where Lady Scardale sat and Fidelia was standing. Granton took Fidelia's hand. It felt as cold as marble, and he lifted his eyes to hers and wished her joy. Oh, how sincerely he wished it! How he loved her all the time! How he saw in a moment all his past life come back upon him, and that one hateful scene, the memory of which made him reluctant to touch that girl's cold hand! How he lamented for his wasted youth, and wished that he had led another life! It seemed him for the moment as if tears were coming into his eyes. He, the outcast of aristocracy, the purposeless wanderer, the social exile, the world's tramp, the rowdy of New York and New Orleans and Vera Cruz and Brazil and Chile and Asia and South Africa. He felt his eyes growing moist because he wished in his heart for the happiness, with another man, of the girl he loved and whom he was soon to see for the last time. All this passed in a second, in a flash, and as he dropped Fidelia's hand and his eyes left hers, he glanced at the window and was aware that Professor Bostock was still there. Then Bostock gave one rapid look into the room again, with a sudden flame in his eyes, and turned away.
In that instance, Granton had formed a theory. That glance from those eyes had been as a revelation to him. He did not stay long. He told his sister-in-law privately that he would probably come back later in the evening. He wanted to talk to her about 2 or 3 things, he said carelessly. Lady Scardale assumed that he wished to ask her some questions about the approaching marriage, and she was anxious to speak to him quietly about it. So he went away, and late that evening, after Fidelia had gone to her own room for the night, he returned. But to Lady Scardale's surprise he did not speak about Fidelia or Aspen or the marriage. She respected his feelings and said not a word on the subject. He talked about all manner of other things, and asked her 2 or 3 questions about her first knowledge of Professor Bostock. It was growing late for that early place, and Lady Scardale asked him if he would not stay for the night. He often did thus stay. He assented very readily, on condition that he might yet lounge about the grounds for a while and smoke his cigar. Lady Scardale gave her ready assent, and she presently gave him a kiss, and also the latch-key for one of the doors, admonished him not to stay up too late, and left him to himself. She could easily understand, she thought, why he should wish to be left to himself. He would want to indulge himself in lonely thinking over the coming marriage of the girl he loved, and who was not to be married to him. Rupert wandered about the grounds, smoking and thinking. He wandered about, purposeless as a ghost. He was going away for ever very soon, and it soothed his melancholy fancy to wander about the place alone and at night for the last time. But he was thinking also of the mystery that had hung over the lives of so many people this time back, ever since he returned to London, and he was thinking of the revelation which he seemed to have caught from that one flash of Bostock's eyes. He had always noticed how heavy and how blank of all expression Bostock's eyes habitually were. He even remembered how, on the day of the fencing match and the unbaited foil, Bostock, amid all the surrounding excitement, had preserved that beamless look in his eyes. Then, of course, Bostock knew that other eyes were on his, but this evening, when for a moment he doubtless supposed himself unseen, the eyes flashed and filled with lightning. "I have seen those blazing eyes before," Rupert told himself again and again. "Where did I see them?" Full of those thoughts, some melancholy, some penitent for the past, some suddenly troubled and anxious about the present and the future, he wandered through the grounds, and at last came to a little clump of trees on a patch of lawn, which he knew were under and just opposite Fidelia's window, and there he lingered a while. There was a light in her window. He watched it idly, purposelessly, felt as if he could not get himself away from the spot. "How confoundedly I am in love with her," he said, half jesting with himself and his own emotions. "At my time and after all my experience." Fidelia had no thought of going to bed just yet. She was not inclined for sleep. The events of recent days had kept her always on the strain and stretch of anxiety, and this day her mind had been especially strained. The secrets she was keeping were growing too much for her, were becoming irrepressible as the knowledge of the Pythoness. Yet for the moment she must keep something even from Gerald, and she would have to keep something always from Lady Scardale. When she and Gerald were married and were safely away from England and quiet in some obscure place, then, but not till then, she would tell him all. Before that time she did not dare to speak. Nothing, she felt sure, not even his love for her, would prevent him from following up the clue to the crimes which it was in her power to give him, and she told herself in heart-sickening conviction over and over again that his very first move would be the signal for his death. Oh, how she hated the money which had been the cause of all this crime in some and suffering in others. If Gerald would only consent to come away, then she thought she would be able to keep him with her until the danger was over, until the mystery of the murder plot was unravelled and the murderer held fast by justice. Then she sometimes thought how would it be if Bland, driven to despair by some premature movement on Gerald's part, were to turn upon her and kill her. How would it be with poor Gerald? The thought of her own death made her tremble and shudder, and brought tears into her eyes, not on her own account, but because Gerald would be so lonely. And Bland would be capable of that, or of anything, she thought. In truth, Fidelia's love for Gerald was making her timid, was making her almost cowardly. Come an actual and present crisis, and her soul and sense would surely rally, but with the dark shadow of a vague danger over her, and a danger about which she must not seek for sympathy or counsel, her nerves gave way, and she felt as if some paralyzing poison were doing its cruel, creeping work within her. She tried to read, but she could not fix her attention on any book. It is a sad thing for authors to know, but it is a very true thing, that a very little personal trouble or anxiety makes even one's favorite book sometimes an intolerable companion. Then Fidelia felt back upon her own artistic resources. She was fond of writing versicles and setting them to music. She had a gift for versicles, but no inspiration for longer and more pretentious poems. She liked one thought expressed into a song and lifted on the wings of music. A little song which she had lately composed and set to music came up into her mind, and somehow or other it seemed to her to speak of her own perplexities just now, and she sang it, or crooned it, in a low sweet voice all to herself. Her voice was not strong, but it had infinite beauty of tender tone, refined and delicate shading of expression. All the soul of feeling seemed to fill it and make it intense. This was Fidelia's song, sung for no ears but hers, audible by no ears but hers. Ah, wherefore smile when we so oft must weep? And why rejoice when we must know regret? Or lose ourselves in dreams when after sleep we wake to muse on all we would forget? Why must we live when life is but to live? Why prize these few poor years of mortal breath, since all that time and fate at last can give is the unlonged-for mystery of death? The words answered to her thoughts just now. In the end, what else? If Gerald were to die, if she were to die. She sang her little song more than once, and then she stood up and said to herself that she would shake off all morbid fears and fantasies, and meet the perplexities and the dangers of life with hope and with a strong heart. But the tone of the song had strengthened her in reality, even though she did not know it all the time. The sense of the reality of death is a tonic always. She went to her window and opened it, and stood on the balcony. Her room had a very pretty balcony of delicate and graceful ironwork, and close by the balcony there grew a tall tree. Fidelia had long loved that balcony and that tree. Just now it came into her head, in an odd sort of way, that if she only were a schoolgirl again, and not a personage who had to support the dignity of grown-up womanhood and long skirts, she could easily climb from her balcony into the boughs of that tree, and rock herself among the branches, and look up to the moon, and be cradled in romance and poetry. She almost felt a wild longing to scramble into the tree from the railing of the balcony, but she crushed down that wild desire, unworthy of and indeed wholly unsuited to the dignity of long dresses. So she contented herself with watching the swaying motion of the darkling boughs and listening to their melancholy music, and then looking up to the voyage of the moon among the cloud islands of the sky. After a while she came back into her room, leaving her window still open, and she sat in an armchair and began to think over things again. She had resolved that she would not go to bed until she felt sleepy, and that for the present she was certain to keep broad awake. Having settled into her chair with that resolve and that understanding, she straightway fell asleep where she sat. How long did she sleep? Some hours, it seemed to her. When she woke up, it was in reality only a few minutes. She was awakened by a curious rustling, creaking sound just outside her window. She jumped up and instinctively ran to the window to close it. She could not tell why, and then she became aware of a dark form between her and the sky. Then a man scrambled from the tree into the balcony. All the tales she had ever heard about midnight robbers rushed topsy-turvy into Fidelia's mind, but even then she was trying to resolve that she would not get into a panic. It was too late to close the window. The man, whoever he might be, was already in the balcony. "Don't be frightened," he said, in a too well-known voice. "It is a friend who comes, and not an enemy, Miss Locke." It was Professor Bostock, Japhet Bland. Fidelia drew back. He entered the room. "Professor Bostock, here at this hour! How did you get in? Why have you come here?" "I got in," he said, "by the tree, and the balcony, and the open window. It was not a very difficult feat." "The getting out again," she said, "will be even less difficult, for you can pass out by that door." She moved towards the door to unlock it. He suddenly got between the door and her. "Stay a moment, Miss Locke. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be alarmed." "Alarmed? I am not the least in the world alarmed. What is there to be alarmed at?" "Truly nothing," he said grimly, "if you will only listen to me." "I am not alarmed, and I don't mean to make any conditions. Pray allow me to open that door." "Suppose I don't allow you to open it. What then?" "Then I shall assume that you are going mad." "And suppose I am going mad. What then?" "Then I shall ring for assistance, for your sake as well as mine." "For my sake? I am glad to hear you say for my sake." "Because if you are going mad, and your being here in this sort of way looks very like it, you ought to be looked after." She made another effort to reach the door. He still kept between her and it, with a rigid smile on his face. "You need not trouble about me," he said. "I am not in the least mad, in the medical doctor's sense of the word or that of the master in lunacy. I am quite sane. Except for my love of you." "Oh!" she exclaimed, "this is too much!" "You will have to listen to a great deal more before I leave you, Fidelia." "I told you not to call me Fidelia," she said energetically, and she tried again to get past him and to open the door or reach the bell. "I will not let you pass," he said. "I have things to tell you that must be told. I know that you are going to marry that young penny a liner, Aspen." Fidelia felt her anger growing beyond her fear. "If Mr. Aspen were within hearing," she said, "you would not dare to insult him." Bland paid no attention to her words. "I learned that today," he said, "when I saw you and him and Lady Scardale communing and taking counsel together. No one told me. I can read things without a book. I learned something else today as well. Now at least I have found out also who and where Red Gundy is." Fidelia's very natural start told the keen fencing master at once that he had touched her. "He was here today," Bland went on. "I knew it the moment I saw the aristocratic Mr. Rupert Granton put out his hand to take yours. I saw the pitiful, beseeching sort of way in which he approached you, and the way you shrank from him, and the look of wonder in Lady Scardale's eyes, and I saw the sudden way in which you two hastened to perform the business of clasping hands. Then a light broke in on me. I had had my vague suspicions and conjectures, but this was a revelation. And so, Fidelia, Lady Scardale's brother-in-law is the man who killed your father. What a piece of news to tell her! What a hold that gives me!" "On him? He would defy you. He has told me the truth." "Oh, he has told you? Has he told her?" "Then the hold you hope to get is on that most sweet lady. You are a gallant gentleman, Mr. Japhet Bland." "No, not on her. What do I care about her? On you, on your feelings for her. Fidelia, for the sake of her feelings, you will have to trade with me." "Not even for her," Fidelia said. "She would despise me if I stooped to any compromise for one moment with you. Let me pass through the door, or it will be worse for you in the end." If Fidelia could only have known that faithful eyes were watching her window at that very moment, she might have been brave indeed. But she was brave, although she did not know that any help was near. Yet, though she showed no fear, and though, indeed, she felt her courage quite equal to whatever the occasion might demand, she could not but see from Bland's face that he was determined, and that he would not allow her to open the door or ring the bell. She well knew that he was a strong and an active man, and that she would be but as a child in his hands. One curious thought ran through her at the moment. If Rupert Granton were there, Granton would be able to fling Bland through the open window. She did not wish her lover there even to protect her. She would have dreaded a meeting at such a time between him and Bland. If she could only have known. "Professor Bostock," she said quietly, "it is not like you to do a thing of this kind, to thrust your way suddenly into a girl's room at night and insist that she must talk to you. I will not talk to you." "What can you do?" "I will open the door and go out, or I will ring the bell until somebody comes." If I allow you to do one or the other. You will not prevent me by force. I will, he answered fiercely. I will not hurt you, Fidelia, unless I am driven to it, but I will hold you in my arms as if you were a child, just a little child. Suppose I cry out? Then, he answered sternly, I have two courses open to me. I will kill you, or I will say you invited me to your room. Fidelia turned on him a look of fierce contempt. She even laughed. Say anything you like, she said. Who would believe you in this house or anywhere else? I will tell, he said, that you have long known me to be Japhet Bland, and that you have kept my secret from everyone, and I will tell that I wanted you to marry me, and that you kept that a secret too, and I will say that you invited me to your room to talk over things, here, tonight, and why should they not believe that? Let us try, she said scornfully. We shall soon see whether there is anyone in this house who will for one single moment refuse to believe my word. Let me pass. Why need we be enemies? He said, still keeping her from her purpose. She would have made a rush at the door but for the mere physical reason that she shrank from the thought of being grasped and held in his arms. You and I must always be enemies now, she said passionately. Why must we? I love you madly. Yes, in that way I am a sort of madman, as dangerous as any madman. I am determined to get you to marry me, Fidelia, by fair means or foul. Don't you see that, this very night, the mere fact of my being found here may be the means of securing my end? Why, the finger of scorn will point at you if this gets out. You coward! To try and frighten a woman in that way. But you don't frighten me. What about your lover, Mr. Gerald Aspen? What would he say to such a story, I wonder? He would say what I say, that you are a coward and a liar, and I tell you something more, Mr. Japhet Bland. You are a murderer. I have suspected you this long time. I have known you at last. I only allowed you to speak to me in order that I might get at your secret. There, let me go or kill me if you like. I would rather kill you than let him marry you. What I did to him I did because I loved you, and because I was determined that he should not marry you. That is one thing I came to tell you here this night. Marry me and come away with me, and that man shall be safe forever, and may get his money and write for his papers, and find out some pretty, commonplace girl, such as English nature turns out by the dozen, who will suit him nicely and can chronicle small beer and suckle fools for him. I am not that sort of man. I have never loved any woman but you, and if I do not marry you I will take good care that no one else shall do it. You have never had to deal with a man like me before, Fidelia. You must make terms with me. I am a desperate man. Then I am a desperate woman, she replied. I will make no terms with you. Kill me if you like. You can't make me not hate you, and you can't make me afraid of you. Hush, listen! There are footsteps, there are voices. People are coming, oh, thank God! And then she sent pealing out scream after scream for help. For a moment, a second, she believed that he would kill her. His eyes blazed with passion, and he seemed to be searching for a weapon, but already there was a knocking at the door, and two voices called on Fidelia, and the moment was gone, and the mood of the wretched man gave way, and he knew too well in his own heart that as he had hesitated for an instant to keep his word and to kill her, it was all over now. He let her go. "Open the door," he said. and tell them just as much or just as little as you like." She unlocked the door, and Lady Scardale and Rupert Granton hurried into the room. "Save me from this man!" she cried, her self-control all gone. Rupert sprang at Bland and struck him a fierce blow right between the eyes, and Bland went down in a heap on the floor. "Take care, take care!" Fidelia exclaimed. "He is capable of murder." Rupert stood with perfect composure awaiting an attack, but Professor Bostock gathered himself up quickly and made no attempt to retaliate. "I don't fight before women," he said. "I saw you stab before women," Granton replied. "That fencing bout, don't you remember?" "Tell me all about this, Fidelia," Lady Scardale said. She had been trying to soothe and encourage the poor shaken girl. "Rupert, dear, please keep yourself under control and never mind that man. We shall come to deal with him presently. Tell us all, Fidelia. Stay here, Mr. Bostock." "No, I think I had better go," Bland said, resuming now all the stolid coldness of his habitual manner. "I don't see that I am wanted here just now." "How did you come here?" Lady Scardale asked indignantly. "How did you dare to come here and thrust yourself at such an hour on this young lady?" "We had many fencing lessons together," he answered, "and I thought I should like her to have one more." Granton moved impetuously. Lady Scardale put her hand on him and restrained him. Lady Scardale was simple-minded for all her intelligence and her culture, and she did not understand Bland's metaphorical allusion. "A fencing lesson at 11 o'clock at night," she said in actual wonder. "What do you mean, Mr. Bostock?" "I thought I could teach Miss Locke something she ought to know, about some people she ought to know," Bland said, and with a fierce look at Granton. "Some people against whom she ought to defend herself. I meant her no offence and no harm, but only good if she could have seen it." "He did not offend me," Fidelia hastened to say, dreading any further scene, "except by coming in and refusing to go away when I told him he must go." "Offence enough," Granton said. "Yes, certainly offence enough," Lady Scardale echoed. "Mr. Bostock, I think you must be going out of your senses." "I was going out of my senses. I am coming back to them now." "How did you come so quickly?" Fidelia asked of Lady Scardale. "You came before I cried out." "Rupert knocked at my door and called me. He said he had been wandering about the grounds and he saw someone climb into your balcony, and he thought it better to come and tell me than to climb up himself and perhaps put you to a new alarm." "I saw who it was," Rupert said coolly, "and I thought, Miss Locke, that you would rather I brought my sister-in-law with me. Otherwise I could have got in at the window in a moment, but I thought you wouldn't care for such an intrusion, and a row in your room perhaps, and although I was tempted to take the summary process, I felt sure I had better bring Lady Scardale along." "I am glad you are all so happy and loving," Bland said with a sneer. "I shan't disturb all the happiness just now. I may perhaps another time. At present I don't care so much to stay." He was quite cool now, and his pale face, pale save where the blow of Granton's hand had left an angry red mark, was quite unmoved. "Good night, Miss Locke. I am sorry if I alarmed you. There are other things I am sorrier for than that. Good night, Lady Scardale. I suppose you will scarcely expect me tomorrow?" "I hope I shall never see you again, Mr. Bostock," Lady Scardale said with all sincerity. "Don't call him Bostock," Granton broke in.
His name isn't Bostock. His name is—" "Stop," Bostock said, and he said it so sternly that Granton did pause. "Mr. Granton, we have both borne names that were not our own. Shall I tell your other name?" "Oh, hush!" Fidelia interposed. Bostock smiled. "Perhaps for the present we may keep our knowledge to ourselves," he said. "It may interest these ladies some day." Granton looked at him with much amazement and some admiration for his coolness. Bostock drew near to Granton. "May I speak a word or two with you outside?" he said in a low tone, but not so low as to prevent Fidelia from catching the sound and the meaning of the words. She turned from Lady Scardale and towards Granton. "Do not go with him! Do not go with him, I entreat you!" she said. Bostock looked back at her with a something almost like a smile upon his face. "There is nothing to be alarmed at, Miss Locke, I assure you," he said. "I am quite tame at present. But of course if Mr. Granton is at all afraid—" "I am not in the least afraid of you," Granton replied, coolly. "Come outside by all means. I will see you off the premises, and you can say what you want to say." Fidelia again turned with a little sob to Lady Scardale's arms. Her nerves were much shaken by the ordeal she had gone through. Lady Scardale soothed her, speaking softly and gently as to a tired child. Granton motioned to Bostock to go out of the room before him. With a salutation to the two women, Bostock passed out and Granton followed him, drawing the door after him. The two men went in silence through the silent corridors and down the stairs till they came to the front door, which Granton unlocked and unbarred. He flung it open, and the two men stood together in the doorway in the clear light. "Well," said Granton, "what have you got to say to me? Whatever it is, say it quickly and let this place be clear of you." "I have to say that this is a duel to the death between you and me." "All right," Granton said. "I have fought in a duel to the death before now, and been very sorry for it. I don't think I should be particularly sorry if the result in this case should prove to be the same as in the other. Can you fight, except with a foil unbaited?" "You will find that I can. The mark of your blow is likely to remain for some time. I shall cease to feel the hurt if I can finish up with you." "It does look ugly," Granton said. "I lost my temper, I confess, seeing you in the room of a young lady for whom I and mine have the highest regard. And you are a thorough scoundrel, you know." Bostock shrugged his shoulders. "We needn't waste time now in calling names." He was as calm as if he were merely arguing some point of detail in a fencing match. "Perhaps I am a scoundrel. Are you sure that you are so very much better?" "What did you mean," Granton asked, taking no notice of his question, "by what you said about my name just now?" "What I said," Bostock answered. "I know what your name was when you killed that girl's father. But we needn't waste time over that either. You will be anxious to return to the ladies, and I do not love your company so dearly that I should seek to detain you now." He emphasized the last word meaningly. Granton smiled slightly. He was interested in the man's composure. "When do you desire my company?" he asked. "Very soon," Bostock answered. "You and I hate each other. At least I hate you, which is enough for my purpose. You have struck me, and whatever you may think of me, you have given me the right to claim satisfaction for that insult. In the wild lands where you have lived, you have followed such wild laws. We must fight."
"So you said just now," Granton said, "and I am agreed." "Will you promise me," Bostock asked, "to come to me where and when I call upon you within the next 3 days?" Granton reflected for a moment while Bostock watched him. "Do you hesitate?" Bostock inquired. "No," Granton replied, "I do not hesitate. The whole thing is a little eccentric in London, however possible it might be on the veldt or in the Calamity Camp, and in London one has more engagements than in those lively localities. However, I may say yes. I will come to you where and when you call upon me within the next 3 days." "Good," said Bostock. "Good night." He said this as tranquilly as a cherished guest might take farewell of some familiar friend. He walked leisurely down the street toward the Embankment. Granton watched him turn the corner and disappear. "There goes a cool and daring villain," he quoted to himself. "I wonder what our next meeting and parting will be like. Well, it doesn't matter much anyhow. If he is a scoundrel, I am a man of no account after all." Then Granton fastened the door again and went upstairs. "He knows the whole story," he said to himself, "and he is keeping it to tell my sister and everyone. Another reason why I should kill him if I can, or let him kill me." The two women waited for Rupert with much anxiety. Fidelia did not yet venture to tell Lady Scardale all that she knew about Bostock. She thought she had better tell all to Gerald first, take him now into her confidence and get his advice. He would come to her next morning, and there would be little time lost. To tell Lady Scardale that night would be only to subject her to needless alarm. There was nothing to be done for the moment, and nothing was less likely than that Bland would come back again. Then, of course, Mr. Granton would stay in the house that night, but this very thought made her uneasy. Why did he not come back? Could any harm have happened to him in the company of that man? Rupert soon came back very cheery, his manner all changed. "I have seen that poor fellow off the grounds," he said. "He is as mad as a hatter." "Mad? Do you think he is really mad?" Lady Scardale asked. "Ought we not to have him looked after? Is he dangerous?" "Oh, well, I don't mean to say that he is mad in that sense," Rupert answered, carelessly. "But I am greatly afraid he is going off his head. He is full of wild, romantic ideas." "I should never have thought it, never suspected it," Lady Scardale exclaimed. "For that matter, nor I," her brother-in-law said. "But evidently he has heard something that put him out today," and he looked at Lady Scardale and then made a slight motion of his head to direct her attention towards Fidelia, who was sitting in a silent wonder over the part that to her mind Rupert was evidently playing. "Oh," Lady Scardale said, and she felt pity in her heart. But she quickly added, "He is not coming back here again." "No," Rupert said lightly, "he is not coming back here again. I think you may be pretty sure of that." Soon afterwards they said each other good night, and the troubled evening came to an end. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 29. Waiting. During the whole course of the day that followed the events at the Culture College and the raid upon Fidelia's room, Granton received no news of Bostock. He felt certain that Bostock would send for him, and he felt a kind of curious interest to know what he would say, the same kind of interest that he remembered feeling as a boy when reading some serial story, which stopped at an exciting point with the words, "To be continued in our next." Wherever he went he left careful word of the place he was going to next, in order that any message which came from Bostock might be sent after him. He did not want Bostock to fancy by a moment's unnecessary delay that he had the least reason for not wishing to meet him. But no message came from the fencing master all that day. Granton inquired anxiously of Lady Scardale about Fidelia's health when he saw his sister-in-law on the morning after Bostock's attempt. Lady Scardale quickly reassured him. "The dear girl is quite well," she said. "It would take more than the audacity of a fellow like that man, madman though he is, to shake her nerves, for I suppose he is mad, isn't he?" "Oh, yes," Rupert assented. "He must be quite mad, poor devil." "Didn't he say something?" Lady Scardale asked. "Or did I only fancy it in the excitement of last night, about your name and his name?" "Yes, he did say something of the sort," Granton answered, "and that confirms me in my impression that he is a little unhinged. I made a sort of guess at Bostock not being his real name, and he tried to retort with some wild tu quoque or another. But it's of no importance. I expect we shall never hear of the fellow again." "Do you think not?" "I think not. At least, I hope not. You see, he must know that his game is played out now, that he has little or no chance with Fidelia." "I am not surprised at his falling in love with Fidelia," said Lady Scardale. "I don't see how anybody could help that." And she gave a little sigh. "Neither do I," said Granton. "She is the sort of girl whom any man with a decent heart in his body ought to fall in love with, if he wasn't in love with anybody else, of course." And he laughed, but it was not a very convincing sort of laugh. It lacked heartiness. "You weren't in love with anyone else, Rupert?" Lady Scardale asked, rather sadly. Granton started. "I? No, why?" "You seem to have escaped the fascination." "I? Oh, a likely story. You forget, my dear sister, that I said any fellow with a decent heart in his body. Am I the sort of man for a girl like Fidelia Locke?" "I should have thought you were just the sort of man," Lady Scardale said. "You know, Rupert, that I like Mr. Aspen very much." "Gerald Aspen is a thundering good fellow," Granton interpolated. No doubt, no doubt," Lady Scardale assented. "But all the same, there was a time when I thought things might have been different." Granton had been leaning on the chimney-piece, looking down into the fire. Though it was still September, the weather had been cold and raw and rainy, and Lady Scardale was a believer in fires. He now turned around and faced her. His eyes were very bright, but that might have been because he had been looking so intently into the fire. "My dear sister," he said, "perhaps there was a time when I, too, thought that things might have been different, but if there ever was such a time, it was a very short time, and it's quite over now. Dead and buried. Don't let us talk of that any more, please, dear." Lady Scardale gave another little sigh and was silent. Granton resumed his study of the fire. He saw all sorts of places there. The Veldt, and Calamity Camp, and Mexico, and Siam, all the wild, strange regions in which he had lived and which he had sometimes loved, and he was thinking, somewhat bitterly, that the man with that sort of past was not quite the man to hope for the love of Fidelia Locke. Presently he said he must go, he had business in town. Lady Scardale asked him to stay and see Fidelia, who would be down directly, that he might assure himself that she was little the worse for the night's adventure. But Granton declined to stay. He had to go into town, he said, on important business, and it was possible that the business might keep him in town all day. He might even sleep at the club. There were bedrooms at the Voyagers' Club, and Granton could always get one there if he had not always kept one there since his election to its membership, for he liked the place and the people, and the rumours from all the ends of the earth. He said that the winds of the world seemed to blow in the direction of the Voyagers' Club. So he shook Lady Scardale's hand and left her, and went on his way towards town. It was not his intention to return, at least for the present. He would wait, he thought, within touch of the Voyagers' Club until he heard from Bostock, until that business, however it were to end, would be ended. When that was off his mind, if it ended one way, why, he could return for a while to the Culture College and the society of Lady Scardale and the sight of Fidelia with a lighter heart, and if it ended the other way, why, it would not matter at all. So when he got to the club he sent a little note to his sister-in-law, saying that he would be staying in town for a day or two, and then he set himself to waiting patiently for Bostock's message. It came at last on the morning of the second day. Granton was sitting at breakfast in the familiar room in the Voyagers'. He had the morning paper propped up beside him, and he occasionally glanced at its columns, and he occasionally glanced out upon the green square, green still, although with a greyer green of autumn. He had just finished a review of a book of foreign travel which had set his fancy dancing freely over the surface of the civilized and uncivilized globe, when a club servant brought him a letter on a salver and told him that an answer was expected. The letter was addressed in a fine sloping hand that had something almost feminine in it, but Granton felt sure at once that it was written by no woman's hand, and that it was the letter he expected. He opened it quietly and read these words: "Keep your promise. Meet me tomorrow night at midnight at the old boat-house by the Three Cups beyond Battersea. You will find your way easily if you follow this plan." At the bottom of the page was traced, not unskilfully, a sketch map of the straits which Granton was to traverse in order to reach this strange tryst. There was no signature to the letter, none was needed. Granton asked who had brought the message, and he was told that it was brought by an ordinary messenger. Granton got up and went to the desk in the middle of the room where the cashier sat. He took a sheet of paper and asked for an envelope. On the sheet of paper he wrote simply the words, "All right," put it into the envelope, which he fastened without addressing, and handed it to the servant to give to the messenger. This done, he quietly returned to the table where he had been sitting, resumed his newspaper, and finished reading his article. But when he had finished reading his article, when he had left the breakfast-room and was sitting in the little alcove where on a former occasion Gerald Aspen had sat and talked with Seth Chickering, he felt a graver mood come over him. This business was serious. There was no mistake about that. Granton had put his life in peril 100 times, for a woman, for a wager, for a jest, sometimes just for the mere pleasure of putting his life in danger. He had never studied his own feelings on any of these occasions, had never given any serious thought to their possible result. "I set very little value on human life," he used to say, "and least of all upon my own." But of late he had been learning that human life had a value, that even his own life had a value, and somehow the whole aspect of things seemed different. Involuntarily his thoughts drifted back to other days, to other occasions on which he had measured his skill and strength against the skill and strength of some other man, with life or the chance of death upon the struggle. There was that time, long ago, in Fontainebleau, when he was really little more than a boy, and when he and a young fool from the Spanish embassy measured swords for the sake of the bright eyes of a little actress from the Folies Bergères. He had wounded this man, he remembered, and lost the lady whose compassionate heart was melted by the sufferings of her stabbed Castilian. Then there was that sabre duel in the woods on the other side of the Neckar, opposite Heidelberg, where he got that cut across his forehead which he could still feel if he pushed back the hair, and where he so grievously slashed his opponent. There was that shooting business in the almost empty saloon of the steamboat on the Amazonas, when he was beating up filibusters for the San Grenada insurrection. There was the duel in the Pinewood at Calamity Camp, and worst of all, there was that unhappy quarrel and fight which ended so fatally in the Veld when Red Gundy killed Captain Warbler. It was a curious record to look back upon, but only the last item made him shudder. "By Jove," he said to himself thoughtfully, taking his cigar from his mouth and blowing upon the burning end until it glowed a fiery red. "By Jove, if that scoundrel should kill me now, perhaps it might be considered as a sort of expiation." The thought and the words brought Fidelia's face very vividly before him, and reminded him that he had things to do which he had never thought of doing before on the eve of any former struggle for life. "I am a man of property now," he said to himself with a melancholy laugh, "and property has its duties as well as its rights." He got up and had a cab called for, and when it came he got into it and told the man to drive to a certain famous firm of solicitors. When he got there he sent in his name, and the principal, who knew him, saw him, and in a few minutes Granton explained what he wanted. He wanted to make his will, and the instructions were simple. In the event of anything happening to him, the fortune that was waiting for him was to be divided into 3 equal parts. One was to go to his sister-in-law, Lady Scardale, to be employed as she should think best for the benefit of the Culture College in Chelsea. The second portion was to go to Fidelia Locke, the third to Gerald Aspen. When this was arranged, and it did not take very long, Granton thanked his legal friend and walked out into the air feeling like a free man. If the worst came to the worst, why, he should still be of some use to somebody. The words from Macbeth kept humming in his ears. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. Until he almost laughed aloud. That fellow wouldn't be so anxious to kill me, he thought, if he knew that his deed would serve to benefit Gerald Aspen, whom he hates. The thought of Gerald Aspen spurred him. I shall do my level best not to let that fellow kill me, he decided. It would never do to have him knocking about with the power of injuring Gerald, and through Gerald, Fidelia. He got back to the club, and sat down in a quiet room which was called the reading room, and in which silence was popularly supposed to be observed, and there he wrote several letters. One was to Gerald, that was comparatively short. Another and much longer letter was addressed to Lady Scardale. The third, which took more time and thought than either of the others, was addressed to Fidelia Locke. It was a short letter, but every word came directly from his heart, and yet it said nothing which Fidelia need mind anyone, Lady Scardale or Gerald or anyone else, seeing. It was a simple letter of farewell and good wishes, the kind of prayer for a woman's happiness that a man like Granton can sometimes find words to express. These 3 letters he enclosed in a large envelope, on which he wrote, "To Captain the Honourable John Raven, to be opened in a certain contingency." This letter he enclosed again in a further envelope, together with a short note to Raven, asking him in the event of Granton not claiming the package in a few days, to open it and send the enclosed letters to their respective addressees. This he sealed, addressed to Raven, and gave it to the hall porter, with the instructions that it was to be delivered to Captain Raven the first thing the following morning. Granton particularly impressed upon the man that he was not upon any account to deliver the letter to Raven that night. Having done all this, Granton gave a sigh of relief. He had not done so much business for many a long day, and he was amused as he reflected upon it. Now he felt himself free to spend the rest of the day in any way he pleased. "I have earned a holiday," he said to himself. "How shall I enjoy it?" It was luncheon hour by this time, so he went upstairs and found Raven sitting at a table by himself, and Granton joined him and listened with pleasure while Raven talked about Lydia. Raven was not expecting Hiram Boringer, but presently Hiram suddenly turned up and joined them. They talked of travel, as became 3 such members of the Voyagers' Club. Raven announced his intention of going around the world with his bride. Hiram spoke of an expedition to the South Pole. "The little old South Pole doesn't get a chance nowadays," he said, "and I mean to give it a new start." Granton observed that he, too, thought of going for a journey, a long journey, but when the others asked him where he thought of going, he answered that he hadn't quite made up his mind yet, it depended somewhat upon circumstances. So the time slipped by. As they rose from the table, Granton, looking at Hiram, thought to himself, "Here would be the very man to take with me to see fair in this business. But then," he thought, "no, the other man expects me to go alone, and alone I will go." "Like to say a word to you," Hiram announced, as if he had been reading Granton's thoughts. "All right," Granton replied. Raven vanished to look after the business of the club generally. Granton and Hiram went down to the recess on the stairs where, since the opening of this story, so many cigars and cigarettes have been smoked. Hiram began abruptly. "You know that man Bostock?" "Yes, I know him," Granton said with emphasis. Well, I'm getting to know him. Do you like him? No, certainly not. No more do I. Do you know anything against him? I rather fancy I do, Granton answered with emphasis. Well, somehow I rather fancy I do too. Do you know I've just come back from Naples? Really? Very nice place, Naples. Yes, but I didn't go there to see Mount Vesuvius or the ruins of Pompeii. Well, no, Granton said, after looking fixedly in Hiram's face. I don't suppose you did this time. No, I went to find out about this man Bostock. I would have taken my Bible oath I saw him in a low drinking place there years ago, and I saw him in a row, and saw him throw a knife at a Swedish sailor and hit him in the throat, and I told him so. Told who? Why, told Bostock, of course. Yes, what did he say? Said it wasn't true, said it was an utter mistake of mine. Perhaps it was. Oh, no, it was not. That's what I went to Naples to find out about. Look here, shipmate, I don't care much if a man throws a knife at another in a row at a drinking shop. That don't concern me. I may have done as bad as that more than once in my life. So may you, perhaps. So may I, perhaps, Granton answered gravely. But when it comes to denying it, don't you see, that becomes a different sort of question. Suppose you hit a man with a knife in a row at Naples years and years ago. Why, I say, what's that to me? Nothing much, certainly, Granton said. He was beginning to be interested now in Hiram's story. No, but suppose you say you weren't the man as threw the knife and showed a mighty skill with the knife, and I can prove that you were. How about that, messmate? What sort of a light does that throw on other charges that may have been made against you, and which you have equally denied? Don't you see? How about them, I want to know? If you can prove your first charge, it does look very serious as regards the others, Granton said. But can you prove that this Bostock is the man who threw the knife in Naples, and then said he was not the man? Granton was now quite eager about the business. I can prove it, Hiram exclaimed. I have been to Naples. I have got hold of a chap who was there, and who swears he could identify the man who threw the knife anywhere, and he is none of your blooming Italians, but an honest Englishman who lives in Naples, and I have brought him over here and shown him Bostock, and he says he'll swear to Bostock being the man before any judge and jury in Great Britain. Granton meditated for a moment. But admitting that this is all true, he said at last, what do you mean to charge against Bostock? Our courts of law don't take account of rows in public houses in Naples. No, but I may have other charges, and if he is a liar in one, he is a liar in all, I take it. Well, said Granton after another pause, I take it so too. I also may have other charges against him. I am very much obliged for your information. It is of great importance to me. Will you act on my advice? That I will, most certainly. Then do nothing until tomorrow. Don't talk of this thing to anyone until tomorrow. If I can, I will see you tomorrow, here at 1 o'clock. If I don't see you, then take the course that seems best to you. You are sure to hear news before that. I don't quite understand, Hiram said. Wait until tomorrow, Granton answered, and you will understand all. All right, I'll wait. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Red Diamonds by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 30. A Busy Night. Granton groped his way as well as he could through the black bewilderment of the place. Anyone who has ever explored the riverside regions from Battersea upstream knows that it is a somewhat perplexing locality at the best of times, but at the worst of times, on such a pitch-dark night, for instance, as the night in which Granton set out to keep his mysterious appointment with Japhet Bland, it was a terrible maze. In spite of his almost unconquerable high spirits, Granton felt angrily inclined to swear as he stumbled over piles of wood and heaps of refuse and felt his way by the touch of slimy walls. The night was indeed intensely dark. There was no moon in the sky, there was scarcely a single star. He was really more morally conscious of the close neighborhood of the river lapsing along at his right hand than visually cognizant of its existence. He could hear it lapping in a kind of hungry way among the timbers of the wharves. He could hear, too, the grinding sound of barge against barge, as the great masterful stream flung them heavily one against the other. But to his sight the highway of the river was scarcely discernible from the highway of the road, and in places he was obliged to pick his steps carefully, lest he should plunge unexpectedly into the dark water. Nobody seemed to be stirring abroad. "How quiet is this night," Granton said to himself with Iago as he plunged on into the darkness. Suddenly he came to a halt. By the light of a gas lamp he saw that the road parted. One way went straight ahead, the other swerved aside, as if leading straight down to the river. "This must be the place," Granton murmured. There was a house in front of him, standing by itself in the fork of the road. Granton drew near and studied it. It was a riverside public house of a most disreputable type, a house that may once have been a decent place enough, but which now in the long process of time had run hopelessly to seed, and looked as dingy and squalid and out at elbows as the loafers who hung about it in its waking hours. Now it was fast asleep. No gleam of light came from under its closed doors or oozed from its hooded windows. "This must be the place," Granton said again, as he studied with a certain melancholy amusement the battered hulk of the old hostelry. Yes, it was the place. In faded letters over the filthy door he made out the name of the place, the Three Cups. Now then, at last, he was nearly at his journey's end. He took the paper out of his pocket to make sure, and standing under the gas lamp went over the plan again. It was quite clear. He was to follow the road which ran down the river by the Three Cups. He had not far to go now. Without a moment's hesitation he turned and went on the directed way. If the way had been bad before, it was worse now. If it had been dark before, the very spirit of blackness seemed to be upon it now. Granton stumbled along, wishing, like Ajax, for light, wishing, too, that he had thought of bringing a lantern with him. It seemed to him as if all the old iron, all the broken oars and shattered boats in the world were collected along that dismal beach for the special purpose of bruising the foolhardy legs of any rash adventurer into that no-man's land. However, he made his way along as well as he could, with his right hand firmly closed upon the revolver in the pocket of his reefing coat. "By Jove!" said Granton to himself, "if the fellow wants to murder me, this is as pretty a spot for him to do it in as heart of oak could desire, and I must do my best to thwart him. The only consolation is that it must be as hard for him to see me as for me to see him." As Granton made this reflection, he slipped. His foot had tripped over a stone, and he nearly fell. The stone went bounding down the decline, rattling noisily. "Well, if he can't see me, he can hear me," Granton thought, "and if he is skilled in the art of firing in the direction of a sound, it may be awkward." The thought had scarcely formed itself in his mind when a red light flashed out of the darkness some way ahead of him and remained motionless, like a single crimson star. "The signal," Granton said to himself. "Then he is there, at all events." And he pushed on rapidly in the direction of the light. From the wharf, whose rotting timbers trembled at every step Granton took, a kind of crazy bridge jutted out in the river and connected the wharf with a square, hut-like building erected on piles. What it had been built for it would have been hard for Granton to say. Perhaps it had served as a kind of landing stage, perhaps it had been a storehouse for coal for tugs and tenders. Certainly in its present aspect it seemed to have been long disused. The planks that formed the crazy bridge creaked and groaned ominously as Granton put his foot on them. There had, it would appear, been a handrail, for one or two of the uprights still stood in their places, jagged and lonely, but the connected rail had long since vanished, and the adventurous explorer had to look to it lest he should stray from the straight course and stumble into the river. It would be a bad business, Granton thought to himself, for anyone who should stumble into the river just at this point, where the stream seemed to go at a racing speed, and where nobody could hear, or would heed if they did hear, the cries of a strong swimmer in his agony. Just ahead of him, Granton could see the red light of the lantern, where it hung evidently on a nail on the outside of the house, and by its side a long perpendicular line of fainter and lower light showed that the door of the hut was ajar. A faint gleam of light upon the water on the left showed that on that side of the hut there was a window. "This is the place," Granton said to himself, "and a murderous-looking place it is to meet an enemy in." He was standing on the shore end of the scarecrow of a bridge, slightly wondering what was to happen next. There came no sound of any kind from the hut. There was no sign of any life abroad. The only conscious thing besides himself in the utter blackness and dismalness of the whole place was that single disk of crimson fire which seemed to eye him malevolently, with a malign watchfulness, like the eye of some guardian Cyclops. "I wonder what he is going to do," Granton said to himself, while the fingers of his right hand closed around the stock of the revolver in his pocket. "If he means mischief, this is a nasty place for mischief as any scoundrel could desire. But it won't do for me to let him think that I am afraid of him." Having come to this conclusion, Granton lifted up his voice in a loud "Cooee," such a cooee as he had often sent into the depths of the lonely Australian bush in old days, a cooee that sounded strangely out of place among the crumbling wharves and the black and sullen waters. Granton felt a curious tightening of the heart as that old familiar cry, recalling so many far-off scenes and strange experiences, died away into the night. He was about to repeat it when the yellow spear of light by the side of the crimson star suddenly widened. The door was thrown back, and Granton could see the figure of a man silhouetted against the illuminated interior of the hut. For a moment Granton stood still, with his fingers closing upon his pistol, and for a moment the figure in the doorway stood still and silent. Then it suddenly found a voice. "Is that you?" the voice said, and Granton knew it at once for Bostock's. "Come along then, and don't make that confounded noise. You are late, you know." How like the son's voice is to the father's now, Granton thought, now when all disguise was set aside and the old bad blood was fairly free to dominate its owner. Without a word he advanced along the wretched bridge. It widened out of a kind of platform just before the hut. As Granton reached this platform, the shadow disappeared from the doorway. Granton, following it, passed through the wide open door. If the hut was dingy enough and dismal enough in its outward show, it was more dismal and more dingy still internally. Lit by a big flaring oil lamp without a shade, it displayed itself in all its glaring ugliness and meanness. Whatever it had been, office or store-room or what else, nothing of whatever former respectability it may have possessed now remained to it. The paper which had once covered the wooden walls hung in filthy strips, like the tatters of a beggar's cloak. There was no covering to the grimy wooden floor, there was no covering to the filthy wooden table which occupied the centre of the place. There was no curtain in the crazy window, through whose broken panes the wind came in and shook the newspaper which had been nailed up over it to exclude any view of the interior of the hut from any passing boat. A small fire smouldered in a rusty old stove in one corner of the room. The table was littered with papers. There was only one chair, the chair in which Bland had been sitting, writing, when he was disturbed by the sound of Granton's approach. All these details Granton took in at a rapid glance, as he stood in the room with his hand on the pistol in his pocket, watching Bland, who carefully closed the door after him. Bland locked the door, and turning around faced Granton. "You are late, you know," he said again. "Very likely," Granton answered coolly. "If you'll roost in such a devil of an out-of-the-way place as this, you must make some allowance for your visitors." He smiled as he spoke, for he felt an amused curiosity to see what Bland would do next. He was quite prepared for some treacherous attack, and he was not in the least alarmed. His smile seemed to irritate Bland. "Well, you have got here somehow," he said, "and that is the main point." "Are you so very anxious to keep me now that you have got me, that you lock the door so carefully?" Granton inquired, very politely and still smiling. "I locked the door," Bland answered, "because it won't keep shut if I don't lock it. The place isn't a palace." "So I perceive," Granton interpolated, "but I don't care about palaces, and I have been in worse holes than this in my time, and even in worse company." Bland's expressionless face showed no signs of annoyance at the taunt. "The place isn't a palace," he said again, "but it will do very well for our purpose." "And what is our purpose, if I may venture to inquire?" Granton asked. For really at present I am rather in the dark as to what that purpose may be." Bland motioned towards the empty chair. "Sit down," he said. Granton made a gesture of refusal. "There is only one chair," he said. "I will sit here," said Bland. He swept a space clear on the table by pushing the papers that littered it to one end, and he propped himself up on the space thus cleared. He was tall, and the table was a low one, so that his feet remained on the ground, planted close together well in front of him. Granton noted the attitude, noted how easily it gave the man the opportunity to spring forward if he chose, and noting it, again smiled slightly. Bland caught the smile and understood it. "If you are afraid to sit," he said, "stand by all means." Granton seated himself in the chair and crossed one leg lazily over the other. "I am not one little bit afraid of you," he said quietly. "It is not the first time that I have sat in the society of murderers. You forget that I had the pleasure of knowing your father." Bland's dull eye gained no lustre. Bland's rigid face remained unchanged, but there was a faint tremble in his voice which betrayed the suppressed passion of his intense hate. "I could shoot you where you sit," he said. Granton slightly shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, I know what you mean," Bland went on. "You mean that two can play at that game." Granton nodded good-humouredly. "Of course," Bland went on. "I knew pretty well that you wouldn't be such a fool as to trust yourself here alone with me unarmed. Of course I know very well that now as you sit here you have your hand on your pistol, and that at the first suspicious movement I make you will shoot me on the spot. You have shot a man through your pocket before now, very likely." "You are right in most of your conjectures," Granton replied. "I certainly was not fool enough to come here unarmed. I certainly have you covered at this moment, and I certainly should not hesitate for a moment to cheat the gallows by shooting you down if I saw the slightest hint of treachery on your part. And you are quite right, there was a ruffian in Wichita once who was going to stab a man in the back, and I winged him with a shot through my pocket. And now that we understand each other so perfectly, suppose that we get on to business." "I have asked you here," said Bland, speaking very slowly, the quiet, deliberate, monotonous tone of his enunciation contrasting curiously with the words he was using. "I have asked you here because you and I have an account to settle, and this is the best time and this is the best place for us to settle that account in. You hate me." Granton nodded again. "And I hate you. I hate you more than I hated the others whose scores I have settled, more than I hate the fool whom you have chosen to help and whom you have as good a reason to hate as I have, for he has taken the woman you love from you." "There are some things you had better not talk about," Granton interrupted, "or I may take premature action. I warn you of that, and you will be wise to take the warning. I do not expect you to understand what a gentleman feels." Bland's dull eyes seemed to grow a little duller, otherwise he showed no sign of having heard what Granton said, and he went on in the same slow, monotonous voice. "We have been playing a long time, you and I, and it isn't ended yet." "I beg your pardon," Granton interrupted. "The game is quite over and you have lost." Bland shook his head. "There you are wrong," he said. "There you are going too fast. There you have made a mistake. The game isn't quite over yet as far as you and I are concerned. We've been playing for big stakes, and somebody else has swept the pool, but you and I have our little private account to settle still." "If you are thinking of another murder," said Granton very composedly, "I should advise you not to try it on, for my finger is still upon the trigger, and you would be a dead man before you had time to move from the table." "I hope to kill you," Blunt said, "but killing isn't always murder." "No," said Granton, "it is sometimes justice." Blunt shrugged his shoulders. "Call it justice if you like," he said. "I hate you, and I should like to kill you. You hate me, and I dare say you would like to kill me." "I should have no very particular objection," Granton admitted. Blunt, still watching him closely, leaned slightly forward. "You call me a scoundrel," he said. "Perhaps I am. I do not think you are a great deal better, all things considered." "I beg your pardon," Granton interrupted. "I am not an assassin." Blunt waved away his interruption impatiently. "Some men killed my father," he said passionately. "Fairly or foully, justly or unjustly, some men killed my father, killed him and cheated him, killed him and cheated me. I wanted revenge. You know who I am now. I suppose you guess I am the man you have all been looking for so anxiously, and failing to find so hopelessly, the man with the red beard." "Yes," said Granton. "I began to suppose as much." Blunt got up and went to the wall, where a heavy overcoat was hanging. He took something out of the pocket and lifted it to his head. Then he turned around and faced Granton, and Granton started at the sudden skilful transformation. A head of crisply curled red hair, beard, whiskers, and moustache of the same hue completely changed him. In an imperfect light they would have seemed quite natural, and would have made him wholly unrecognizable. In that moment Granton saw face to face the man who had rushed against him out of the little passage in St. James's Street on the night of the murder of Seth Chickering. "Ah," he said, drawing a deep breath, "that is a good disguise." Blunt plucked the wig and beard off sharply, and turning, thrust them back again into the pocket of the overcoat. Then he came back and leaned against the table, again facing Granton. "You know that I am Japhet Blunt," he said, "and I know that you were once called Red Gundy. We are bitter foes, you and I. There are people for whom you would like it always to be concealed that Rupert Granton and Red Gundy are the same man. I should prefer that not too many people know I was Japhet Blunt. You think yourself a better man than I, but you began life with better chances than I did. I learned in bitter poverty, from cruel hunger, from grinding cold, the longing for money, for power, for the things that men like you know and enjoy from the first. Like father, like son, it was my father's way, too." "Yes, you take after him," said Granton. "You may be a better man than I," Blunt went on, "but you are not good enough to have the right to refuse to fight me. You have thwarted me, you have struck me. In the wild, mad world to which we belong, both of us, disgrace and scoundrelism don't count for enough to prevent you from fighting me, and fighting me to the death." "I have said that I would fight with you," said Granton, "and I will keep my word. I decline, of course, to admit that there is no great difference between an assassin and myself, but since it has come to this I will fight with you, and will kill you if I can." "Yes, if you can," Blunt answered, coldly. I too, if I can, will kill, be sure of that." "I have no doubt whatever," Granton said. "When and where?" "When and where? Why, here, of course. We needn't journey to the ends of the earth to finish our little business. Either we fight here and with my weapons, or the shooting begins. There will have to be a fight anyway." Granton's combative blood always heated quickly, as he had learned once and again to his cost. Now, in that queer place, with that murderous madman facing him, he began to feel as eager for battle as in his old schoolboy days. All regard for the possible consequences, whether he lost or won, left him in a wild desire for conflict. "No more talk," he said. "Where are your weapons?" Bland rose from the table, and turning opened a drawer. From this drawer he took out 2 knives in sheaths, and laid them upon the table. Granton saw at once that they were Bowie knives. "They are just the same," Bland said. "One as good as the other, both of steel as good as ever I saw, both as sharp as hate. Take whichever you like." Granton got up from his chair and came to the table. The 2 knives lay before him side by side in their leather sheaths, their handles, according to the pattern of the true Bowie, sloping to a greater thickness towards the hilt, so as to give the hand a firmer hold for thrusting upwards. He took up one and drew it from its sheath. It certainly was a beautiful blade, finely tempered, finely shaped, with its crescent-like curve at the end and its exquisite edge, a weapon keen enough and strong enough to disembowel a bear. He poised it in his hand. It was of the right weight and perfectly adjusted. Granton nodded his approval. "Look at the other one," Bland said, seeing that Granton was about to draw back from the table with the knife in his hand. "Look at the other one. Don't make a choice without knowing what you are choosing." There was something so grimly eccentric in Bland's courtesy, something so queer about this whole business of deliberately choosing the knife with which he was to fight his host in 5 minutes, that Granton could scarcely forbear from smiling. But as he took up the second knife and looked at it, he recollected that it was no smiling matter. On his skill, his strength, and his power of using that knife depended his chances of getting away alive. The thought flashed across his mind that after all it was scarcely worth while to have wandered over so much of the earth's surface in search of adventure, only to find the strangest adventure of his life in his own land and on the fringe of his own capital. A duel with knives fought with a madman in a crazy riverside hut on the Thames was an adventure stranger in its ironic unexpectedness than anything which had befallen him in the far corners of the world. However, he was in for it, that was obvious enough. Even if he could have declined this queer wager of battle which was thus thrust upon him, Bland would have attacked him all the same, with knife or pistol, and he would have had to fight in his own defence. Even if he shot Bland down, the business would be a bad one, difficult to explain, and besides, he would not have honoured the promise for which he had put himself into peril. No, he had given his word, and he would go through with the business. After all, it did not matter very much now what became of him. Whether his vagabond life ended here in this dismal place from a push of a madman's knife, or out yonder, far away, in a year or 2, or 10 years, or 20, mattered very little. Anyhow, he would try the chance. He put back the knife upon the table and took up the one he had first looked at. "They both seem to me to be equally good," he said, "but if there is any choice to be made, why, I choose this." "Very well," said Bland, and he leaned forward and took up the other weapon. Madman though he was as composed as if he were still in the fencing school giving directions to a pupil. "Let us clear a space to move in." As he spoke, he pushed the table back against the wall facing the river, pushed it back so violently that the wall seemed to quiver and the whole of the hut to shake with the force of the concussion. "What a ramshackle old concern the place is," Granton thought to himself, and then it struck him as odd to think such trivial thoughts at such a crisis, and then he found himself mentally repeating the words "ramshackle old concern," very much as a child repeats sets of words, the jingle of which has caught and pleased its ear. All the while he continued to watch Bland with the curiosity of a spectator at a play. If Bland was excited, he showed no sign of excitement. He moved about with perfect composure, pushing things out of the way and picking up some of the papers which had fallen on the floor when he had thrust the table aside. Granton felt that he himself was distinctly growing excited, but yet that it was with the excitement of a spectator of some curious performance, not of an actor in what was to be a life-and-death struggle. He was hardly conscious that he was to be an actor, not a spectator of this life-and-death struggle, even when Bland, having cleared all the space possible in the wretched hut, turned to Granton and asked him with as much impassibility as if he were inviting him to take a walk, "Are you ready?" Granton simply nodded. The occasion really called for as few words as possible, and it was well to save his breath. "Very well," said Bland. "Let us begin." He took off his coat, rolled it into a ball, and placed it on the table. He rolled up his shirt sleeves above his elbow, and unfastened his collar at the throat. Then he drew the knife from its sheath, and put the sheath on the table. He looked inquiringly at Granton, who had rapidly made the same preparations. Then the fight began. The two antagonists approached each other warily, each gripping his knife in the true frontier fashion, with the point upwards. As they advanced, the thought came into Granton's mind that perhaps Bland had the Spanish knack of throwing a knife and intended to do so. He remembered seeing two bullfighters once settle a quarrel in this way, in the yard of a posada outside Seville, and he remembered with an involuntary shudder the way in which one navaja went like an arrow into the heart of one of the combatants. A quick man with his wits about him can parry even the swiftest cast of a knife, however, if he is in the least prepared for it, and Granton resolved to be well prepared. But there seemed to be no intention of the kind in Bland's thoughts. He seemed to be animated, so far as the term animation could be applied to his methodical, almost mechanical actions, by a single desire for a hand-to-hand struggle with Granton, with the life of the vanquished as the price of the victor. Slowly, very slowly, the two men approached each other, each with his gaze fixed upon the other's face, watching his eyes and trying to read his intentions there. Suddenly there was a simultaneous spring, and in a moment both men were struggling across the floor together, each grasping with his left hand the armed right hand of his opponent. Desperately, silently, they struggled, breathing hard, with their muscles knit, with their pale faces staring at each other, while the great knives gleamed high in the air as they caught the glare from the flaring lamp, and the crazy hut shook till it seemed to reel beneath their trampling feet. Granton was a strong man, in good condition of body. His life of adventure had never been a life of profligacy, and all his physical capacities were trained and tempered to their best. But he found in Bland a terrible antagonist. The man's lean body seemed to be as sinewy and as supple as a panther's. His grasp around Granton's wrist was like a clenched circle of hammered steel. Granton had the advantage in weight, and in the first onrush had succeeded in driving his enemy backwards by the mere pressure of his weight, but the extraordinary elasticity of Bland's body soon enabled him to recover from the effect of the first impetus and to hold his ground. For a few seconds that seemed to last for centuries, the two men stood still together, glaring at each other, clinging to each other. In the awful silence Granton could hear the ticking of his own watch and the lapping of the water underneath the planks on which they were standing. He could see on the wall before him the horrible fantastic shadows they cast, two distorted shapes like demons wrestling for the mastery. Then, with a desperate effort, the two men flung themselves free again, and each fell back a few paces preparatory to a fresh spring. As they did so, Granton, his senses all alive and on the watch, noticed that the theatre of the tragedy they were playing was not the best possible place to have chosen for such an encounter. The place shook as he had seen houses shake in lands where earthquakes were a daily possibility and almost a daily event. The boards groaned and creaked ominously, the dilapidated window rattled noisily. Queerly enough, the rattle of the window in the sash carried Granton's memory back to the rattle of castanets, of the castanets the girl had played that noonday in Seville, the gypsy girl who had caused the quarrel between the bullfighters. Somehow the whole scene seemed to rise up before him again, only that he and Bland appeared to have taken the place of the bullfighters, while the gypsy girl had the features and the fair hair of Fidelia Locke. The fancy came and went in a second of breathing space before the sundered foemen closed again. Once more and warily they drew near to each other. Once more, with the same sudden, simultaneous motion, they leaped forward and closed again in the same tight grasp of deadly purpose, hand again grasping wrist, the gleaming weapons again high in air. But this time Granton found it less easy to bear Bland back. His enemy held his ground, all his body seemed stiffened into steel, and though Granton pressed upon him with all his weight, he could not succeed in forcing him to yield an inch. The two men stood in the same spot, swaying to right and left. Then Bland made a furious effort, and Granton began to give way and go back. He resisted desperately, but unavailingly. For the moment Bland was getting the better of him, and he began to fear that his strength, great as it was, had less staying power in it than Bland's. So he allowed Bland to bear him back a little, while the hut groaned and shook at every move they made. He was trying to recover new breath, collecting all his forces for a new effort. Suddenly Bland flung his leg around Granton's and tried to throw him. The act was swiftly and skilfully done, but it did not find Granton unprepared. He had been expecting Bland to make the attempt, and he was as much on his guard as a man can be who is fighting for his life with a madman and has to be ready to meet half a dozen different deadly possibilities at once. If Bland was as tenacious as the ivy, Granton was as strong as the oak, and though he could not shake off the leg grip in which Bland held him, trying to bear him back and down, he stood his ground stubbornly. Baffled, Bland withdrew his leg and leaped back, and the men stood apart, joined only by their grasped hands in an arch above them. Then Granton again began to bear Bland back, slowly, inch by inch, towards the wall. The fierce desire for life was now fully awake in him, and side by side with it the fierce desire for revenge upon the foe who threatened his life. Granton was now as much of an animal, fighting for its existence, as Bland, but his face showed its passion, while Bland's remained all through as passionless as a mask. Perhaps long command of feature had given his face an unconquerable rigidity, but now, even in this death grapple, and in the midst of all his rage, Granton found himself wondering at the astonishing impassibility of the face opposed to him, at the lustreless, expressionless eyes that looked back into his. As they neared the wall, Bland suddenly, with a desperate effort, stiffened himself against Granton's impetus and held his ground. This brought the two men close together again, and Granton, repeating Bland's tactics of a minute earlier, locked his right leg around Bland's leg in an attempt to throw him. Bland swayed, reeled, struggled, and fell heavily back against the wall by the window, with a heavy crash which made the trembling room reel. Granton's leg had slipped down, and for a moment the two men lay against the wall, their bodies pressed together. Then Bland recovered himself and pushed Granton, who was breathed by the effort, a little from him. For a moment they stood again face to face, with their gripped wrists still high in the air, glaring at each other. Then they locked legs once more, and once again the two men fell heavily with all their weight against the wall by the window. There was a hideous crash, a horrible sound of ripping wood, of the tearing of parting planks, a momentary intense glare behind as the lamp fell forward, flaring up. Granton was only conscious, horribly conscious, that he was falling forward into infinity with the pale, set face of Bland beneath him. The descent seemed to last forever, and yet it was over in a second, and it ended in the cold waters of the river. The flimsy wall of the wretched hut had given way beneath their weight, and had precipitated the combatants into the Thames. Granton rose to the surface in a moment, but not immediately to consciousness of his position. Like a man who emerges from the influence of laughing gas or the anguish of a painful dream, he felt for the moment bewildered, uncertain where to place himself in the world of realities. But this uncertainty lasted only for an infinitesimal fraction of time. Recollection of what had happened came back to him, for the fight which had just been interrupted, of the shattered wall, the fall, the plunge into the chill water. Keeping himself afloat, Granton, who was as good at swimming as at all other bodily exercises, looked around him. The swift current had already carried him some distance from the scene of the struggle, but the water all around him was covered with the wreck and welter of the ruined building. Looking behind him, Granton could see a thin column of grey smoke rise up against the blackness of the night, and the leap of one or two tiny tongues of scarlet flame. He guessed at once that the lamp which had been upset had not been extinguished and was making a bonfire of the ruins. Or perhaps the shattered embers of the stove were doing the work. So much the better, Granton thought, as he drifted with the stream. His next thought was, what had I better do? The water was very cold, the night was very dark. The sooner he got out of the river and on shore, the better. Ought he to swim back and try to discover what had become of Bland? He asked himself, and on reflection he answered, no. Whatever had become of Bland, he was certainly very well out of Granton's way, and Granton really did not feel that he was called upon by any exaggerated spirit of chivalry to further peril his life by seeking for the murderer who had just been attempting to add one more to his many crimes. The hideous struggle in which Granton had just been engaged had come to what he must consider to be a satisfactory conclusion. He did not want to kill Bland with his own hand, but still less did he wish that Bland should kill him, and one or other of these terminations to the fight would have been inevitable if it had not been for the unexpected collapse of the theatre in which the strange duel was going on. The immediate thing, Granton felt, was to get out of the river as quickly as he could. The current was very swift, and Granton was greatly fatigued by the desperate struggle he had just been going through, but the keen chill of the water stimulated his strained muscles and overwrought nerves, and lent him for the moment a kind of spurious energy. Watching his opportunity and husbanding his strength, he succeeded in getting close to the Surrey shore. In the thick darkness it was very difficult to distinguish objects, and Granton was obliged to act with great caution, but at last he succeeded in catching hold of a rope which held a barge alongside to a wharf. To this rope he clung panting for some seconds, realizing for the first time how tired he was. His wet clothes hung about him like lead, and his breath came hard and fast. With a desperate effort he drew himself along the rope to the side of the barge, and, mustering all his remaining strength, he dragged himself on board. Once on board, he dropped to the ground from sheer exhaustion. But he knew that he dared not rest long. The chill would soon be eating into him, so, summoning some further energy, he scrambled from the barge to the wharf and made the best of his way inland. The river had carried him a considerable way, and he had come ashore a little below Westminster Bridge. Dripping as he was, he staggered through a network of dismal alleys till he emerged upon Westminster Bridge Road. An all-night public-house stood at the corner of the road from which he came. He entered the private bar, streaming like a river god, to the astonishment of the little crowd who were drinking and of the young lady behind the bar. In a few words Granton explained that he had fallen into the river and wanted some brandy and a cab. He drank off half a tumbler full of the spirit in the midst of the staring group, declined the landlord's civil offer for a change of clothes, for he was anxious to get away as quickly as possible. By this time a hansom was obtained. Granton distributed the silver still remaining in his pockets among the crowd, and drove off as quickly as the horse could go. The moment he got back to his own place, he had a hot bath, drank some more brandy, and tumbled into bed as soon as possible. "Well," he said to himself, with a smile as he slipped between the sheets, "Rupert, my friend, you have had a very busy night of it, a very busy night indeed. I don't think that you ever had quite so busy a night before." He turned over on his side and was just dozing off to sleep when a thought occurred to him which partially aroused him. "I wonder what has become of Bland?" he asked himself. Then he fell asleep and slept till noon. End of chapter 30.